Chapter 441. The voice from afar was calm and indifferent. His voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to ring in the ears of everyone from the Blood Cloud sect, the Thunder Fire sect, and the Thunder Rumbling sect. Just as everyone was feeling apprehensive, they saw the light in the distance become brighter and more dazzling. It was clearly a sword light that came from the western horizon. Along with the sword light, a dragon's roar rang out, piercing through the sky and suppressing the thunder and the cries of the fire crows. The sword light sped over, arriving before everyone in the blink of an eye. It was first aimed at those of the Blood Cloud clan, a single sword cleaving through the blood-colored smoke. The white-haired old man's heart sank slightly. Back in the Furan kingdom, these foreigners indeed did not go all out. The sword light flashed and suddenly disappeared. What appeared in front of everyone was a young man wearing a white robe and a blue robe with a black border. This youth was naturally Yen Zhaoge. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, the white-haired old man asked, "You are that outsider who is related to the Snow Crane sect?" Yen Zhaoge said mildly, "That's right." The white-haired old man asked, "Then, you have appeared here on your own accord so as not to implicate the Snow Crane sect and Green Dragon Mountain?" Yen Zhaoge tilted his head, looking at the people of the three floating lives sects before him. "What you have said is merely to find a dignified excuse for kicking down Green Dragon Mountain's headquarters. Whether or not I appear here, you will still be going to attack Dragon Peak and the Jade Ridge Snowy Mountains." The sound of rolling thunder could be heard from within the thunderclouds. "You can see it clearly, and I can see that your cultivation base is extraordinary, far surpassing the rumors. But it's useless. Unless the three demons gather together, no one can stop us from advancing. If you're sensible and hand over the Pishio of your own accord, I might still spare your life. However, Green Dragon Mountain and the Snow Crane sect are destined to perish." A voice rang out from within the Fire Crow formation. "Why waste your breath on a dead person?" Roiling flames surged, transforming into two wings of flame which swept over towards Yen Zhaoge. It was a longtime elder of the Blazing Fire clan who made a move. Yen Zhaoge stood where he was, not moving in the slightest as he allowed the flames to assault his body. However, as they neared Yen Zhaoge's body, these flames suddenly dispersed on their own. Yen Zhaoge completely ignored the flames that shot towards him as he continued calmly, "You are mistaken about one thing. I have no interest in helping Green Dragon Mountain block a calamity. Whether Green Dragon Mountain lives or dies, it also has nothing to do with me. The reason why I'm here is because I finally figured out something not long ago." As Yen Zhaoge spoke, a cold snort resounded from within the grand formation of fire crows, flames that were much more violent than before surging into the skies, assaulting him. The chief of the Blazing Fire clan, one of the top 10 human experts of the floating life world, had made his move. True, violent flames enveloped the heavens and covered the earth as they swept over towards Yen Zhaoge. Looking at the all-encompassing flames, Yen Zhaoge faced them calmly, the acupoints of his entire body shuddering as his entire true essence turned into extreme coldness. Numerous streams of icy cold, bone-piercing chi were born from Yen Zhaoge's acupoints, before transforming into numerous ice dragons, roaring in unison. Being roared by these ice dragons, all the demonic blood martial artists present, including the masters of Shuiyun, Lei Ming, and Raging Fire sects, regardless of their cultivation, felt a shiver from the depths of their souls. It was as if a subject was meeting their king, and the fear and subservience they felt was uncontrollable. True dragon bloodline. How is this possible? Could it be that he is also a demonic blood martial artist? Or is it a true dragon bloodline that surpasses the first grade and has been refined into his body? Everyone was momentarily taken aback, but what followed next was endless greed. Now, not just the chief of the Blazing Fire clan, even the chief of the Blood Cloud clan, that white-haired old man Lu Ming, and the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan all grew restless. Yen Zhaoge's expression remained calm as the power that had been born from refining the flesh and blood essence of the ice dragon corpse was completely transformed into his own true essence, a terrifying extreme coldness instantly sealing the heavens and the earth. The blazing fire unleashed by the chief of the Blazing Fire clan also seemed to have substance as it was frozen along with it. The extreme coldness caused the blazing fire in everyone's hearts to cool down slightly. Yan Zhaoge continued, there were a few times earlier when I had felt that something was very wrong, just that I had never been able to confirm it. Not long ago, I finally verified the suspicions within my heart. As he said thus, Yan Zhaoge raised his hand, his index and middle fingers forming a sword as a sword light formed of his true essence chopped out. Numerous ice dragons roared as they flew upwards, the sword light taking the form of a dragon as it pierced through the horizon, heading straight for the chief of the Blazing Fire clan. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the protective flames of the chief of the Blazing Fire clan were directly extinguished. Patterns of light surfaced all over his body, his pupils turning a dazzling fiery red. However, he was still powerless to resist the vigorous swordlight that roared like a dragon. Amidst the roar of the dragon was Yan Zhaoge's mild voice, having arrived in a world that is completely foreign to me, I chose to keep a low profile, first observing patiently and gathering information, understanding the situation. Only then would I be able to accurately determine my position. After all, this is not like the place where I was born, where I have the support of seniors of my clan. The sword light shocked the heavens as the chief of the Blazing Fire clan was powerless to resist it. He let out a strange howl as the Fire Crow Grand formation behind him moved up together, bolstering him with their power as they helped their chief resist this terrifying coiling dragon sleeve of Yan Zhaoge's. The Blazing Fire clan was not like Green Dragon Mountain who had the Dragon Bone Chain, the Blood Cloud clan who had the Blood Cloud Gourd and the Blue Bird. What they relied on to stand tall in the Floating Life world was the #1 battle formation in the Floating Life world, the Raging Inferno Demon Slaughtering formation. His sword light being blocked, Yan Zhaoge didn't care in the slightest, but actually, I don't really like this style of being careful in everything. Being unrestrained is my true nature. When I first came here, I was worried. I hoped that this place wouldn't pose any threat to the place I was born in. Yan Zhaoge's swordlight circulated as he casually brandished it, but afterwards, I gradually discovered that it was not like that at all. As Yan Zhaoge said this, he threw out a skeleton. Seeing this, the pupils of those of the Blood Cloud clan all dilated. It was clearly the skeleton of a huge six-legged flying lightning leopard. Yan Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly, I heard that the Blood Cloud clan has a pair of master and disciple who both cultivate in the bloodline of the six-legged flying lightning leopard. The master, the Leopard King Ling Gang, is a longtime elder of the clan, possessing some ability. The disciple, the Little Leopard King, He Taicheng, is also a famed expert long ago. Because of this, I've always thought that the person I killed so easily was He Taicheng. Yan Zhaoge drew the outline of the first demonic bloodline cultivator he had clashed with back then. In the end, only recently did I learn that this person was not the disciple, the Little Leopard King, but the master, the Leopard King, the so-called longtime elder of the Blood Cloud clan. Yan Zhaoge gazed at the chief of the Blood Cloud clan, Lu Ming. Do you know how I feel now? Lu Ming's gaze tightened as he saw Yan Zhaoge suddenly flick his right hand, a clear swordlight flying out from within his sleeve, its blade flickering crimson. High-grade spirit artifact, the Green Abyss Sword. Yan Zhaoge forced the Blazing Fire Demon Slaughtering Grand formation of the Blazing Fire clan into retreat with a single sword, his second sword chopping towards the Blood Cloud clan. The blood clouds immediately shattered, the terrifying swordlight directly chopping down on that blood-red treasured gourd. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth now arched slightly upwards. Just now, you seem to say that I am a tribulation that will bring calamity upon the entire Floating Life world? Actually, I think what you said makes sense. Chapter 442. The chief of the Blood Cloud clan, Lu Ming, was currently in an extremely bad mood. The greatest target of the three clans in their joint expedition to the west this time was actually Green Dragon Mountain of the four clans. Other than that, it was the Snow Crane sect that seemed frail but actually possessed extraordinary strength. This was the true target of Lu Ming and the other bigwigs of the three clans. As for Yan Zhaoge, in their earlier considerations, he had only been incidental. Comparatively speaking, what they valued more was the pixiu in Yan Zhaoge's possession. Now, however, the truth of the matter had struck Lu Ming and the others squarely in the head, leaving them unable to recover for a long time. As compared to the threat to their lives now, the massive difference in their mental state was something that these bigwigs of the floating life world who had originally ruled over a region were unable to bear. Yan Zhaoge's high-grade spirit artifact, the Green Abyss Sword, transformed into a green light that resembled a dragon, roaring as it shot out from his sleeve. Lu Ming composed himself, seeing Yan Zhaoge's sword light chopping towards his supreme treasure, the blood cloud gourd, as he hurriedly let out a long howl. He struck the blood cloud gourd with his palm, a blood-red light instantly shooting out from the mouth of the gourd. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of essence blood of his own accord, the blood turning from red to green in the air as it surrounded the gourd. The green light and the blood-red light flickered alternately, forming a vortex from which a powerful suction force instantly emanated. Gudong! 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 This vortex seemed to possess a life of its own at this moment, also like an extremely hungry beast that wanted to devour everything before it. Meanwhile, that gudong gudong sound resembled the sound emitted from the belly of a starving beast. At the same time, with this white-haired old man Lu Ming at their head, numerous dazzling patterns of light surfaced all over the bodies of all the Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners at this moment, traversing the surface of their bodies unceasingly. As the patterns of light flickered, numerous streaks of green light intermingled before transforming into a massive silhouette of a green bird at the center of the blood clouds above their heads, spreading its wings. With the strongest expert of the Blood Cloud clan, Chief Lu Ming, as the leader, more than half of the higher echelon experts of the Blood Cloud clan were gathered, activating the most powerful battle formation of the Blood Cloud clan, the Green Bird Crying Heaven formation. The silhouette of the green bird let out a long, clear cry, shaking its wings, expanding to the sides, enveloping the heavens and covering the earth, as it shot towards Yan Zhaoge. At the same time, thunder roared in the distant dark clouds. Seeing Yan Zhaoge being so ferocious, the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan no longer cared about anything else as he hurriedly led the martial practitioners of his clan in attacking together. As bolts of lightning flashed, the silhouette of a giant beast that looked like a lion and breathed clouds of smoke appeared in the thunderclouds. It looked exactly like Swanee. Although the Thunder Rumbling sect's best bloodline, the Swanee bloodline, was mixed, it was still incomparably powerful, not the slightest bit inferior to the Blue Bird and the Fire Crow. The Thunder Drake roared as the grand formation expanded, violent thunderbolts surging madly towards Yan Zhaoge. The light of thunder resembled tides that surged to the heavens as they roared, wanting to drown Yan Zhaoge within. The thunder is loud, but the raindrops are small. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly, a strange silvery white light of thunder suddenly flickering on his body. Silver-white lightning flashed, and in the next moment, a black shadow flew out, enveloping the Swanee shadow that was rushing towards him. Everyone from the Thunder Rumbling clan felt their vision darken. It was pitch black. The deafening sound of thunder from before also instantly subsided and became completely silent. Immediately after, the silver-white lightning erupted once more, and then it directly blasted the Swanee silhouette into pieces. Thunder of eternal night. Trapped within the boundless, deathly stillness of eternal night, the enemy would only be able to see the light of day once more as the rumble of thunder resounded and a bolt of lightning exploded. And the day they saw the light of day once more would also be the day their enemies were destroyed. After releasing the Eternal Night Thunder Sword to block the Thunder Drake Roar Grand Formation, Yan Zhaoge laughed, his sword light circulating as it resembled the appearance of a true dragon. The dragon opened its eyes, letting out a long roar that pierced through the clouds and split rocks. The dragon's body shook, its scales pulsing as the illusory sword light of the green dragon erupted with an authentic, tough, masculine chi and blood. It was as though a true, ancient dragon had awakened from its slumber, erupting with flames of fury that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth towards those who dared offend it. The entire heavens and the earth, the sky and the earth, trembled amidst the roar of the dragon. Yan Zhaoge's true essence and the sword light of the green abyss sword merged together within this coiling dragon sleeve sword technique. Where the true dragon passed, all life forms bowed their heads, the silhouette of the blue bird directly dissipating. That vortex that resembled a hungry beast attempted to devour the true dragon. The green sword light shot into that vortex, then spun and twisted. A terrifying force erupted from the depths of the vortex, from the inside outwards. The vortex was instantly unable to withstand it, collapsing completely. The sword light that resembled a dragon seemed to want to rip apart the 9 heavens of the sky, riding the clouds as after breaking through the vortex, it did not stop as it continued chopping towards the blood cloud gourd. The blood cloud gourd emitted a mournful wail, resembling a true living being as it evaded in fear. However, it was all in vain. Paw! A crisp sound resounded as the supreme treasure of the Blood Cloud clan that had always been acclaimed alongside the bloodline of the blue bird, the Blood Cloud gourd, was directly split into 2. This was the killing technique born of the coiling dragon sleeve after Yan Zhaoge had stepped into the essence spirit martial grandmaster realm, the 9 heavens change. A dragon's roar reached the 9 heavens, and the world changed color. A rain of blood instantly descended from the sky as Lu Ming and the other Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners simultaneously spat out blood. Some of the Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases were directly ripped apart by the powerful force, perishing on the spot. As the Blood Cloud gourd shattered, the dense blood-red smoke within the sky instantly dissipated. Losing their support, the Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners plummeted downwards like rain. The chief of the Blazing Fire clan let out a long howl, controlling the Blazing Fire demons slaughtering grand formation to attack once more. The all-encompassing Blazing Fire was even more powerful than the Blue Bird Crying Heaven formation and the Thunder Swanee Roaring Grand formation. The all-encompassing fire crows soared high into the sky, shooting towards Yan Zhaoge with the momentum of obscuring the heavens and obscuring the sun. That scene resembled an all-encompassing fireball, densely filling the entire sky. Yan Zhaoge, however, did not care about this in the slightest. The green light retracted, purple light appearing. Yan Zhaoge kept the green abyss sword, another high-grade spirit artifact appearing within his hands. Heaven Shocker. Having become an essence spirit martial grandmaster, I am not quite the same as others. Yan Zhaoge plucked at the bowstring, smiling as he pulled it into a full crescent shape. Streams of true essence agglomerated, transforming into an ice arrow within the air as he knocked it on the bowstring. The next moment, the rumbling of thunder resounded as an ice-blue arrow light pierced through space. The ice-blue arrow light exploded in mid-air, transforming into an all-encompassing storm of ice and snow. Formed of innumerable sharp arrows, countless frost arrows shot down all the fire crows, not a single one spared. Not waiting for the chief of the Blazing Fire clan to lead his martial practitioners in reorganizing their formation, Yan Zhaoge waved his hand, the pillar of the divine palace flying into the air before smashing downwards. The people of the Blazing Fire clan could only feel the sky before their eyes suddenly turning dark. The bottom of that massive stone pillar resembled the cover of the heavens at this moment as it filled the entire sky, pressuring downwards with an unstoppable momentum. It was as though the sky was collapsing. The people of the Blazing Fire clan wanted to flee in all directions, but Yan Zhaoge smiled, "You can't leave." The space between the heavens and the earth seemed to have been restricted. No matter how they fled, the chief of the Blazing Fire clan included, they were unable to escape the suppressive range of the pillar of the divine palace. A single stone pillar resembled a divine mountain descending from the heavens, suppressing the entire Blazing Fire demon slaughtering grand formation beneath it. Over at my hometown, one of my wishes was to be unparalleled one day, sweeping through the world, Yan Zhaoge said leisurely. Never would I have thought that having come here, I would instead first have a taste of it. Even the chief of Green Dragon Mountain, Luo Jinghao, could no longer remain calm as he muttered unceasingly to himself, "True dragon bloodline, true dragon bloodline." When they saw the blazing fire demon slaughtering formation of the blazing fire sect being activated, Luo Jinghao and the others, who had been shaken by the true dragon bloodline, quickly regained their senses. Everyone's expressions were solemn. The blazing fire demon slaughtering grand formation is currently the strongest battle formation of the floating life world, surpassing our clan's rampaging dragon grand formation, the thunder rumbling clan's thunder swanee roaring grand formation and the blood cloud clan's blue bird crying heaven formation. If we want to fight against it, we must borrow the power of the dragon bone chain. Just as Luo Jinghao and the others were thinking at this point, they saw Yan Zhaoge's green abyss sword leave its sheath, green light flashing as it forced the flock of fire crows to hurriedly retreat, fluttering and scurrying. Seeing this, those of Green Dragon Mountain could not help but be rendered speechless. At this moment, the allied forces of the three clans had already realized Yan Zhaoge's strength. They immediately and decisively gave up on the idea of fighting him alone, beginning to join forces to surround and attack him. The expressions of Luo Jinghao and the others turned serious. The situation before them was exactly what they were worried about. The combined might of the three sects was akin to a calamity, able to destroy any single individual in the floating life world without the slightest doubt. While Yan Zhaoge had displayed shocking power just now, wanting to face the combined might of the three clans, it was probably still, halfway through their thoughts, they saw the strange silvery light of thunder flickering on Yan Zhaoge's body. Next, a dark shadow flew out, instantly devouring the silhouette of the Swanee formed of the Thunder Rumbling Clan's Thunder Swanee Roaring Grand Formation. Meanwhile, facing the Blood Cloud Clan's Blue Bird Crying Heaven Formation, Yan Zhaoge's sword light resembled a soaring dragon, directly ripping that mixed blood Blue Phoenix apart. After ripping apart the Blue Phoenix, the dragon-shaped sword light seemed unsatisfied as it chopped down on the vortex spurted out of the Blood Cloud Clan's supreme treasure, the Blood Cloud Gourd. The vortex exploded, but the sword light actually did not cease as it continued forward, completely cleaving the Blood Cloud Gourd into two. Luo Jinghao and the others nearly bit their own tongues. The Blood Cloud Gourd was the supreme treasure of the Blood Cloud clan. Its importance to the Blood Cloud clan was like that of the Dragon Bone Chain to Green Dragon Mountain. Of the current 5 great first-grade bloodlines of the floating life world, other than the green scaly dragon which Green Dragon Mountain possessed after its death, the source of the other 4 great bloodlines, the 4 powerful demonic beasts, the golden ape, the blue bird, the mixed blood swanee and the fire crow, still existed in this world. These 4 great demonic beasts could basically be considered the current 4 hegemons of the floating life world. Amongst them, the mixed blood swanee and the fire crow were like fire and water with the thunder rumbling clan and blazing fire clan who respectively possessed their bloodlines. It was only the blue bird who instead had a rather harmonious relationship with the blood cloud clan who possessed its bloodline. The blue bird had also received the support of the blood cloud clan, residing permanently at their headquarters. While it would not do anything for the blood cloud clan of its own accord, it was still a great deterrent. Whoever wanted to attack the headquarters of the Blood Cloud clan, that blue bird who stood at the peak of the floating life world's demonic beasts was an unavoidable problem. Other than the blue bird's relatively mild temperament, another very important reason was that the Blood Cloud clan nourished and worshipped it with the Blood Cloud Gourd. The Blood Cloud clan was not like Green Dragon Mountain, the Blazing Fire clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan, whose name was usually related to the first-grade bloodline they possessed. Other than respecting and currying favor with the blue bird, the fact that it was named after the Blood Cloud Gourd was sufficient to prove the significance of this treasure to the Blood Cloud clan. The Blood Cloud Gourd can forcibly steal the essence blood of other people or demonic beasts, sometimes even being able to refine their bloodlines. Such a powerful treasure, actually. Elder Qi stared blankly at the 2 halves of the Blood Cloud Gourd. As a longtime elder of Green Dragon Mountain, Elder Qi had prayed for the destruction of the Blood Cloud Gourd countless times. Destroying the Blood Cloud Gourd was equivalent to breaking off more than half of the Blood Cloud clan's wings. While the Blood Cloud clan was currently joining hands with the Thunder Rumbling clan and the Blazing Fire clan on a westward expedition, their cooperation incomparably close. Even the Blazing Fire clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan similarly secretly wished for the Blood Cloud gourd to be destroyed or obtained. Now, the scene that countless people yearned for in their dreams was happening right before their eyes. Yet, they all felt disbelief. One of the three great treasures of the floating life world, the Blood Cloud gourd that countless people hated to the bone yet desired to possess, was gone just like that? Elder Chi felt like he was collapsing. Luo Jinghao felt like he was collapsing. Those of Green Dragon Mountain felt like they were collapsing. When they had seen Yan Zhaoge break through the fire crow with a single arrow and the pillar of the divine palace suppressing the blazing fire demon slaughtering grand formation, Luo Jinghao and the others had virtually collapsed to the point of numbness. As bystanders were like this, it was even more so for the allied forces of the three clans facing Yan Zhaoge. An extremely conflicted expression appeared on the face of the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan. After hesitating many times, he finally could no longer hold back as he threw out a stone tablet. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of his essence blood, landing on the stone tablet. The stone tablet instantly shook intensely. Amidst the shaking, the stone tablet mightily split apart from the center. After splitting apart, incomparably violent thunderbolts surged from within, causing a chain of explosions to erupt amidst space. Amidst the light of thunder, a purple orb the size of a chicken egg appeared, shaking the surrounding area. "You forced me to do this." The chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan roared, spitting out another mouthful of essence blood which landed on that purple orb. The infinite pure chi of thunderbolts contained within the purple orb instantly grew even more violent, about to explode. The chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan immediately retreated. Because of this treasure, he was also unable to control its power. Therefore, he had never been willing to use it. Now, however, he was being forced by Yan Zhaoge to the point of going all out. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge instead laughed loudly. An unexpected surprise, an unexpected surprise. I thank you. Amidst his laughter, the purple light of thunder similarly flickered within Yan Zhaoge's right eye, an even larger purple orb appearing within. Next, under the virtually dazed gazes of the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan and everyone else, the purple orb that shot out from the stone tablet shot towards Yan Zhaoge's eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment like a child returning to the embrace of its parents. The two purple orbs, one large, one small, merged together, transforming into an even larger orb before it was retracted into Yan Zhaoge's right eye. The body of the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan swayed in mid-air, nearly plummeting straight towards the ground. Chapter 444. The chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan really had the urge to dive downwards now, taking the initiative to smash his head into the ground and die. Seeing the treasure that had originally belonged to him actually being so easily taken away by Yan Zhaoge, the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan very nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. That stone steel was known as the Thunder-containing tablet, the Thunder Rumbling clan's guardian treasure. This thunder-containing tablet had always been one of the three great treasures of the floating life world alongside the Dragon Bone Chain and the Blood Cloud Gourd. Not long ago, the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan had suddenly discovered that an even more powerful force was actually concealed within the thunder-containing tablet that had been passed down for generations. With too little time, the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan had still yet to completely analyze the treasure concealed within the thunder-containing tablet. Now that he had been forced into a dead end by Yan Zhaoge, he had resolved to make a risky move. However, never would he have thought that his clan's treasure would actually take the initiative to defect to the enemy in the blink of an eye. A treasure that had been refined carefully and slowly by him, lest it go out of control and go berserk with just the slightest carelessness. Now, however, it had been instantly taken away by Yan Zhaoge as easily as if he were eating or drinking. How would this not cause the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan to feel depressed to the point of wanting to vomit blood? In comparison, Yan Zhaoge's mood was very good. I only vaguely felt it before. If not for the stone steel being broken, I still wouldn't have dared to be completely sure. Who would have thought that there would actually be an Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment here, even sending it over on its own accord? This really is an unexpectedly huge gain. Ah! The light of thunder flickered unceasingly within Yan Zhaoge's right eye. Having just obtained an Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, combining it with the fragment that he had previously grasped, he would have to refine it once more. However, with the previous fragment as a foundation, as well as Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base, it was already a very easy thing, not requiring much effort. Yan Zhaoge was currently truly feeling overjoyed. With this thing, coming to the floating life world this time can already be considered not returning empty-handed. Those of the Blood Cloud clan, the Thunder Rumbling clan and the Blazing Fire clan currently felt infinite fear. If one were to say that they had still had other emotions before, such as fury, unwillingness, greed, resentment, unwillingness. Now, Lu Ming and the others only had one emotion within their hearts. Fear. Fear that almost paralyzed their bodies and minds. Seeing the final trump card of the Thunder Rumbling clan being easily broken by Yan Zhaoge, the chief of the Blood Cloud clan, Lu Ming, and the others, as long as they still had the strength to move, immediately turned and fled. Even those who were heavily injured and unable to move were now struggling to escape with their lives. Just like how the other three clans feared the Blood Cloud Gourd of the Blood Cloud clan, the martial practitioners of the floating life world mostly knew of the might of the thunder-containing tablet. If there was a chance to seize or destroy the thunder-containing steel, whether it was the Blood Cloud clan or Green Dragon Mountain, they would not hesitate in the slightest. After the leader of the Thunder Rumbling clan shattered the hidden thunder tablet, the purple orb's power was completely activated. Everyone present could feel the terrifying aura from it, which was even stronger than the hidden thunder tablet. However, this treasure had been easily taken away by Yan Zhaoge amidst his laughter, looking even more relaxed than when he had suppressed the blazing fire demon slaughtering Grand Formation and broken the Blood Cloud Gourd with his sword. How could this not cause Lu Ming and the others to be terrified to the point of numbness? Because they had never been more aware of one thing than they were now. Previously, in the Furan Kingdom, they had not seen through the strength of Yan Zhaoge's group, mistaking a true dragon for a grass snake. And now, they still seemed unable to see through Yan Zhaoge's true strength. This youth who had only appeared in the floating life world not long ago had single-handedly swept through the Blood Cloud clan, the Thunder Rumbling clan and the Blazing Fire clan, beating them into a sorry state. Yet, it still seemed like he had not gone all out. The difference in strength between the two sides was just too great. A deep sense of despair and helplessness even caused the martial practitioners of the Thunder Rumbling clan and the Blazing Fire clan to be unable to feel any hatred towards Yan Zhaoge. They needed to vent their rage and hatred on someone. The martial practitioners of the Thunder Rumbling clan and the Blazing Fire clan could only feel that they had never hated the Blood Cloud clan as much as they did now. If not for the Blood Cloud clan having wrongly estimated the strength of Yan Zhaoge's group, how could they have possibly crashed headfirst into an impenetrable wall, seemingly about to directly smash themselves to death here? For just that one moment, the martial practitioners of the Thunder Rumbling clan and the Blazing Fire clan simply wanted to contact Green Dragon Mountain, everyone joining together in a southern expedition to beat up the Blood Cloud clan. Now, however, the most important thing for them was to first escape the calamity that was about to befall them. As Lu Ming led the Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners in fleeing, the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan also did not dare to continue feeling frustrated and despondent over having lost his treasure as he hurriedly led the martial practitioners of his clan in fleeing into the distance. The people of the Blazing Fire clan were in a tragic state as they were firmly suppressed beneath the pillar of the Divine Palace, unable to escape even if they wanted to. Behind Lu Ming and the others, it was as though a dragon had soared 1,000 li as a terrifying sword light assaulted over once more, sweeping through the surrounding area as rivers of blood flowed from them. Seeing Lu Ming and the others flee, Yan Zhaoge was not in a hurry as he gazed beneath the pillar of the Divine Palace. There, the chief of the Blazing Fire clan let out a series of strange howls, a fiery red light flickering unceasingly within his eyes as the patterns of light on his body grew more and more dazzling. The blazing fire demon's slaughtering grand formation had already been suppressed, but above his head, the silhouette of a massive fire crow was currently gradually appearing. Looking rather interestedly at this scene, Yan Zhaoge commented, "Right, much stronger than that Ling Gang who cultivates in the six-legged flying lightning leopard. Still, it's useless." Saying thus, the sword light of the green abyss sword in Yan Zhaoge's hands flickered as the chief of the blazing fire clan who was suppressed by the pillar of the divine palace was instantly beheaded. The blazing fire clan martial practitioners all watched dazedly as their chief was beheaded by Yan Zhaoge with a single sword, unable to react for a time. Seeing this scene, the bodies of the Green Dragon Mountain martial practitioners in the distance, with their chief Luo Jinghao at their head, involuntarily trembled, a chill shooting up from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads. Yan Zhaoge's expression was rather nonchalant as after having slain the chief of the Blazing Fire clan, he turned to look at the people of Green Dragon Mountain, saying casually, "It should be fine for you to handle the remaining Blazing Fire clan martial practitioners, right?" Luo Jinghao and the others unconsciously straightened their backs as they answered sternly, "No problem." Yan Zhaoge nodded nonchalantly before directly keeping the pillar of the divine palace, his figure flashing as he vanished from the spot, chasing after the fleeing martial practitioners of the Blood Cloud clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan at lightning speed. That speed left the people of Green Dragon Mountain without the slightest doubt that they would definitely be able to catch up to the fleeing Lu Ming and the others. With Yan Zhaoge already gone, the tense hearts of the people of Green Dragon Mountain gradually relaxed. They all exchanged looks, feeling as though they were in a dream. Thinking of how they had previously been pondering on how to extract the essence blood of the Pixiu from Yan Zhaoge's body, thinking of how they had thought that Yan Zhaoge had wanted to borrow the power of Green Dragon Mountain to intimidate the Blood Cloud clan, preventing them from pursuing them, Luo Jinghao and the others all broke out in cold sweat, wishing that they could dig a hole and bury themselves in it. At this moment, they all rejoiced from the bottom of their hearts that they had not expressed such thoughts to Yan Zhaoge face to face. Everything still had a chance to be salvaged. Thinking of this, they all turned, looking at Su Yun who had arrived neither hurriedly nor slowly. The chief of the Snow Crane sect seemed completely unworried about whether her young master would be able to deal with the situation just now. Looking at Su Yun now, Luo Jinghao and the others could only feel their faces burning with pain. However, at this moment, they still had to thicken their faces and face Su Yun awkwardly, redeeming the mistake they had made back at Green Dragon Mountain. However, awkwardness aside, all of them of Green Dragon Mountain rejoiced at this moment as they had never felt before that their chief had arranged this marriage for his son that year. Those who had once been opposed to this marriage now only wanted to raise their heads towards the heavens and cry aloud, "Chief is brilliant." Facing the people of Green Dragon Mountain who had switched from arrogance to deference, Su Yun's expression was calm as she said mildly, "This is my young master's way of resting. My young master says that as compared to the matters before us, traveling and socializing are more tiring." Chapter 445. Being able to take care of the Blazing Fire clan martial practitioners who had come knocking on their doors while also having to awkwardly smile at Su Yun, Green Dragon Mountain felt both pain and happiness. They could not be blamed for not having the strength of character. It was really that Yan Zhaoge's earlier momentum of sweeping through the three clans alone had caused Green Dragon Mountain to deeply realize that the two sides were very possibly not on the same level at all. Admitting defeat in this situation had nothing to do with one's strength of character. At least, this was how the people of Green Dragon Mountain comforted themselves. They did not know if others believed it or not, but they believed it without a doubt. As for the Blood Cloud clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan, they could only feel pain right now. While they wished that they could give those of the Blood Cloud clan a good beating, now that they were fellow sufferers, grasshoppers tied to the same rope, those of the Thunder Rumbling clan could only suppress their fury. The Thunder Rumbling clan thought that if Yan Zhaoge wanted to pursue, it would most likely be those of the Blood Cloud clan. After all, Yan Zhaoge already had old enmity with the Blood Cloud clan. The Western expedition this time had also been led and organized by the Blood Cloud clan, being the main culprit. The Blood Cloud clan had the same thoughts as well. However, it was impossible for them to flee to the territory of the Thunder Rumbling clan. Fleeing back to their clan and borrowing the power of the Blue Bird was already their final hope. Although after having seen Yan Zhaoge's strength, no one believed that the Blue Bird had the ability to block him, it was still a life-saving straw at the end of the day, causing the already despairing Lu Ming and the others to grit their teeth and advance. Otherwise, they might immediately collapse. Behind him, a sword light lit up in the western sky. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up. The majestic roar of the dragon was like the soul-chasing talisman of the Yama King at this moment, causing the martial practitioners of the Blood Cloud clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan to lose all courage. Gazing over, the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan saw Yan Zhaoge's swordlight turn, indeed chasing after the people of the Blood Cloud clan. However, before the people of the Thunder Rumbling clan could heave a sigh of relief, sword chi and saber light soared into the skies before them. Xue Fei, Hu, Feng Yunsheng, Ying Longtu, and the others stood before them. Xue Fei turned to look at Feng Yunsheng and Ying Longtu. It's mainly for the two of you to temper your martial arts. Do what you can. Feng Yunsheng and Ying Longtu both nodded, while Hu chuckled. They've all been beaten by young master to the point that the entire camp is filled with wounded soldiers. They won't be able to cause any big waves. The Thunder Rumbling clan's sect leader was so angry that his hair and beard stood on end. The group of Thunder Rumbling clan martial artists were also furious. With Yan Zhaoge having beaten them to the point of fleeing like rats, it was already tragic enough. Could it be that a few random chi cultivators would be able to do as they pleased in the floating life world? The people of the Thunder Rumbling clan rushed forward in disbelief. But soon, they realized that they had no choice but to believe it. Perhaps Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei, and the others were indeed not as powerful as Yan Zhaoge, who was covered in powerful treasures. However, after truly clashing with them, the demonic bloodline cultivators of the floating life world discovered that Xue Fei, Hu, and the others had not used their full strength back in the Furan Kingdom's Kanghe city. Therefore, those of the Thunder Rumbling clan who had met with a wall once more hated the Blood Cloud clan to the point of no return. Regarding Lu Ming and the other Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners having to face Yan Zhaoge's personal pursuit, the Thunder Rumbling clan martial practitioners could only feel delighted to the extreme, as even the current predicament before them no longer left them feeling so despondent. Meanwhile, the Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners naturally looked like they had lost their parents. Now, the clear cry of a phoenix resounded on the path ahead of the Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners. Hearing that familiar cry of a blue bird, not only did Lu Ming and the others not feel joyful, their expressions instead changed greatly. In the distance, a green silhouette rose into the air, spreading its wings as it possessed even more majestic power than when Lu Ming and the others had set up the blue bird crying heaven formation. The wings of the massive silhouette of the blue bird seemed to extend into space, the winds and clouds of the heavens and the earth stirring as they flapped their wings. Below that blue bird stood a middle-aged man in a scholar's robe, his pupils completely green as numerous patterns of light flickered on the surface of his skin with bright light. He was one of the three strongest people who stood at the peak of the floating life world, the former heaven's favored son of the Blood Cloud clan and the current phoenix demon, Xiao Fengting. Xiao Fengting looked calmly at Lu Ming, senior apprentice brother. In all my years of life, this is still the first time I have seen you in such a sorry state. Lu Ming's expression was ugly to the extreme. Currently heavily injured, how could they be a match for the phoenix demon of the three demons? Even if he too awakened his bloodline and became a semi-demonized martial practitioner, he would still not be able to stand against this Xiao Fengting. Xiao Fengting chuckled. Do you think that I would be foolish enough to attack a clan with the blue bird presiding over it? Waiting here in the west domain for you to return would be the best choice. Even if you won, you would still be complacent and let down your guard. And if you had lost, you would have ended up in your current state, having fallen right into my hands. Beneath the wings of the blue bird, numerous powerful auras surged as semi-demonized martial practitioners appeared one after another. They resembled wild beasts congregating by the side of their king, following the movements of the phoenix demon, Xiao Fengting. Looking at Lu Ming and the others who had appeared before them, a bloodthirsty, brutal aura exuded from the eyes of the group of semi-demonized martial practitioners. Looking at Lu Ming, Xiao Fengting tilted his neck slightly. Still, with your 3 clans joining hands to attack the West Domain, how could you have lost to a single Green Dragon Mountain? That's really a little too useless. While you are trash who do not dare to awaken your bloodline, the same goes for Green Dragon Mountain. Even if they all awakened their bloodline, they should still not be able to fight 1 against 3. Could it be that there is still a green scaly dragon hidden within Green Dragon Mountain? Or could it be that the strength of that Jade Crane of the Snow Crane sect far surpasses our predictions? Xiao Fengting's gaze flickered slightly. Being too far away, even with my sensory abilities, I cannot be certain. Still, I feel that there are extremely powerful energy fluctuations where you are battling. It is not the power of bloodline that we cultivate instead seeming like the attacks of chi cultivators. He smiled slightly. Whatever the case, you have still walked right into my trap at the end of the day. The silhouetted blue bird flapped its wings, a terrifying storm sweeping over towards Lu Ming and the others. Numerous streaks of green light formed a net, first enveloping Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly as he heard Xiao Fengting say, "Senior apprentice brother, leave your life behind for now. It will still be of use against the blue bird back at the clan." Now, a sword light lit up in the distance, completely ignoring Xiao Fengting and the other semi-demonized martial practitioners as it still chopped towards Lu Ming. Frowning, Xiao Fengting swept out with his palm, a wing of the blue bird rising to block the sword light. "Go back and tell Yu He that I, Xiao Fengting, will be taking the people of the Blood Cloud clan. There is no need for her to worry about me letting Lu Ming and the others off," Xiao Fengting said mildly. "I will not interfere in the matters of the Blazing Fire clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan." Before his words had landed, a massive rumbling suddenly resounded in the horizon. A massive purple orb hung high in the horizon. Infinite, endless thunderbolts mightily descended. The surrounding world was completely enveloped within a sea of thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning had already descended in just a single instant. Xiao Fengting's calm and composed expression had not even had the time to fade as it was changing into one of utter shock when he was already devoured by the thunderbolts along with the silhouetted blue bird above his head. The terrifying thunder only resounded for an instant before disappearing in the next instant. However, chaotic crackling sounds still resounded between the heavens and the earth as numerous lightning snakes shuttled about unceasingly, not dissipating for a long time. Situated within this world, Lu Ming and the others could only feel their entire bodies being electrified, numb and stiff as they found it hard to move. They were all wide-eyed and tongue-tied as they saw that the Phoenix Demon, Xiao Fengting, who had still been awe-inspiring just a moment ago, had already completely vanished without a trace, as though he had never appeared in the first place. However, that dissipating chi of blood and the deathly chi of life still indicated one thing. One of the exalted 3 demons, a peak expert of the floating life world, Xiao Fengting, had been directly hacked to death by a single bolt of thunder. Chapter 446. Lu Ming and the others had not been the direct targets of the thunderbolts, but just being struck by the remnant thunderbolts afterwards, they felt their bodies go numb. The semi-demonized martial practitioners who had followed Xiao Fengting over were similarly affected. Those who had been close to Xiao Fengting had even been blasted along with him to the point where not even their bones remained. Everyone stared dazedly at where they were, unable to recover for a long time. For just that one moment, a rather absurd thought even surfaced within their minds. Could it be that after abandoning their human identities and even devouring the flesh and blood of others, the heavens really couldn't stand it and thus directly sent down retribution to punish these semi-demonized martial practitioners? According to folklore, the heavens would descend divine punishment, directly striking the sinner to death with a bolt of lightning. That shocking thunderbolt that had descended from the heavens just now seemed like the wrath of the heavens no matter how one looked at it. While they clearly knew that this thought was a little absurd, everyone present still involuntarily shuddered. Analyzing the scene before them with normal thinking, they really couldn't quite react to it. The phoenix demon, Xiao Fengting, together with the thunder demon and the ape demon, was known as the three demons, their individual strength standing at the peak of the floating life world. The four clans were powerful, but they also had to rely on rare treasures and a large number of peak experts to form battle formations in order to be able to stand against them. Any one of the three demons were figures who had dominated the floating life world for many years, representing the highest level of individual combat power of the floating life world's martial practitioners. However, at this moment, right before their eyes, the phoenix demon, Xiao Fengting, had been struck by a bolt of lightning to the point where not even his bones remained, dying without a place to be buried. If this had been done by someone, how could Lu Ming and the others not feel stunned and shocked? Now, Yan Zhaoge leisurely strolled out from amidst the light of thunder. After having executed an instant's thunder, the power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment had been depleted, returning to its ordinary, unremarkable appearance of a gray stone orb. Yan Zhaoge kept the stone orb before lightly tapping the blade of the green abyss sword. Now, who else wants to stand in my way? The group of semi-demonized martial practitioners could only feel their bodies trembling uncontrollably as they hurriedly retreated to the sides. Lu Ming forcibly roused his spirits, saying shakily, "Thank you for saving our lives. If we had fallen into the hands of the phoenix demon, it would truly have been a fate worse than death for us." Half-demon warriors are born with the appearance of a human, but they forget their ancestors and willingly become demons. They eat human flesh and blood, and their appearance is very confusing. To us human warriors, they are even more dangerous than demonic beasts. By killing the phoenix demon, you have done the floating life world and the human race a great evil. On behalf of all those who have perished at the hands of the phoenix demon and the semi-demonized cultivators under his command, this old man offers his sincerest gratitude and respect to you. The Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners all looked rather shocked at their chief. Those with quick reflexes gradually came back to their senses and hurriedly followed suit. Having left behind a portion of their people to deal with the Blazing Fire clan martial practitioners, the other portion of Green Dragon Mountain martial practitioners who had closely followed Yan Zhaoge over also recovered from their initial shock. Luo Jinghao and the others could not help but curse Lu Ming inwardly for being shameless, actually finding such a chance to beg Yan Zhaoge for mercy despite having no face left. But even as they cursed, they had to admit that Lu Ming had grasped this opportunity extremely well. Luo Jinghao and the others felt rather uneasy as they all looked worriedly at Yan Zhaoge. The phoenix demon, Xiao Fengting, and the Blood Cloud clan were mortal enemies. Yan Zhaoge killing Xiao Fengting was indeed equivalent to saving the Blood Cloud clan. This caused the hearts of those of Green Dragon Mountain to involuntarily pound. If Yan Zhaoge had the heart to let the Blood Cloud clan off, it would not be good for them to beat them up when they were down. As their chief, Luo Jinghao thought even more. Yan Zhaoge was too powerful. Could it be that he really wanted to conquer and control the entire floating life world? Conquering through strength was easy. However, wanting to control and rule over a world as though it was an extension of one's arm, also allowing this world to operate normally in the long term as one wished, that was not something that could be conquered by just one person's strength. As Luo Jinghao saw it, could it be that Yan Zhaoge wanted to subdue the Blood Cloud clan? By extension, the Blazing Fire clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan might also be in the same situation. After beating them up today, they would be obedient in the future. Their Green Dragon Mountain would also be powerless to refuse Yan Zhaoge's orders. After beating them up today, when the Blood Cloud clan, the Blazing Fire clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan were all obedient, perhaps they would still have to suppress Green Dragon Mountain, preventing it from becoming a sole power. Thinking of this, Luo Jinghao's mood grew even gloomier. Lu Ming's thoughts were much simpler. Youngsters mostly love face, love to act as heroes, love to let their emotions get the better of them. Pointing out the dangers of semi-demonized martial practitioners, emphasizing that we are all martial practitioners of the human race, being of the same camp, this should be able to dispel his hostility and killing intent, right? Praising him to the heavens, using words to push him into a corner, as long as he follows my words and raises his status, under the circumstances where he cherishes his reputation, it shouldn't be easy for him to make a move, right? Thinking of this, Lu Ming was even more sincere as he said in an even more humble manner, the people of the floating life world have always been threatened by powerful demonic beasts and semi-demonized martial practitioners. Us martial practitioners have always wanted to exterminate demons, but have always been unable to truly do so due to their strength. Fortunately, you descended like a divinity, a true dragon descending from the heavens, slaying a semi-demonized hegemon like the phoenix demon, with a flip of your hand, ridding the floating life world of a great menace. Our insignificant blood cloud clan is willing to follow you in subduing demons and ridding the world of evil. Having eyes but not being able to recognize a true divinity earlier, we have offended you. We feel extremely regretful, and sincerely ask you to forgive us for our ignorance. Looking calmly at Lu Ming, Yan Zhaoge kept the green abyss sword in his hand. Lu Ming lowered his stance even more as he inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. A youngster is a youngster at the end of the day. I don't know how he managed to cultivate to such a shocking level of power. Still, as long as I support him a little, he will be very easy to deal with. He glanced at the chief of Green Dragon Mountain, Luo Jinghao, from the corner of his eye. This matter might still be possible. As he was thinking, the world before his eyes suddenly darkened. Lu Ming stared wide-eyed as he saw Yan Zhaoge raise a hand, slapping downwards with a palm. You, the chief of the Blood Cloud clan, was shocked beyond words. He wanted to resist, but his skull had already been smashed apart by that palm, which seemed as though the sky was collapsing. Everyone else was similarly rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Yan Zhaoge calmly retracted his palm. This time, I don't want to be some hero or savior. I want to be a great demon king. Right, and a great demon king who doesn't want to use his brain. Yan Zhaoge naturally understood what Luo Jinghao was thinking of. Still, he couldn't be bothered to use it, just wanting to be a little more simple and crude this time. Looking at the remaining Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners and semi-demonized martial practitioners, Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to ask those of Green Dragon Mountain, I'll leave it to you to handle. Any problems? Luo Jinghao and the others hurriedly answered, no. Definitely no problems. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, his hands behind his back as he leisurely left. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly halted, asking, Right, I remember that someone of your Green Dragon Mountain once invited me to be a guest at your clan? Having just heaved a sigh of relief, Luo Jinghao and the others instantly felt like crying but had no tears to shed. Chapter 447. Looking at Luo Jinghao and the others of Green Dragon Mountain, Yan Zhaoge said quietly, having continuously traveled for a few days, I was a little tired. Therefore, I did not keep the appointment. It can't be that you have specially come looking for me because of this, right? Luo Jinghao took a deep breath and said, Of course not. If you can come to Dragon Peak, our sect will naturally be honored. However, this will definitely depend on your intentions. We've come here because there are enemies invading. We were afraid that we would disturb your rest, so we specially rushed over to deal with it. We didn't expect that we would still disturb you. I, Luo Yunyang, express my deepest apologies. The other Green Dragon Mountain martial practitioners hurriedly nodded their heads as well, resembling little chicks pecking at grains. It is precisely so. Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, That's fine. With that, he left. The people of Green Dragon Mountain all let out a long breath. Luo Jinghao hurriedly led people to capture and kill the Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners and semi-demonized martial practitioners here. After dealing with the matter at hand, Luo Jinghao and the others received a report from their disciples. They hurriedly rushed in another direction. When they had arrived, they saw Yan Zhaoge standing in mid-air as though nothing had happened, Feng Yunsheng, Hu and the others by his side. Other than that, the chief of the Snow Crane sect, Jade Crane Su Yun, was also there. Meanwhile, the martial practitioners of the Thunder Rumbling clan were also littered with dead and injured. Only the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan did not follow in the footsteps of Luming, the chief of the Blazing Fire clan, and Xiao Fengting, only being captured alive. As Luo Jinghao neared, he heard Yan Zhaoge laugh. While it was an accident, you gave me a huge gift, making my mood quite good. I'll spare your life. The head of the Thunder Rumbling clan squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, as long as you like it. Seeing this, the people of Green Dragon Mountain instead grew increasingly nervous. It was not because the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan had been spared by Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's powerful strength as well as his earlier performance had already sufficiently shown that he had no interest in, nor did he need, to play the game of balance between the major powers. What the people of Green Dragon Mountain were worried about was that someone who did things based on his mood would definitely be far harder to serve than someone who did things based on his own gains and losses. This caused them to feel even more uneasy, not knowing when they might anger Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge looked at Feng Yunsheng and Ing Longtu, smiling. How do you feel? Ing Longtu seemed to still be reminiscing about the earlier battle, only regaining his wits upon hearing Yan Zhaoge's question. Those demonic bloodline cultivators, their fighting techniques are very immature. Although he was still rather muddle-headed in his daily life, Ing Longtu's mind was gradually opening up. He was already beginning to display his own quickness in martial cultivation. Now, even Su Yun, who was not familiar with him, could tell that he was extraordinary after listening to him talk about martial arts. She would not mistake him for a silly boy. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. That's right. While the general framework for the cultivation technique has already been established, I am still in the process of grasping it, much less the fighting style. Although, due to the external environment and cultivation methods, demonic bloodline martial artists are actually very focused on actual combat, they still have a very long way to go. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge turned to look at Feng Yunsheng. However, he saw that Feng Yunsheng seemed to be in a daze at this moment, quietly standing where she was, not reacting even when she heard the question. She seemed even more stunned than Ing Longtu. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge was not anxious as a look of joy instead appeared on his face. Seeing this, Hu, Su Fei and Su Yun all smiled as well. While Luo Jinghao and the others of Green Dragon Mountain as well as those of the Thunder Rumbling clan felt curious, they did not dare to interrupt at this moment as they could only accompany her and wait quietly by the side. After a long time, Feng Yunsheng suddenly let out a clear roar, the acupoints of her entire body shuddering together as her aura qi surged outwards. Numerous streams of qi were agile and lively, resembling rocks that had been infused with life as they were filled with spirituality. Above her head, a spiritual light suddenly appeared indistinctly, piercing straight into the horizon. Yet, at this moment, she had successfully stepped into the Xiantian martial scholar realm. Feng Yunsheng's eyes that had previously resembled wooden statues, not moving in the slightest, now swiveled about, showing intelligence as they had never shown before. As she opened and closed her eyes, a bright light shot out in all directions as her spirit, qi, and spirit were abundant. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Junior apprentice Sister Feng, congratulations on successfully stepping into the Xiantian stage. Hu and the others congratulated Feng Yunsheng as well. Even Han Long, could tell the changes in Feng Yunsheng as he repeatedly congratulated her, smiling foolishly. Looking at Feng Yunsheng, Su Yun clicked her tongue in admiration. Birds of a feather flock together. These fellow disciples of young master are all outstanding monstrous geniuses. Full of energy and vigor, Feng Yunsheng looked at Yan Zhaoge, smiling. While it was not a life and death battle that squeezed out one's potential like I had expected, clashing with these martial practitioners whom I had never come into contact with before, it was still quite beneficial. Like demonic beasts yet not demonic beasts, but a completely different path of martial cultivation from us. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. Feng Yunsheng's shocking talent in the martial Dao was often not directly reflected in her usual cultivation. Instead, she was able to grasp things that most people were unable to detect when clashing with others in actual combat. And the enlightenment gained from these actual battles could sometimes be fed back into Feng Yunxing's daily cultivation, helping her to ascend to a higher cultivation realm. While they could not understand the contents of the conversation between Yan Zhaoge and the others in the language of the Eight Extremities world, they could still tell that Feng Yunxing seemed to have broken through in her cultivation. They hurriedly went forward to congratulate her carefully. Looking at Luo Jinghao and then at the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly before turning and returning to the Jade Ridge snowy mountains along with Su Yun and the others. The people of Green Dragon Mountain hurriedly followed. Looking in the direction of the West Domain, the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan hesitated slightly. Still, he grit his teeth and still led his people in following. Seeing this, Luo Jinghao and the others all shot unfriendly gazes over. Having already made their decision, the people of the Thunder Rumbling clan no longer hesitated as they paid no heed to the covetous gazes of Green Dragon Mountain. Seeing this, Luo Jinghao and the others secretly ground their teeth. However, unable to understand Yan Zhaoge's thoughts, they also dared not act rashly. They also dared not invite Yan Zhaoge to Dragon Peak now. They could only follow wherever Yan Zhaoge wanted to go. Arriving at the headquarters of the Snow Crane sect, Yan Zhaoge and Su Yun sat on the main seats. Looking at Luo Jinghao, the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan and the others on the guest seats, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "There is something. Can you all help me prepare it?" Luo Jinghao and the others perked up their spirits, answering in unison, "Please speak." Yan Zhaoge said, "Grand Spirit Stone Essence." Luo Jinghao probed, "How much do you need?" Yan Zhaoge laughed, 1,000 caddies as a base, the more the better. Luo Jinghao and the Thunder Rumbling clan sect master both sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. "With just the two of us, I'm afraid that we won't be able to gather enough resources in a short period of time." "Just spread the news," Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "tell the world that I want it." "Aunt Yun, please ask your disciples to help me collect the Great Spirit Stone Essence from all over the place." Su Yun smiled. "Yes, young master." Luo Jinghao said in a low voice, "Currently, there are still the Ape Demon and the Thunder Demon active in the floating life world. There are also some extremely powerful demonic beasts who each occupy a few regions. Especially over at the Blood Cloud clan, there is a blue bird." "Oh, speaking of the Blood Cloud clan, I suddenly remembered," Yan Zhaoge interrupted him, "tell the Blood Cloud clan to bring this person over to see me." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge wrote in mid-air, light leaving behind traces as the figure of a girl appeared in mid-air, dressed in the attire of a Blood Cloud clan disciple, her features elegant and beautiful. Luo Jinghao and the others almost choked on their saliva. Suppressing the world beneath the heavens, taking as he pleased. The powerful demonic beast, the blue bird, was not in his eyes at all, instead thinking of snatching beauties. This devil's way of doing things. Chapter 448. Luo Jinghao and the others unconsciously looked at Su Yun beside Yan Zhaoge. Her appearance is rather proper. Looking at the silhouetted woman in mid-air, Su Yun clicked her tongue, "It's just that I wonder how her talent, cultivation base, and character are like." Luo Jinghao and the others instantly held their foreheads. This feeling of an old granny of the palace choosing a daughter for the emperor left them all speechless. Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei, and Ning Longtu exchanged looks, shock appearing on their faces. They were all extremely familiar with the woman that Yan Zhaoge had described. While she was dressed in the attire of the Blood Cloud clan of the floating life world, that appearance was clearly no different from their fellow disciple, Sikong Qing. Su Fei and Ning Longtu aside, Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing had been apprenticed to the same master, having spent a considerable amount of time together, learning martial arts together and sparring innumerable times. Feng Yunsheng believed that however blind she was, it was impossible for her to mistake Sikong Qing's appearance. Seemingly feeling the astonishment of Feng Yunsheng and the others, Yan Zhaoge smiled, saying without batting an eyelid, "This is not junior apprentice sister Sikong." Su Fei knit his brows, "Twins?" But not to the extent of being separated in two different worlds, right? Yan Zhaoge said, to be honest, she and junior apprentice sister Sikong are not blood relatives. How can you be sure? Su Fei asked, if they are not blood relatives, it would really be hard to imagine that they would be similar to this extent. While I have also heard of people who are completely unrelated yet have similar appearances, this is really too similar. It is practically like junior apprentice sister Sikong has simply changed her clothes. Yan Zhaoge said, this involves a rather major secret, but as for what exactly it is still hard to say. This matter is only known by an extremely small number of people in the clan now. Logically speaking, of the three of you, only senior apprentice brother Su has the authority to know about it. Still, as we are currently in the floating life world and time is pressing, the situation also being unique, I can only handle it as a special case. Ying Longtu just looked curiously at the woman in the silhouette as Feng Yunxing said, the clan has its own rules. We cannot make things difficult for you, senior apprentice brother Yan. Han Long, and I will leave for a while. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands, while I cannot tell you more, there is no need to specially leave now. Instead, the two of you, in the future, if you encounter a similar situation when traveling outside. Yan Zhaoge looked at the floating image of flowing light, if you encounter someone similar to junior apprentice sister Sikong, or someone who is completely identical to junior apprentice sister Sikong, you must find a way to bring them back to the clan. Pausing for a moment, Yan Zhaoge said, if you meet someone similar to junior apprentice sister Sikong, or someone who is completely the same as her, you must definitely bring them back to the clan. Yunxing nodded, and Ying Longtu nodded. Yan Zhaoge said, even if the situation at the time did not allow you to bring anyone back, you still had to report back to the clan as soon as possible. Zhaoge, Yan Yun said, Zheng Yi, you said, Yan Yun said, Zhaoge saying, Yun, I said. Yun said, Tian Yun, Yun said. Yan, Su Yan said, Yun said, Yan. Yun said, Shao Yun, Yun Fei Yan Zheng, Long, Yun Su, Yun, he and Fei, he, Su Fei, Yun said, Yun, he, Yun, Luo Jinghao and the others regained their wits. After pondering for a moment, Luo Jinghao slowly opened his mouth, this matter will probably touch the bottom line of the Blood Cloud clan. While he had slain Lu Ming and a large number of Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners, the enmity between the two could be said to be as deep as the sea. However, Yan Zhaoge's performance in this battle had really been too dazzling. He alone had swept through the Blood Cloud, Thunder Rumbling and Blazing Fire clans, slaying their chiefs and instantly slaying the Phoenix demon Shao Fengting, truly shocking the entire floating life world. Under such circumstances, no matter how much hatred the Blood Cloud clan had, they could only choose to temporarily forget about it, lying dormant. Yan Zhaoge asking for Grand Spirit Stone Essence was nothing much. It was not just Green Dragon Mountain and the Thunder Rumbling clan. Even the Blood Cloud clan and the Blazing Fire clan could only pinch their noses and accept it. Not only the four sects, even the Thunder Demon and the Ape Demon wouldn't dare to provoke Yan Zhaoge. But asking for a beautiful female disciple, that was a little hard for the Blood Cloud clan to accept. If the Blood Cloud clan obediently did as they were told, their entire clan's prestige would instantly hit rock bottom, with the clan's cohesiveness having the possibility of collapsing. The other side might very well be driven to desperate action. After all, the Blood Cloud clan still had the blue bird sitting over them, even though they themselves didn't believe that the blue bird alone would be able to stop Yan Zhaoge's Futs. Luo Jinghao naturally wouldn't consider things for the Blood Cloud clan. In truth, he couldn't wait for the Blood Cloud clan to refuse, with Yan Zhaoge then completely exterminating them. However, looking calmly at him, Yan Zhaoge suddenly smiled brightly, right, remember that Chief Luo's son married my sister Rong, her? Luo Jinghao smiled, answering, Rong, is a favored daughter of heaven. That silly kid of mine is blessed. Saying this, those of Green Dragon Mountain behind Luo Jinghao all had smiles on their faces. Meanwhile, the faces of the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan and those of his lineage were all bitter. While they had all heard that the jade crane Su Yun had an expert master, after all, not having caused much of a disturbance that year, also not having been seen for so many years, no one had really thought much of it. Never would they have thought that it would actually be such a thick thigh. Green Dragon Mountain had really hit the jackpot this time, a meat pie falling from the heavens. Looking at Luo Jinghao, Yan Zhaoge's smile did not diminish. Since Chief Luo also holds Rong in such high esteem, shouldn't you have something to say? Luo Jinghao's heart leapt as he heard Yan Zhaoge say mildly, I heard that your clan has a treasure that is not bad, known as the Dragon Bone Chain. Hand it over to Rong for safekeeping, and you can pass it down to your child in the future. Those of Green Dragon Mountain virtually wanted to cry out in shock. Just as someone who couldn't hold it in was about to speak, he was elbowed in the chest by the person in front of him, who turned and shot him an extremely stern gaze, indicating for him to shut up. Yan Zhaoge saw all of this, but didn't care about it as he lightly tapped the table with his fingers, raising his head to look at the ceiling. I heard that this floating life world has 3 treasures, the Dragon Bone Chain being one of them. I wonder where the other 2 are now. The faces of Elder Qi, Elder Tong, and the others instantly turned pale. The other 2, the Blood Cloud Gourd and the Thunder-containing tablet, had already been destroyed by Yan Zhaoge. Luo Jinghao could only feel his temples throbbing madly. At this moment, he truly felt that Yan Zhaoge's figure resembled boundless darkness as it enveloped the sky of the floating life world. While Yan Zhaoge had a relaxed smile on his face, his gaze was clear as water, not carrying any hint of a smile at all as he just looked silently at the people of Green Dragon Mountain. Su Yun was naturally of one mind with her young master. Yan Zhaoge was very clear on what Green Dragon Mountain had been planning. It could not be denied that whether they were short-sighted or had made a wrong judgment, Luo Jinghao and the others had acted from the perspective of Green Dragon Mountain in seeking benefits for the clan. However, what did that have to do with Yan Zhaoge? Having dared to scheme against him, they would have to be prepared to bear the consequences. Afterwards, seeing that the winds weren't right and wanting to hug his thigh, how could there be such a relaxed and happy thing? If not for the fact that the Snow Crane sect had formed a marriage alliance with Green Dragon Mountain, Yan Zhaoge would have swept through Green Dragon Mountain the same way he had swept through the other 3 clans. Yan Zhaoge didn't say anything as he just looked silently at Luo Jinghao and the others just like that. The backs of the Green Dragon Mountain martial practitioners were instantly drenched in sweat. They had just been gloating over the predicament that the Blood Cloud clan was about to face. In the blink of an eye, it was now their turn. Chapter 449. The Dragon Bone Chain was a supreme treasure of Green Dragon Mountain, being the lifeblood of Green Dragon Mountain alongside the Green Scaly Dragon bloodline. And now, Yan Zhaoge wanted to touch the lifeblood of Green Dragon Mountain. If he didn't move here, the other party wouldn't know what pain was. If it was said that Green Dragon Mountain had refused, Yan Zhaoge would instead have to think highly of them. Of course, this wouldn't change the result. Yan Zhaoge could directly flatten Green Dragon Mountain right now, leaving behind only Shenrong's husband's family at most. Yes, in Yan Zhaoge's eyes, Luo Jinghao only had a single identity, and that was Shenrong's father-in-law. As for the position of chief of Green Dragon Mountain, it wasn't even worth mentioning at all. Meeting Yan Zhaoge's gaze, Luo Jinghao felt as though a great mountain was pressing down on him, completely unable to breathe. He laughed bitterly in his heart. For the sake of Su Yun and her daughter, I still left them some face. Having given the Dragon Bone Chain to Shenrong, it would still remain in Green Dragon Mountain at least in name. While she had not married and followed her husband, Shenrong was even more respectful towards her mother Su Yun. Still, her relationship with her husband was extremely good. As long as there were no conflicts between Green Dragon Mountain and the Snow Crane sect, she would treat herself as a member of Green Dragon Mountain. Especially when Yan Zhaoge had also just said that Shenrong could pass down the Dragon Bone Chain to her children in the future. Her children would be Luo Jinghao's grandchildren. Luo Jinghao would be happy to see them inherit the Dragon Bone Chain. This was actually a good thing for Luo Jinghao and the Luo family. As long as Shenrong's child was not too useless, then the Luo family would almost be guaranteed the position of the sect master. Even in Shenrong's hands, if Green Dragon Mountain came into conflict with powers other than Yan Zhaoge and the Snow Crane sect, Shenrong would most likely wield the Dragon Bone Chain to participate in the battle. Luo Jinghao glanced at the sect master of the Thunder Rumbling clan from the corner of his eyes. The other 3 clans had all suffered grievous losses, their vitality greatly damaged. From now on, it was likely that the 3 clans would have to join forces in order to stand against Green Dragon Mountain. If Green Dragon Mountain could make use of this chance to raise their strength, it would not be impossible for them to reign supreme over the floating life world. Thinking about this, Luo Jinghao's heart suddenly jolted as he involuntarily looked towards Yan Zhaoge, then at Su Yun. If it was said that Green Dragon Mountain was unable to dominate the floating life world, then the only problem would be the Snow Crane sect. Having lost the Dragon Bone Chain, Green Dragon Mountain was powerless to suppress the Snow Crane sect who had obtained the Dragon Bone Chain. While the overall strength of the Snow Crane sect, especially the strength of the younger generation disciples, still needed to be improved, the sect master Su Yun had made a name for herself within the short span of a dozen or so years, rising rapidly. Luo Jinghao usually did not say anything, but he could feel Su Yun's rapid progress. With the other 3 clans having been crippled and Green Dragon Mountain's Dragon Bone Chain having fallen into the hands of the Snow Crane sect, Luo Jinghao believed that Yan Zhaoge would most likely deal with the Thunder Demon, the Ape Demon and the other powerful demonic beasts. This way, even if Yan Zhaoge did not make a move, no one would be able to do anything to the Snow Crane sect. Even if Shenrong passed the Dragon Bone Chain down to her child in the future, the child would still follow his father and grandfather, his heart leaning towards Green Dragon Mountain, allowing the Dragon Bone Chain to truly return to Green Dragon Mountain. However, Su Yun herself and the Snow Crane sect would have already obtained the most precious time to develop themselves, improving themselves and breaking through bottlenecks, all the way to the point where there was no one who could restrict them with their own strength. Even if Su Yun and the Snow Crane sect did not have the heart to conquer and rule over the floating life world, the other powers would not be able to shake them. Whether she wanted to reign supreme over the floating life world or transcend beyond this world, becoming a legendary existence, it would all be up to Su Yun's own will. As these thoughts flashed through Luo Jinghao's mind, he could only feel a slight chill run down his back as the gaze with which he looked at Yan Zhaoge changed once more. Yan Zhaoge had no interest in playing some balancing game, just forcibly crushing them with his own strength this time. However, since he had left Green Dragon Mountain behind on Shenrong's account, Yan Zhaoge had also casually paved the way for the Snow Crane sect to rise to prominence in the future. Even if he left, not leaving behind any treasures for Su Yun, just the resources of the floating life world itself would be sufficient for Su Yun and the Snow Crane sect to rest in peace. Yan Zhaoge himself had no interest in this Dragon Bone Chain. However, it was just right for Su Yun and Shenrong's family. At the same time, it would also serve as a warning to Green Dragon Mountain. Seeing that Luo Jinghao seemed to have comprehended something within his gaze, Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile mildly. Really, he is not an ordinary youth, not just possessing tyrannical strength. Luo Jinghao sighed inwardly, overturning the rain and overturning the clouds with just a raise of his hand. It just depends on whether he wants it or not. Thinking of how the Blood Cloud, Thunder Rumbling and Blazing Fire clans had called this a tribulation of the floating life world, while he knew that it was merely an excuse for the 3 clans to join forces on a western expedition, Luo Jinghao now felt that Lu Ming and the others were really right about it. Ceasing his thoughts, a warm smile reappeared on Luo Jinghao's face. That year, I always felt that the betrothal gift I gave was too light, unable to express my sincerity. Every time I think of this, I feel regretful. Now is the time to make up for it. Saying thus, he straightforwardly handed the Dragon Bone Chain over to Shenrong, also imparting the method to refine it to her. The expressions of those of Green Dragon Mountain were complex, fluctuating indeterminately. Still, they all sighed in the end. Looking at Luo Jinghao, many thoughts also arose within the minds of some of them. Your Luo family now has the possibility of inheriting the position of chief. No wonder you agreed so readily. While they knew that this might be precisely what Yan Zhaoge wanted to see, such thoughts still involuntarily arose within the minds of many. While Luo Jinghao was well aware of this, he could only accept it as he could not help but sigh even more within his heart. Yan Zhaoge smiled, tapping lightly on the silhouetted figure of the woman that still remained in mid-air. Right, I will leave this matter to Chief Luo. I believe that Chief Luo will not disappoint me. From Luo Jinghao onwards, the people of Green Dragon Mountain instantly nearly vomited blood. Having just taken away their dragon bone chain, they were now being asked to go fight to the death with the Blood Cloud clan, which still had the blue bird presiding over it. Was this not wanting them to make a move themselves, but rather kill Green Dragon Mountain? Luo Jinghao's lips moved, but Yan Zhaoge raised a hand to stop him, saying mildly, I can't be bothered to make another trip to the south. If it's that blue bird, ask it if it wants to purify its bloodline, regaining the flair of its distant ancestor, the blue phoenix. If it wants to, come to the Jade Ridge Snowy Mountains yourself. Whether it was those of Green Dragon Mountain or the Thunder Rumbling clan, their breathing all halted slightly for a moment. If the bloodline of the blue bird could be purified into that of the blue phoenix, then their green scaly dragon and the mixed blood Swanee, in virtually just an instant, Luo Jinghao said solemnly, I will definitely not fail you. What a joke. The blue bird had been willing to remain at the Blood Cloud clan mostly because of the Blood Cloud gourd's nourishment, able to slowly regenerate the power of its bloodline. Now that the Blood Cloud gourd had been destroyed, if Yan Zhaoge really had the ability to purify the mixed blood of demonic beasts, that blue bird would most likely rush over to the west domain as though it was flying. If he could complete this task well, perhaps there would also be hope for his green scaly dragon bloodline to advance a step further. Having just lost the dragon bone chain and feeling stifled and despondent to the extreme, Green Dragon Mountain suddenly felt as though the sun had turned bright once more. Although one gain, one addition, one reduction, the strength of Green Dragon Mountain might not have increased. However, the feeling of regaining what had been lost was just that wonderful. While it was still just a thought now, not having become a reality, those of Green Dragon Mountain were currently filled with motivation. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Luo Jinghao could only feel that Yan Zhaoge's figure was gradually turning rather blurry. His domineering aura that suppressed the floating life world, from its unstoppable sharpness when he had battled the three clans alone earlier, began to become heavy and unshakable. A destroyer had gradually become an unshakable ruler, lofty and aloof as others could only obey. His happiness and anger were the fates of everyone. Chapter 450. For the ordinary citizens of the floating life world, they might not feel anything at all. However, the cultivators of the floating life world could clearly sense the changes in this world. The high and mighty ones were no longer the three demons and four sects. The Blazing Fire clan, the Thunder Rumbling clan and the Blood Cloud clan had been swept through by a single person. Other than the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan, the chiefs of the Blood Cloud clan and the Blazing Fire clan had all been slain, the vitality of the two clans having suffered a great blow. One of the three demons, the Phoenix demon Xiao Fengting, had fallen in the western regions. Very soon, the Thunder demon, who was on par with Xiao Fengting, also perished at the hands of the same person. The four sects were still struggling at death's door, while the three demons had completely become history. The one who had caused all of this was a youth who had appeared out of nowhere, overlooking the entire world, Yan Zhaoge. A day ago, he was a nobody in the floating life world. A day later, his name resounded like thunder throughout the floating life world. No one knew of his background. All they knew was that if they were to find someone whose words carried the most weight in the floating life world, it would definitely be him. When Yan Zhaoge said that he wanted Grand Spirit Stone Essence, everyone under the heavens was gathering it. The ready-made Grand Spirit Stone Essence was directly collected and sent to the Jade Ridge Snow Mountain. The ore veins in the various regions were frantically mining, and the ore refinement of the Grand Spirit Stone was intensified. The last of the three demons, the current #1 expert of the semi-demonized martial practitioners, the Ape Demon, after a short period of silence, ordered the semi-demonized martial practitioners in his territory to gather Grand Spirit Stone essence and send it over to Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge asked the peak demonic beast of this world, the blue bird, if it was willing to purify its bloodline and restore its ancestral blue phoenix body. After a moment of silence, the blue bird left the Blood Cloud clan, heading to the West Domain. No one doubted whether Yen Zhaoge had the ability to do this. It was as if as long as he said it, everyone would be convinced. Yen Zhaoge said that he wanted to see the female disciple of the Blood Cloud clan, He Ying. After the departure of the blue bird, however unwilling the Blood Cloud clan was, faced with the arrival of the chiefs of Green Dragon Mountain and the Thunder Rumbling clan, they could only grit their teeth and swallow it. If they continued to resist, they would only end up being annihilated. Many people found it hard to get used to this, but they had no choice but to accept it. The floating life world that they had lived in for so many years had changed overnight. Amidst the surging winds and surging clouds in the outside world, within the ancestral temple of the Snow Crane sect in the Jade Ridge snowy mountains of the Western Domain, Yen Zhaoge sat quietly in the meditative position within that tiny foreign dimension. In the center of the huge rock in front of him, half of the empty groove was filled by a half-round mirror. At this time, the other half of the empty groove was filled with water, and it was about to overflow. As for the water, it was like a mirror. It combined with the half-round mirror to form an image. The image was faintly discernible and gradually becoming clearer. Yen Zhaoge sat in the meditative position with his eyes closed, slowly adjusting his breathing as many pure white jade stones hovered in mid-air around him. These white jades flickered with a faint light, gradually transforming into a layer of light mist which enveloped Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge opened his eyes, spiritual light flickering within them as he gazed at the mist of light before him. Numerous markings of light lit up faintly once more, and they formed numerous strange diagrams. They seemed strange, yet they seemed to conform to the laws of the world. The Grand Spirit Stone essence is indeed spiritual and beautiful, containing many principles of heaven and earth. Yen Zhaoge smiled, numerous patterns of light seemingly flickering within his pupils as well, shining brilliantly with the scene before him. Above Yen Zhaoge's head, numerous spiritual lights flickered, condensing into actual scenes. Amidst the chaos, a seed of profound principles was nurtured. The seed sprouted, growing unceasingly. Gradually, that seedling actually began to gradually grow tender leaves. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves, all the way until there were 9 leaves. Each of the 9 spirit leaves had different diagrams on them, containing various profound principles as one would not be able to stop looking at them. Yen Zhaoge laughed lightly, his expression calm and leisurely. The tender seedling shook, sweeping up the chaos that resembled soil down below, causing the surrounding space to distort unceasingly. While the heavens and earth roiled down below, the 9 spirit leaves up above were very quiet. Noiselessly, a 10th leaf sprouted. Accompanied by the 10th leaf's appearance, the chaos down below suddenly fell silent as well. There were no patterns on this spirit leaf at all, instead being completely blank. It was just that this blank space seemed to contain some profound principles of its own. Mid-essence spirit, coming so calmly, Yen Zhaoge could not help but laugh, shaking his head. Still, 10 leaves, it's good that you have achieved perfection. Accompanied by Yen Zhaoge's thoughts, the spiritual light above his head suddenly vanished, his entire person returning to simplicity as no abnormalities could be seen at all. He extended his hand, the Grand Spirit Stone essence hovering in mid-air beside him, transforming into numerous streaks of white light, all landing within his palm. Yen Zhaoge kept the Grand Spirit Stone essence before standing up, looking at the scene of the stone's surface combining with the water's surface. Young Master, another batch of Grand Spirit Stone essence has arrived, Su Yun's voice resounded from outside the foreign dimension. While this was a forbidden ground of the Snow Crane sect, without Yen Zhaoge's permission, even Su Yun herself would not take a single step into this place, only sending him a sound transmission from the ancestral temple outside. Other than that, that little girl of the Blood Cloud clan, He Ying, whom young master wanted to see, has already been brought back by Chief Luo and the others. Hearing her words, Yen Zhaoge walked out of the foreign dimension, asking Su Yun, "Aunt Yun, are they in the guest room?" Su Yun nodded, and Yen Zhaoge immediately headed for the guest room. In the guest room, he saw the two bigwigs, Luo Jinghao and the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan, waiting there. Seeing Yen Zhaoge arrive, the two said in unison, "Fortunately, I did not fail you." Gazing over, Yen Zhaoge saw a rather weary-looking girl standing behind the two. Feeling Yen Zhaoge's gaze, she raised her head, meeting his gaze. Within her eyes, Yen Zhaoge could see stubbornness, grief, and resentment. Having been abandoned by her own clan and then sent to a young man who specifically wanted to see her, any girl would not be in a good mood. Hearing the news, Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei, and the others all came over curiously. After seeing that girl, they instantly exchanged looks. She actually really looks exactly the same as junior apprentice sister Sikong. Su Fei secretly sighed in admiration, sending a sound transmission to Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng knit her brows, her age is similar to senior apprentice sister Sikong's as well. As compared to Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei, and the others, Yen Zhaoge and Ah Hu who had already seen Ouyang Qi and Chang Ning were clearly much calmer. Looking at the girl before him who looked exactly the same as Sikong Qing, seemingly just having changed into the attire of a disciple of the Blood Cloud clan, Yen Zhaoge said mildly, "Finding you here is to verify some things. There is no danger, and from what we know now, you will also not lose anything. Still, the time has not yet come. Just rest in peace. Still, you don't have to think about returning to the Blood Cloud clan." He Ying fell silent. She could tell that Yen Zhaoge was merely informing her, not discussing it with her. Looking at the silent He Ying, Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, feeling rather amused. "I've really become the antagonist Great Demon King." Chapter 451. Looking at He Ying, Yen Zhaoge's thoughts scattered as for just that one moment, his attention had flown who knew how far away. Images appeared one after another, as if they were scenes from the near future. Old devil Yen Zhaoge, who had temporarily assumed the role of the Great Demon King, suppressed the entire world. He was arrogant and domineering, committing all sorts of atrocities, doing whatever he wanted. He had abducted a young and beautiful female disciple, He Ying, from the Blood Cloud clan. A youth who was in love with He Ying swore to defeat old devil Yen, rescuing his abducted lover. The youth used to be a good-for-nothing, but now, because of fate, he opened up his own path of destiny, becoming a dragon in one day. Although he was still very weak now, he was growing rapidly. He had a secret manual on his left, a divine weapon on his right, an immortal pill on his waist, and an old grandpa on his chest. The young man continued to advance and finally knocked old demon Yen to the ground, successfully winning over the beauty. Yen Zhaoge's thoughts momentarily drifted away, only regaining his wits after a while as he appraised He Ying with a rather strange gaze. Meeting Yen Zhaoge's gaze, while it did not contain any lust within it at all, He Ying still felt uneasy all over. When Luo Jinghao and the others saw this, their expressions became strange. Staring at a girl like that, it was hard not to think that you didn't have any special feelings for her. Looking at He Ying, Yen Zhaoge actually very much wanted to ask, "Miss Ah, do you have any childhood sweethearts that you have been in love with for many years, trash of the past who are now on the path of rising to prominence?" However, he quickly shook his head and laughed. Thinking back on some people and matters of the past, Yen Zhaoge no longer cared about them. Even if such a situation really did occur, Yen Zhaoge would still do what he was supposed to do, incomparably calm and composed. His thoughts just now were just a sudden spasm in his brain, and he had some teasing thoughts. He smiled and waved his hand. "Go and rest first. There's nothing for you to do right now." He Ying was baffled, but she had no choice but to follow his orders. Looking at the chief of Green Dragon Mountain, Luo Jinghao, and the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "The two of you have done well." Luo Jinghao and Yi Zichen both bowed. "You're too polite." The current Yan Zhaoge gave them an increasingly unfathomable feeling. The two of them didn't dare to say anything, but their hearts were burning with passion. After having arrived at the Jade Ridge snowy mountains, the blue bird had remained behind. Even as this had caused those of the Blood Cloud clan to completely forget about it, it had also caused Luo Jinghao and Yan Zhaoge to be certain that Yan Zhaoge truly possessed the ability to purify the bloodline of demonic beasts. If not for this, even if the blue bird was no match for Yan Zhaoge, how could it have taken the initiative to stay behind so obediently? The green scaly dragon bloodline of Green Dragon Mountain was a hybrid descendant of a true dragon. The Swanee bloodline of the Thunder Rumbling clan was similarly impure. If they could purify the demonic bloodline, it would play a vital role in the inheritance of their entire sect. Not only would it increase his current strength, but it would also have a long-term impact and benefit the younger generation. This was especially so for Luo Jinghao and the other Green Dragon Mountain martial practitioners, their hearts burning with passion. They could be certain that even if Yan Zhaoge was unable to raise the level of his green scaly dragon bloodline, he himself possessed the power of the essence blood of a true dragon. Yan Zhaoge was well aware of what they were thinking, but he did not mind it. Yan Zhaoge had also gained a rather deep understanding of the cultivation of demonic bloodline cultivators over the past few days. Purifying the bloodline is not a thought and vision that only people of this era have, Yan Zhaoge said mildly. Long before the Great Calamity, there had already been people who had thought of it. After all, it is rather difficult for many pure-blooded demonic beasts to reproduce themselves. Yan Zhaoge's voice was light and casual, but in the ears of Luo Jinghao and the others, it was like a royal decree. Their gazes instantly turned earnest, not daring to even breathe heavily as they could only look uneasily at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge continued, "Before the Great Calamity, there was an ancient technique known as the Spirit Cleansing Soaring Art, which could purify the bloodline of demonic beasts, improving it further." He swept Luo Jinghao and the others with a glance. "I, however, inadvertently obtained this technique." Luo Jinghao and the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan simultaneously held their breaths. Hearing the words Spirit Cleansing Soaring Art, they truly understood what was going on. Starting anew after the Great Calamity, the demonic bloodline cultivators of the floating life world had been groping their way forward with much difficulty. While there were very few legacies of before the Great Calamity, and even fewer suitable for demonic bloodline cultivators, they had still been diligently excavating various legacies in search of useful things. Amongst them, the fame and legend of the Spirit Cleansing Soaring Art had naturally drawn the attention of the martial practitioners of the floating life world. This was because the effects of the rumor were really too important for the cultivation of demonic bloodline cultivators. Sadly, following the Great Calamity, the specific technique of the Spirit Cleansing Soaring Art had been lost, leaving only a legend behind as the martial practitioners of the floating life world were left with nothing but regret. The success of the Spirit Cleansing Soaring Art could not be guaranteed. The effects of its improvement would also have to depend on the specific situation. Even so, however, it was already enough to make Luo Jinghao and the others drool. For demonic bloodline cultivators, wanting to improve the demonic blood that they have refined into their bodies, they first have to have sufficient primordial demonic blood in reserve before guiding it with a secret technique, causing a change in the new blood before merging it with the old blood. If it is a demonic beast, they can just directly attempt to improve it. At this point, Yan Zhaoge stopped as he changed the topic, how the new blood and the old blood should be merged. "You guys can come up with a plan yourselves." Luo Jinghao and the others felt an itch within their hearts, but they could only take their leave for now. After they had left, Su Fei said, "We will have to return to the Eight Extremities world at the end of the day. From what you said earlier, Zhaoge, it seems like you want to help the Snow Crane sect. If the Spirit Cleansing Soaring Art is provided to the demonic bloodline cultivators here, it might not be beneficial to the Snow Crane sect's situation." Even with the dragon bone chain, the Snow Crane sect still faces the risk of being outnumbered. Green Dragon Mountain might even be hoping that the Snow Crane sect will meet with misfortune the most. Su Fei knit his brows slightly. Are you thinking of handing the spirit-cleansing soaring art to Chief Su and the others for safekeeping, using this to restrict the demonic bloodline cultivators? However, you would have to be careful of becoming a public enemy, drawing the combined attacks of the demonic bloodline cultivators. The benefits of the spirit-cleansing soaring art are too great. There might even be people willing to take the risk, their original enemies even temporarily putting aside their enmity and working together. Su Fei was rather worried. In the next 10 years, the passageway connecting the two worlds with the 10-character heavenly rainbow might not be opened. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Senior apprentice brother Su, your considerations are not without reason. Still, do not underestimate Aunt Yun. She has grasped the limits of her dealings with the demonic bloodline cultivators very well. While we are going to leave just like that, I will also not leave behind a terrible mess for Aunt Yun to clean up. Su Fei nodded. It is good that you know what to do. Swiveling his head, Yan Zhaoge suddenly saw Feng Yunsheng looking rather absent-mindedly at him. Seeing him look over, Feng Yunsheng retracted her gaze rather embarrassedly. Yan Zhaoge smiled. What, are there flowers growing on my face? Feng Yunsheng shook her head, hesitating for a moment before not speaking, instead sending a sound transmission via Orachi. Her voice resounded by Yan Zhaoge's ear. Senior apprentice brother Yan, saying this might be a little rude, but when I look at you, I sometimes have a very special feeling. It feels like you don't fit in with the people around you. Even though you're surrounded by a hubbub of voices and you're chatting happily with others, there's always a sense of alienation and separation. It's as if you're in two different worlds, different from us and different from everyone else. Chapter 452. Yan Zhaoge looked rather stunned at Feng Yunsheng. He composed himself, smiling as he asked, why would I have such a thought? We're all people with two shoulders and one head, what difference can there be? Feng Yunsheng shook her head lightly. Since she had already spoken, she no longer held back. It's just that I feel this way, it might not be correct. What I mean by difference is that sometimes, senior apprentice brother Yan, you seem to be thinking about some things that others are unable to understand. Looking straight at Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng said softly, and sometimes, looking at senior apprentice brother Yan amidst a sea of people, I also have a feeling of standing aloof from the world. The you at that time, makes one feel very lonely. The smile on Yan Zhaoge's face did not diminish. Is it just a simple feeling? Feng Yunsheng said, actually, this kind of feeling has already seldom appeared in recent years. It's just that when you looked at Miss He of the Blood Cloud clan just now, I had this feeling again. Before this, the strongest time was when you handled the giant spirit magnetite vein at the mountain domain's Cloud Portent Mountain that year. Feng Yunsheng raised her head slightly, a little out of sorts. How should I describe it? You seem to have obtained great joy, but only you understood what this joy was about. Therefore, you enjoyed it, but at the same time, that lonely feeling, that feeling of being different from others, was also especially intense. No one can understand what you're thinking. You seem to be different from everyone else. Yan Zhaoge still wore a smile on his face, but did not immediately answer. He pondered for a moment before smiling. Is it because I said some strange things about that person called Zhao Hao back then? Don't take it to heart, everyone has times when their thoughts run wild. You also know that I'm a very unreliable person at times. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng smiled after a while. Right, that's right. Maybe the one who's thinking wild is me. Smiling, Yan Zhaoge retracted his gaze. He tapped lightly on the table, his eyes looking ahead, yet not focused as he seemed to be in a daze. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng suddenly felt that at this moment, that feeling of loneliness and alienation on Yan Zhaoge's body was unprecedentedly intense. It was intense to the point that looking at it, her heart ached. Feng Yunsheng was shocked. Feeling the intense change in Feng Yunqing's emotions beside him, Yan Zhaoge turned his head once more. Looking at Yan Zhaoge's face, Feng Yunqing's emotions gradually calmed. Meeting Yan Zhaoge's gaze that was calm as water, she felt something in her heart. The man in front of her was not weak, nor did he need the pity of others. From time to time, he would have some inexplicable and ridiculous thoughts, but it was more like a way for him to regulate himself and relax. Thinking of this, Feng Yunqing looked at Yan Zhaoge, not saying anything as she met his appraising gaze, only smiling slightly. "What, is there something on my face this time?" The two looked at each other, smiling. Yan Zhaoge smiled as he shook his head, returning his gaze. Yan Zhaoge's mind no longer wandered, his gaze clear and focused as he stood up, saying, "We have already remained in the floating life world for long enough. Fortunately, we already have a lead on the other half of the mirror." Feng Yunqing asked, "Do you know where the other half of the mirror is?" Yan Zhaoge answered, "Yes." As the two had communicated via sound transmission earlier, Su Fei, Hu, Ying Longtu and Su Yun had not been clear on what exactly they had said. However, all of them could more or less feel that the atmosphere between Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing earlier had been rather subtle. While they were rather curious, none of them had any intention of delving too deeply into Yan Zhaoge's matter. "Aunt Yun, please help me look through it. Where exactly is that place?" Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge came to the Snow Crane sect's ancestral temple along with Su Yun, entering that small foreign dimension. Currently, the other half of the indentation had already been completely filled up by flowing water. A complete and stable scene was displayed alongside the other half of the mirror. Within the scene, a heavenly waterfall hung amidst green mountains and clear waters, the scenery rather unique. Suyun only glanced at it before saying, "It's the Huqin mountain range in the east, the main peak of the north, the waterfall beneath Yaoqin mountain." Yan Zhaoge nodded, "Since that is so, I will first make a trip to Yaoqin mountain." Suyun sighed, "Young master, are you going to leave this floating life world?" Yan Zhaoge said, "Aunt Yun, why don't you reconsider my earlier suggestion? While the current situation in the Eight Extremities world cannot be considered peaceful, moving the Snow Crane sect to the Eight Extremities world would not be a problem. The circulation of the earth veins and spiritual qi of the floating life world is really too unfriendly to us qi cultivators. While you and Rong will not be affected, it would not be suitable for the other disciples of your lineage to continue remaining in the floating life world if they want to have some accomplishments in the qi cultivation martial Tao." Suyun smiled, "I founded the Snow Crane sect in the first place to leave behind a legacy for Lady. If my disciples are able to develop in the long term in the martial Tao, I would naturally be willing to see it. After all, those who have been able to persevere after entering my lineage all have firm, unwavering hearts towards the martial Tao. Continuing to remain in the floating life world would indeed be delaying them. Young master, why don't you take a look at them? Feel free to bring away those whose talents are to your liking. I would also not forbid them from joining the sect that young master is in. Still, I won't be leaving. My husband is a demonic bloodline cultivator, and the floating life world is the most suitable place for him to cultivate in. Rong Er's husband is also a demonic bloodline cultivator. I have asked her, and she is willing to stay behind as well. Rong is a living source physique like me. Her cultivation will not be delayed." At this point, Suyun sighed, "It is just a pity for Chang'an and the others. Their talents are actually not bad." Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. The body refinement realm and the martial scholar realm, especially before the Xiantian martial scholar realm, focus primarily on the tempering of one's qi and blood. If it is delayed, starting out late, however good one's talent may be, it would also be wasted. After all, for ordinary people, as they grow older, their qi and blood will unceasingly decline. It was not advisable for martial practitioners to be too young in age, lest they might end up harming their foundations. However, it was also not good to start cultivating at an advanced age. It was not that there were no late bloomers, but even those who were often said to be late bloomers actually did not start too late. Long before the Great Calamity, there had been a saying that if one did not become a martial scholar before the age of 30, one would have no hope of ever becoming a martial grandmaster. This had already been so even in that era where the martial Tao was flourishing, much less now. Yan Zhaoge and his fellow disciples did not have such worries. Those who could enter Broad Creed Mountain would all be geniuses outside. Added with the clan's profound legacies and abundant resources, not becoming a talent was even more difficult than becoming one. But to the first and second-rate powers outside of Broad Creed Mountain, as well as the small sects, martial arts dojos and small clans of even lower levels, reaching the martial scholar realm before the age of 30 was an extremely lofty goal to strive towards. Other than Su Yun and her daughter who possessed the living source physique, the other martial practitioners of the floating life world who walked the path of qi cultivation would all have to face this problem as well. Yan Zhaoge said, "Aunt Yun, you can rest easy. If the people of the Snow Crane clan leave the floating life world with me, I will make appropriate arrangements for them. Now, I will first set off for Yaochen Mountain." Chapter 453. First, he could ensure the path back. Then, if he had the time, he could do it slowly. After obtaining the location of the other half of the mirror, Yan Zhaoge immediately headed to Yaochen Mountain, Feng Yunsheng and the others accompanying him. The group headed east. The Huqin mountain range was located in the east of the floating life world, and was the territory of the Thunder Rumbling sect. Previously, the Huqin mountain range was also a buffer zone between the Thunder Rumbling sect and the Thunder Demon's sphere of influence. However, as the Thunder Demon had been slain by Yan Zhaoge, the entire Huqin mountain range had fallen under the control of the Thunder Rumbling clan. The Thunder Rumbling clan naturally welcomed Yan Zhaoge leaving the lands of the west and descending upon the Huqin mountain range. Still, as Yan Zhaoge did not let them participate too much, the Thunder Rumbling clan did not dare to interfere casually as they could only follow Yan Zhaoge's instructions and clear out the entire northern region of the Huqin mountain range. Facing the thunder-containing tablet, with all their experts having been injured by Yan Zhaoge earlier, the strength of the Thunder Rumbling clan had originally fallen greatly as well. Although the Thunder Demon was gone, the mixed blood Swanee was still eyeing them covetously. However, accompanied by the arrival of Yan Zhaoge's group, the mixed blood Swanee naturally did not dare to approach the territory of the Thunder Rumbling clan. That should be where Yaochen Mountain is located. Yan Zhaoge strode atop the air, placing his hand over his eyes as he gazed into the distance, identifying its geographical location. Everyone's figures descended, arriving near Yaochen Mountain together, landing halfway up the mountain. Yan Zhaoge's ears trembled slightly as he could hear the sound of water emanating from far away. Following the sound of the water, Zhang Xian found a waterfall floating in midair. Yan Zhaoge took out that half-mirror he possessed, seeing that the mirror light still appeared rather dim. Clearly, the spiritual force within the mirror had been greatly depleted earlier, and was currently still in the process of recovering. Still, after nearing the vicinity of Yaochen Mountain, Yan Zhaoge could already clearly feel the trembling and abnormalities of the half-mirror in his hand. Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Ah Hu, and the others exchanged glances, nodding slightly. "We didn't find the wrong place." Even as he infused his true essence into the half-mirror, Yan Zhaoge observed the waterfall before him. Streaks of light flickered and gradually condensed into an illusory shadow, once again mending the broken mirror in his hand. A beam of light shot out from the half-real, half-illusory mirror and swept through the world. A moment later, the scattered mirror light began to condense and converge into a line, falling on a rock below the waterfall. The mountain rock shook slightly. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge instantly laughed. The light projected from the center of the mirror seemed to be connected to something under the mountain rock like a line. Yan Zhaoge flicked lightly with his finger, his sword light flashing as that mountain rock instantly broke apart. A treasured light instantly shot into the skies amidst the shattered mountain rocks. Yan Zhaoge made a grabbing motion within the air, a black shadow flying up and landing within his hand. It was the other half of the mirror. Its style and the concept contained within were exactly the same as the half-mirror that Yan Zhaoge currently possessed. Both sides occupied half of the mirror, and the incisions were also consistent. It was obvious that the mirror had been intact before, but now it was split in half. Yan Zhaoge's left and right hands, half on each side, now came together, placing the two mirrors together. Immediately, rays of light shot out from the mirror and illuminated the world. Wherever the mirror light came into contact with, the space would distort slightly. Yan Zhaoge's eyes lit up. Indeed, its original quality was very good. The mirror dimensional traversing technique inscribed on it is also rather refined, being intricate to the point of detail. If it had not been broken, when it was still perfect and flawless, executing the mirror dimensional traversing technique with this mirror would be much more convenient in traversing between different worlds. The words lofty prestige gradually surfaced on the surface of the mirror. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows, smiling. Lofty prestige mirror, is it? Interesting, but I wonder what is the background of my mother. It could already be confirmed that Xue Chuqing had merely been a passerby of the floating life world. According to the words his mother had left behind, Yan Zhaoge felt that she might have come from the world beyond worlds mentioned in those words. If this was indeed the case, it meant that there were similarly martial practitioners below the martial saint realm living in the world beyond worlds. Perhaps the world beyond worlds itself had natives with a self-developing civilization. There was also a distinction between ordinary people and martial practitioners there. It was just that in worlds like the Eight Extremities world, the Flame Devil world or the Floating Life world, one either had to surpass the third level of the martial saint realm or possess the assistance of special treasures in order to head to the world beyond worlds. Such treasures were naturally very hard to find. Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. It would be a little difficult for us to go over from here, but it doesn't seem like it would be difficult for those people over there to come over. It's just that if the third level of the martial saint realm is the limit, they would not be able to go to the world beyond worlds if they do not surpass it. Surpassing it, would they still be able to remain in their original world? Yan Zhaoge's thoughts raced. What exactly has the great calamity caused the current heavens and earth to look like? The Sacred Sun clan's past Purple Sun Martial Saint Zhang Chao. I've never heard of him surpassing the third level of the martial saint realm. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge retracted his thoughts, returning his attention to the lofty prestige mirror before him. Go! With just a thought from Yan Zhaoge, while the radiance of the lofty prestige mirror was half bright and half dim, it still shot out a streak of light, shooting straight into the sky. The streak of light abruptly dispersed within the sky, transforming into streaks of light that resembled meteors of various sizes as they scattered into the surroundings. Yan Zhaoge and the others focused their attention on the direction in which the streaks of light were heading in, capturing the most obvious one amongst them. To the north, around 14,600 kilometers away. Yan Zhaoge gazed in the direction in which the streaks of light had traveled while analyzing the pattern of the spiritual qi flow between the heavens and the earth of the floating life world. Su Fei calculated silently for a moment before nodding. It should be around this distance, where the dimensional passageway leading to the Eight Extremities world is located. Still, the dimensional passageway is unceasingly changing. When we find it, the location should have changed again. Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers. It's fine. I've already grasped some of the patterns. It will be much easier for us to continue searching after we've arrived there. Moreover, we still have the help of this lofty prestige mirror. Still. Yan Zhaoge frowned slightly, raising his head and continuing to look at the sky. He saw that there was actually a streak of light condensing there, not completely dispersing into the surroundings. Noticing the abnormalities, the others all raised their heads and looked upwards as well. There, space surged unceasingly, actually gradually breaking apart. The terrifying power of dimensions distorted unceasingly, shockingly ripping a massive gap in the sky. Light flickered within the gap, only gradually fading after a long time. As the light faded, the scene within that gap changed, actually forming the entrance of a dimensional passageway which was placed right before Yan Zhaoge and the others. It does not lead to the eight extremities world, instead leading somewhere else. Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. The power of dimensions between the floating life world and the other side might already be a little thin at this time. Someone on the other side is also distorting the boundaries of space, the power of both sides coincidentally condensing at a single point, temporarily opening a passageway. Gazing over carefully, they shockingly saw figures flickering within that passageway as someone was currently speeding over from the other side. Chapter 454. Raising his head and gazing upwards, Yan Zhaoge could first see two streaks of light, one white and one black, flickering within the dimensional passageway within the sky. The black and white radiances were not two separate streaks of light, instead intermingling as they rotated unceasingly, traversing the dimensional passageway in a straight line towards the floating life world. Behind that black and white radiance, a heaven-shocking roar suddenly resounded. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows, having already identified that it was clearly the roar of a dragon. Hearing this sound, Yan Zhaoge could feel the dragon blood essence that had already been refined in his body surge slightly as well. Beside him, Hu felt the same as well, the big man blinking, "Young master, to have such a feeling, this is a true dragon." Someone who has cultivated in the power of a true dragon, Yan Zhaoge gazed fixedly at the entrance of the dimensional passageway within the sky. Then, behind the black and white radiance, one blood-red light dragon after another shot out from the dimensional passageway, entering the floating life world. Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei, and the others all looked warily at the sky up above, carefully analyzing that shocking power. Su Fei said in a low tone, "While it is indeed dragon qi, it does not seem like the cultivation technique of demonic blood cultivators, instead resembling that of qi cultivators like us?" Yan Zhaoge nodded, "That's right, it is precisely so. It is just that their cultivation technique originates from the power of a true dragon. Supplemented by the blood of a dragon, they can cultivate in dragon qi as a human. Still, this also depends on the talent of the cultivator." Amidst their words, 5 blood-red light dragons rampaged about, surrounding that black and white intermingling streak of light within the sky. A voice resounded from within the blood dragon, "You husband and wife can be considered lucky, actually breaking through the power of dimensions and escaping to another world. Still, your good luck ends here. Being buried in a foreign land is your final destination." Hearing these words, Yan Zhaoge even felt like crying. Because he could understand the other party's language. While there were still some differences, it was extremely similar to the common language of the pre-Great Calamity world. While it was different from the language that his mother Xue Chuqing used, it was similar in style as they were both the common language of the pre-Great Calamity world, having evolved through different means. Being proficient in the language of the pre-Great Calamity world, Yan Zhaoge now found it much easier to understand the other party's words. As compared to the bitterness he had felt when he had first come into contact with the language of the floating life world, Yan Zhaoge was currently filled with a myriad of emotions. It was also precisely because they had been no different from deaf people when they had first arrived in the floating life world that Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei, and the others had pondered over this painful experience as they began to ask Yan Zhaoge for help in learning languages. Whether it was the eight extremities world, the floating life world or the language used by this person, they were all inextricably linked to the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times, sharing the same origin. Therefore, while learning the language of the floating life world, Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei, and the others also diligently studied the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times. Listening to the other party's words, even though Zhang Xian only understood a little, he was still able to grasp some crucial information. The black and white streams of light were trapped by the 5 blood dragons and stopped in the sky. A man and a woman appeared before Yan Zhaoge and the others. They were a middle-aged couple. This husband and wife were both injured, the husband shielding his wife behind him as he said hatefully, "Your blood dragon sect and my Changli mountain both belong to the 7 pillars of good, standing against the 6 evil sects together. Yet now, you want to cause trouble for us. Are you trying to incite a great battle between our 2 sects, causing internal strife amongst us of good?" That blood dragon at the head of the group spoke, then I should be thanking you. Leaving the vast ocean world where we were, coming to this completely foreign world, who in Changli Mountain would know that you died here? As the blood-red light flickered, the figure of an old man appeared. Garbed in a black robe, his hands behind his back as he looked gloomily at the couple down below. In another direction, the scales of the other 4 blood dragons pulsed, streams of blood-red light being emitted from them. As the light of each blood dragon was retracted, the figure of a martial practitioner finally appeared, standing amidst the air as a powerful feeling of power emanated from every single movement of theirs. The 4 of them stood in 4 different directions, surrounding the target couple. The old man raised his head and looked at the dimensional passageway within the sky. The dimensional passageway is extremely unstable. Having been opened temporarily, it should be closing very soon. After killing you in this new world, we will immediately return to the vast ocean world, while the 2 of you will vanish completely from the vast ocean world. How perfect would that be? A look of despair appeared on the faces of the husband and wife who were surrounded. However, they were not discouraged as they exchanged glances, both able to see the resolve within each other's gazes. The couple let out a long roar in unison before a white sword light shot into the skies from the scabbard on the man's back, while a black sword light shot out from the scabbard on the woman's back, shining brightly alongside the white sword light of her husband. The couple combined their swords of black and white, spiraling upwards as they attempted to break out of the encirclement. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge's eyes lit up slightly. Oh. One yin, one yang, merging together in perfect harmony, they have indeed obtained some of the true meaning of yin and yang coexisting. The power of this couple's combined swords is greater than 1 + 1. The black and white sword light shot into the skies. Seeing this, the black-robed old man's expression did not change as he made a hand gesture. The surrounding martial practitioners roared in unison, their roars breaking through the clouds and winds. As the acupoints of their entire bodies pulsed, roiling blood and chi light surged out together, illusory scenes of light even appearing above their heads. Amidst the scenes of light, numerous spirit leaves swayed. They were actually all mid-essence spirit martial grandmaster experts. Their surging true essence was filled with spirituality as it turned fake into real, directly transforming into numerous blood dragons which enveloped their bodies before shooting towards the black and white sword light. The black and white swords combined yin and yang, possessing extremely shocking power as the sword light traversed amidst the horizon. Despite being surrounded by 4 blood dragons, they were actually unable to do anything to them for the time being. The black-robed old man was not surprised by this. Changli Mountain's combined swords were renowned throughout the entire vast ocean world. While this couple before him were only mid-essence spirit martial grandmasters, if they joined hands, they would still be able to stand against him who was a late-essence spirit martial grandmaster. If the black-robed old man made a move now, this couple would not be able to stand against him. Still, being in a foreign world now, the black-robed old man dared not be careless as he stood by the side, holding down the fort in case of any unexpected situations. This was especially so when the black-robed old man had already seen Yan Zhaoge and the others. Not being clear on their movements, the black-robed old man did not make a move. Anyway, that couple is already injured. As long as we surround them, as time drags on, they will naturally be unable to hold on. The black-robed old man gazed at Yan Zhaoge and the others, instead, while the people here seem to have limited cultivation bases, I wonder what their cultivation bases are. Meeting that black-robed old man's gaze, Yan Zhaoge smiled noncommittally, just watching the battle between the 4 blood dragons and the 2 sword lights with great interest. Who asked, Gongzi, what should we do? Chapter 455. His hands crossed before his chest, Yan Zhaoge looked interestedly at the great battle that was currently underway in the sky up above. The frenzied tides stirred up by the battle between essence spirit martial grandmasters were something that Feng Yunsheng and Ing Longtu would be very hard pressed to withstand with their current cultivation bases. Yan Zhaoge and the others stood at the front, helping them block the aftershocks of the battle lest they be affected. The 6 battling people were all mid-essence spirit martial grandmasters. Standing by the side, Su Fei and Ah Hu both felt some pressure. The martial arts that the other party cultivates are rather unique and of a very high level. Placed in the 8 extremities world, they would also be direct lineage martial arts of our 6 great sacred grounds. After observing for a moment, Su Fei said, able to cultivate to the essence spirit martial grandmaster realm, these people are all not easy to deal with. Yan Zhaoge's expression was a little playful, the 7 pillars of good, the 6 evil sects. In other words, there should be a total of 13 powers like them. I just wonder if there are any powers above these 13 sects. Different from those of the floating life world, the cultivation bases of these martial practitioners from the vast ocean world were virtually clear to Yan Zhaoge and the others with a single glance. Su Fei said, from the looks of it, they should also be important figures of their respective sects, just that they are still not at the peak. From this, it can be seen that they should all have essence talisman martial grandmasters at the very least. It is just that we do not know if there are any martial saints, Feng Yunqing said. 13 such sects can also be considered rather impressive. The level of the martial Tao of this vast ocean world should be higher than that of the floating life world. Ah Hu smacked his lips, looking at Yan Zhaoge, young master, one of these 2 sides seems to be called Chengli Mountain. Are we helping them? Yan Zhaoge shook his head, laughing, while there were the 5 peaks of Taoism before the Great Calamity, Broad Creed in the east and Chengli in the south. Following the Great Calamity, it has long since been ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Our sect was founded hastily after the Great Calamity, starting anew. It should be the same for them as well. It is indeed a great coincidence that we have met them now. Still, there is no logic in saying that we are innately close to them. Hearing his words, Ah Hu spread his palms apart. If it is like this, then we can just casually look around. If it is someone we know, we can just give them a hand. However, the conflict before us has nothing to do with us at all. The big guy's expression was somewhat regretful. Having been with Yan Zhaoge for so long, Ah Hu had learned from him as he was now just watching the show, not afraid of things getting out of hand. However, the most pressing matter now was to ascertain where the dimensional passageway leading back to the 8 extremities world was located. Ah Hu was usually playful, but when it came to serious matters, he would always be able to prioritize. Su Fei furrowed his brows. It looks like they're ganging up on me, but we don't know the cause and effect. It's hard for us to determine who's right and who's wrong, and who's the evil one. Stroking his lower chin, Yan Zhaoge raised his hand to observe the battle in mid-air. It's not like we really have to distinguish who is right and who is wrong, who is good and who is bad. If you realize that you saved the wrong person, then just kill him. Hearing Yan Zhaoge say this, Ah Hu chuckled, while Su Fei shook his head and sighed, saying to Feng Yunsheng and Ing Longtu, don't learn everything from him. Feng Yunsheng's smile was like a flower. Ing Longtu seemed to understand, but he didn't. Yan Zhaoge gazed at that couple who controlled the black and white sword light, seeing that spiritual light was still lighting up on their bodies. Other than their swords, which were mid-grade spirit weapons, the couple also had other spirit weapons. The husband had a light armor, while the wife had a bracelet. Of course, their opponents, those 4 blood dragon sect martial grandmasters, all had spirit artifacts on them as well. However, Yan Zhaoge was not concerned about this. Of that couple, Yan Zhaoge was also not interested in the light armor that the man was wearing. A considerable portion of Yan Zhaoge's attention was placed on that bracelet, seeing it emit a ring of 7-colored spiritual light from time to time. The 7-colored spiritual light had a protective effect, helping that woman to block the attacks of the 4 essence spirit martial grandmasters of the blood dragon sect. Observing that 7-colored spiritual light, Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, why does this spirit artifact look so much like Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith has been integrated within? Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei, and the others were all baffled. Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith? Gazing at the battlefield within the sky, Yen Zhaoge said slowly, Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith has never appeared in our Eight Extremities world after the Great Calamity, seemingly having been completely cut off. However, according to ancient records, there was a treasure before the Great Calamity known as Rainbow Dawn Jade, with a jade pith at its core that circulated like rainbow light. This thing will play a crucial role in sister-in-law Yuzhen's recovery. Yen Zhaoge exhaled lightly. Its effect is much stronger than that of our original target in coming here this time, the empty spirit rain mist of the marsh of Illusory Sea. Hearing his words, the expressions of Feng Yunsheng, Hu, Su Fei, and Ing Longtu all changed. Even Han Long, who was rather slow and ignorant about everything other than the martial Tao, emitted a blazing glow in his eyes. Su Fei's expression was solemn as he stared fixedly at the dimensional passageway entrance up in the sky, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the layers of space, directly reaching the world on the other side. He asked slowly, the world that these people come from might have Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith? Yen Zhaoge gazed at the bracelet that was flying alongside that woman within the sky. I should not have seen wrongly. Still, it would be best if I could truly come into contact with it, analyzing the concept of the spiritual qi within before I could be certain. If the Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith was really one of the raw materials when this bracelet of hers was forged, that vast ocean world that they come from would definitely have Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith. Yen Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. Even if it isn't produced, it is already extinct. That is also fine. While it is exceptionally troublesome, I have a way to refine the materials that have already been forged into a weapon. As long as the item is still there, there is a way. Hu rubbed his palms together. Young master, what do we do then? Do we help the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners capture that couple, the people going to them and the bracelet going to us, or do we help that couple? Before Yen Zhaoge could speak, the black-robed old man up in the sky snorted coldly. While there was some difficulty in understanding what Yen Zhaoge and the others were saying, having always been paying attention to this side, the black-robed old man very quickly discovered that Yen Zhaoge and the others were gradually showing signs of wanting to make a move. The black-robed old man said coldly, when the Blood Dragon sect is handling matters, do not interfere lest you make a mistake. The acupoints of his entire body shuddered together, streams of blood-red light circulating which gradually condensed into a dragon's body, dragon scales, dragon claws and dragon tail. The dense true essence and aura chi gradually transformed into a layer of blood cloud. This was not the blood cloud unleashed by the blood cloud gourd of the floating life world. Instead, it was an existence formed of this black-robed old man's true essence, resembling the auspicious clouds of a dragon. The majestic blood cloud hung high in the sky, enveloping the surrounding area. While it was condensed and not released, it completely obstructed Yen Zhaoge's group from that couple. Before such people, geniuses in the eyes of ordinary people are merely mediocre. His wife asked softly, when he stepped into the mid-essence spirit stage, the spirit sprouts sprouting branches and turning into spirit leaves. Could it be that he has 8 leaves, or even 9 leaves? The man shook his head, his gaze that was on Yen Zhaoge becoming increasingly solemn. I really couldn't tell that this youth has still not used his full strength at this stage. However, no matter how you look at it, it is definitely 7 leaves and above. His wife's expression was rather worried. What should we do now then? The man shook his head. The path back to the vast ocean world has been blocked, and we are also unfamiliar with this place. Even if we wanted to leave, we would not know where to go. Since this person has helped us block the people of the Blood Dragon sect, we should just wait and see first. If this youth wants to do us harm, even if we run, with his skills, he will still be able to easily shake off the people of the Blood Dragon sect and catch up to us. Within the air, the Blood Dragons formed of the true essences of the 4 Blood Dragon sect martial grandmasters were shattered by Yen Zhaoge's coiling dragon sleeve, the 4 of them simultaneously falling backwards. They were not people who had not seen the world. Currently, they gazed shockingly at Yen Zhaoge. not daring to advance any further. Meanwhile, that black-robed old man was sucked in by Yan Zhaoge's palm force, locked in place within the air along with that blood dragon formed of his true essence. Let go! A roar suddenly resounded within the air. Raising his head and gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw a mournful blood-red light abruptly shooting out from the dimensional passageway up above, piercing through the air as it attacked towards him. Hearing this roar, Yan Zhaoge chuckled. His left hand that was suppressing the head of the massive dragon mightily erupted with a vast, irresistible force. The massive blood-red dragon whose limbs had originally already been twisted and riddled with wounds let out an enraged roar of despair, the flesh and blood of its entire body breaking apart as it disintegrated between the heavens and the earth. Its massive body broke apart inch by inch. How could it just be broken into 10,000 pieces? As the blood-red light dissipated, the figure of that black-robed old man was revealed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, all the pores of his entire body oozing with blood as his black robes were dyed dark purple. As the mournful blood-red light neared, the figure of a man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s appeared. This man was a step too late as he shouted for him to stop. However, Yan Zhaoge ignored him completely. Seeing this, a layer of green involuntarily surfaced on his face. Die! Chapter 457. Seeing this young man before them, the expressions of the couple from Changli Mountain both changed slightly. Hai Zhengjie. Hearing this name, Yan Zhaoge and the others found it hard to react. However, in the vast ocean world, the name of this lord was like thunder piercing the ears. Blood Ocean Soaring Dragon, Hai Zhengjie, the direct disciple of the current chief of the Blood Dragon sect, a peak martial practitioner of the vast ocean world's younger generation. Among the 7 pillars of the righteous path and the 6 evil sects, there were very few people of the same age and cultivation who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Although that black-robed old man was also at the 6th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the late essence spirit stage, and was even his senior, his cultivation was far from Hai Zhengjie's. It was said that in the cultivation of martial arts, the higher the realm, the smaller the gap between martial artists of the same realm, and the less likely it was for a martial artist to defeat an opponent of a higher realm. However, there were always exceptions to everything. There were always a few people who had the ability to challenge the standards set by the majority. In the vast ocean world, Hai Zhengjie had been one of these exceptions. It's rumored that when Hai Zhengjie reached the essence spirit middle stage martial grandmaster realm, his spirit sprouted and he grew 8 leaves. Afterwards, when he advanced to the essence spirit late stage martial grandmaster realm, his spirit flower bloomed and the 8 leaves grew 8 flowers. The expressions of that husband and wife of Changli Mountain were solemn to the extreme as they looked somewhat worriedly whilst also somewhat expectantly at Yan Zhaoge in midair. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he appraised Hai Zhengjie, your true essence is rather abundant. Being appraised by Yan Zhaoge as though he was a senior appraising a junior, Hai Zhengjie snorted coldly, let's see who's the real deal then. The 9 blood dragons simultaneously spewed out massive amounts of blood-red dragon fire, lunging towards Yan Zhaoge. Hai Zhengjie clawed out within the air, those dragon fire transforming into a massive dragon claw within the air, clawing down towards Yan Zhaoge's head. As Hai Zhengjie executed the direct lineage martial art of the Blood Dragon sect, the Blood Fire Dragon Claw, its power was displayed to the fullest. From Yan Zhaoge's perspective, it was as if there were 9 true dragons within the sky, extending their claws in unison, clawing towards him. The power of the 9 dragon claws converged, turning into a 9-fingered fire claw that enveloped the surrounding space. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge smiled as he extended his left hand. Numerous streams of cold chi shot out from Yan Zhaoge's body, intertwining as they directly transformed into a massive ice dragon claw, clashing head-on with the other party's 9-fingered dragon claw. Dragon claw against dragon claw, ice dragon against blood dragon. They were both true dragons, and they clashed violently in the sky. Frost and flames exploded, turning into an icy mist in midair. Yan Zhaoge nodded nonchalantly, right, with the assistance of the bloodline of a true dragon. It looks like your blood dragon sect really does have the essence blood of a blood dragon. The language used was the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times. Hai Xingjie could barely understand it. At this moment, his heart abruptly sunk to the very bottom. Although it is the true blood of the ice dragon, as a mid-essence spirit martial grandmaster, he is actually able to clash head-on with me, a late-essence spirit martial grandmaster, and not be at a disadvantage? Thinking of this, Hai Xingjie didn't dare to underestimate him in the slightest. The secret martial art of the blood dragon sect, blood dragon spitting orbs, was executed, the true essence of his entire body exploding mightily. As soon as the blood dragon spitting orbs was executed, while the martial practitioner would fall into a temporary state of weakness afterwards, their power would skyrocket in that instant. The true essence of Hai Xingjie's entire body surged at this moment, the power of the blood fire dragon claw abruptly skyrocketing yet another level. At the same time, Hai Xingjie extended his other hand upwards, the 9 blood dragons formed of his true essence coiling and soaring, congregating together as he prepared to unleash yet another killing move, going all out and slaying Yan Zhaoge here for good. Already no longer underestimating Yan Zhaoge, Hai Xingjie directly unleashed his full power with this strike. As long as Yan Zhaoge was forced into retreat by the blood fire dragon claw that had suddenly increased in power, or if he went all out against him, Hai Xingjie was confident that his second killing move would be able to claim Yan Zhaoge's life. While the two had only just clashed, life and death had already been decided in an instant. However, just as Hai Xingjie thought that Yan Zhaoge would be suppressed by him, a boundless, immense force emanated from beneath Yan Zhaoge's claw. Numerous ice dragons flew, entangling Hai Xingjie's 9-fingered dragon claw before streams of qi that resembled chaos erupted from within the bodies of the ice dragons. Extreme coldness instantly transformed into extreme heat before an explosive force that was hard to suppress surged forth like a volcano erupting. Also, it was not just a single eruption, but 3 consecutive terrifying eruptions, each one stronger than the one before. The first eruption had already left Hai Xingjie greatly stunned. Who knew that there would still be an even fiercer second and third eruption afterwards? A tsunami that seemed like it would never end. The numerous ice dragons surged with a violent force, directly shattering that 9-fingered dragon claw formed of dragon fire. Hai Xingjie emitted a muffled groan, shockingly having been jolted into retreat by Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge was unforgiving as he strode forward on the air. Crippling Hai Xingjie's blood fire dragon claw with his left hand, he clawed upwards with his right palm. Within the air, the 9 blood dragons formed of Hai Xingjie's true essence were currently congregating together, their heads intertwining inwards while their tails faced outwards. While they had yet to completely merge, a massive ball of blood had already appeared. However, Yan Zhaoge's terrifying true essence now condensed into a massive heaven-obscuring hand, directly grabbing that ball of blood. Everyone stared wide-eyed as the 9 blood dragons' tails now resembled grass snakes as they emerged from the gaps between Yan Zhaoge's fingers, twisting unceasingly as they appeared exceptionally laughable. With the blood fire dragon claw broken, Hai Xingjie's face was green as he felt the qi and blood of his entire body being unstable. Now that Yan Zhaoge had seized the initiative, he could not help but be greatly shocked. Having experienced 100 battles, he was not flustered as he inhaled deeply, immediately stimulating his strength as he continued executing this supreme martial art of the 9 dragons congregating. Numerous spirit flowers appeared amidst the silhouette above Hai Xingjie's head. 8 spirit flowers flickered together, the blood-red light instantly enveloping the heavens and covering the earth. However, Yan Zhaoge grabbed the ball of blood formed of the 9 dragons with one hand, domineeringly striking out towards the sky above with his other hand. The combined force of the 2 palms trapped that ball of blood between them, directly shattering it. An all-encompassing mist of blood instantly exploded and dispersed. Dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon whiskers, dragon claws, dragon bones, innumerable remains rained down from the sky above. His true essence shuddered as Haijingjie was finally unable to suppress it as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked as he looked at Yan Zhaoge before him, unable to speak for a time. The surrounding blood dragon sect martial practitioners and that Changli Mountain couple were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as well. I'll give you a chance to display it. What other moves do you have? Take them all out and let me see. I want to see how far the martial arts of your vast ocean world have developed. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he traversed the air, instantly arriving before Haijingjie. He extended his hands, the massive heaven-obscuring hand formed of his true essence continuing to close over, trapping Haijingjie within as it closed forcefully. Haijingjie let out a tragic cry. A spiritual light suddenly lit up on his body, forming an armor of light that helped him resist Yan Zhaoge's attack. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly. You've activated your spirit artifact just like this? You don't have any more trump cards of your own? Hearing his words, everyone was instantly thrown into disarray. Chapter 458. A spiritual light lit up on Haijingjie's body. The middle-grade spirit weapon armor that he carried with him was activated, protecting his body. However, Yan Zhaoge did not care about this at all, the two massive heaven-obscuring hands formed of his true essence continuing to come together, that terrifying force causing the armor formed of spiritual light to shake unceasingly. Haijingjie's injuries were not light. At this moment, thanks to the protection of the spirit weapon armor, he forced himself to focus and activate his strength. While the blood dragon formed of his true essence had been forcibly dispersed by Yan Zhaoge, the secret art of the blood dragon spitting pearl was still in effect. Strands of quintessential essence surged out of Haijingjie's acupoints, turning into a scarlet light. It was as if real blood had dried up and solidified on his body, turning into pieces of dragon scales. Unlike when he manifested the blood dragon earlier and released his strength, Haijingjie now focused all of his strength into his body, forming a powerful defense. The scarlet light kept converging and condensing, and the blood-red dragon scales gradually turned black, becoming incomparably heavy and sturdy. Haijingjie's entire body was covered in blood-red dragon scales, his entire person seeming to have transformed into a dragon. This was none other than the supreme defensive martial art of the blood dragon sect, the black blood dragon scale body. As soon as the black blood dragon scales formed, it merged with the defensive power of that mid-grade spirit artifact armor, assisting Haijingjie in resisting Yan Zhaoge's two massive palms that seemed capable of suppressing the heavens and the earth with great difficulty. At this moment, Haijingjie could finally catch his breath. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he asked with much difficulty, "Who exactly are you? Why are you helping Changli Mountains by Jingkong and his wife to become enemies with my blood dragon sect?" Yan Zhaoge laughed, "While we do not live in the same world, I do have some ties with Changli Mountain. The clan that I hail from is called Broad Creed Mountain." From Yan Zhaoge's perspective, the most important thing to consider was the Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith. This thing was produced in the vast ocean world. Whether he asked Changli Mountain or the Blood Dragon sect, the effects would not be too different. It actually didn't matter who he helped, either side was fine. However, the actions of the black-robed old man caused Yan Zhaoge to make a decision. Since the other party wanted to fight, then so be it. Still, since he had already made a move against the Blood Dragon sect, in order to make it easier for him to converse with that couple of Changli Mountain afterwards, Yan Zhaoge did not mind finding a random excuse. Broad Creed Mountain. Changli Mountain. Hearing his words, Haijingjie almost fainted. The 5 peaks of Taoism were only legends before the Great Calamity. Could it be that you were really a descendant of Broad Creed Mountain's Tao arena in pre-Great Calamity times? Even so, our vast ocean world's Changli Mountain was definitely founded after the Great Calamity, merely taking on the name of Changli Mountain, having nothing to do with the 5 peaks of Taoism of pre-Great Calamity times. Yan Zhaoge thought to himself, what a coincidence. It's the same for my clan as well. At most, our martial legacies are developed on the foundation of Taoism. Hearing his words, the faces of that black-robed old man and the other 4 blood dragon sect martial practitioners all turned slightly green. The husband and wife controlling the black and white sword light, the Changli Mountain martial practitioners, Bai Jingkong and Wang Bing, felt incomparably fortunate. However, after hearing Hai Zhengjie's words, Bai Jingkong and his wife felt somewhat uneasy. As Hai Zhengjie had said, their Changli Mountain was a sect that had been born and raised in the vast ocean world after the Great Calamity, slowly developing. Yan Zhaoge did not cease in his actions, his palms still forcefully pressing together, squeezing Hai Zhengjie to the point that he was unable to move. Whether or not it has anything to do with the Changli Mountain Dao Arena of pre-Great Calamity times, at least this name sounds very pleasing to my ears, Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly. Hai Zhengjie and the others wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. Encountering someone who did things based on his mood, his likes and dislikes, what logic was there to speak of? Even 1,000 pieces of gold could not buy one's happiness. Hai Zhengjie said with difficulty, "Forget it. Today, it is our skills that are inferior. Since you are protecting Bai Jingkong and his wife, we will not make things difficult for you." Looking at him, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "Why didn't I see you being this courteous before making a move just now? If my cultivation base had been slightly weaker, I would already have died at your hands along with that husband and wife. If it were any other time, I might still consider it." Yan Zhaoge raised his head and gazed at the unstable dimensional passageway entrance up in the sky. "Time is pressing today. I have no time to entertain you. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge abruptly increased his force once more. Hai Zhengjie was greatly shocked. Before he had finished speaking, a change suddenly occurred between Yan Zhaoge's palms. Previously, he had executed the heavenly broad creed palm with his palms, combining the power that could flip the heavens and overturn the earth, pressuring Hai Zhengjie. Now, however, the power that could overturn the heavens and the earth had suddenly vanished. At this moment, the heavens and the earth seemed to cease to exist altogether. The world seemed to have returned to before the heavens and the earth had opened, everything still in a state of chaos. No yin, no yang, no before, no after, no beginning, no end, no movement, no stability. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as he continued bringing his palms together towards the center. The next moment, the chaos mightily exploded. It was as though all things had been subsumed within chaos before the chaos was extinguished, the universe opening once more. The boundless, tyrannical power that was tyrannical beyond compare rampantly broke through all of Hai Zhengjie's layers of defenses. As Yan Zhaoge brought his palms together, that power seemed infinite as it unceasingly crushed Hai Zhengjie's body amidst his tragic cries. Seeing this, the black-robed old man and the other blood dragon sect martial practitioners were instantly shocked whilst also enraged. Having taken care of Hai Zhengjie, Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head, seeing the black-robed old man and the others fleeing together towards the dimensional passageway up above. "Go!" Yan Zhaoge did not move from the spot as a streak of green light shot out from his right sleeve, shooting straight into the skies. The green light seemed to merge as one with the sky, yet a sharp crimson light flickered at the edges of the green light, resembling a mournful scar that had been slashed open within the sky. Yan Zhaoge wielded the high-grade spirit artifact, the Green Abyss Sword. Where his sword light passed, frenzied tides of death surged. Bai Jingkong and Wang Bing of Changli Mountain were currently dazed as they watched from the side. The two of them looked at each other, rejoicing in their hearts, but also fearful. The spiritual chi pulsation of this world doesn't feel suitable for us chi cultivators to cultivate. How can this young man have such a high cultivation? Yan Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to the others at this moment. The level of revival in their martial arts is not low, but it should not surpass our 8 extremities world at its highest. This Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster is an elite amongst his generation in terms of talent and strength, a peak existence. Yet, his accompanying spirit artifact is still a mid-grade spirit artifact. This means that in that vast ocean world, high-grade spirit artifacts are just as rare as in our eight extremities world. Perhaps it is the restriction of artifact forging or the restriction of resources. Still, the quality of the accompanying weapons of martial practitioners there should not surpass that of our eight extremities world at its highest. After taking care of the people of the Blood Dragon sect, Yan Zhaoge descended from the air, bringing them over to the side of Bai Jingkong and his wife as he nodded, "Greetings to the two of you." Bai Jingkong and his wife hurriedly said that they dared not, their gazes that were on Yan Zhaoge vaguely somewhat uneasy. Chapter 459. Bai Jingkong and Wang Bing could not help but feel uneasy. 2 late essence spirit martial grandmasters and 4 mid-essence spirit martial grandmasters. Amongst them, the Blood Ocean Soaring Dragon, Hai Zhengjie, was famed throughout the entire vast ocean world as a peak expert of the same cultivation level, surpassing his peers. However, these 6 Blood Dragon sect martial grandmasters had all perished at the hands of a single person, a mid-essence spirit martial grandmaster. Meanwhile, this mid-essence spirit martial grandmaster was merely in his 20s. While he possessed a high-grade spirit artifact, Bai Jingkong and Wang Bing could both tell that the crux of victory did not lie in that high-grade spirit artifact. Having been saved by Yan Zhaoge, they felt rather uneasy as well, especially having arrived in the completely foreign floating life world through the dimensional passageway. After exchanging greetings with Bai Jingkong and his wife, Yan Zhaoge did not exchange any more pleasantries as he got straight to the point. "I see that you and your wife possess a mid-grade spirit artifact, shining with multicolored light. Amongst the materials used to forge this spirit artifact, is there a treasure known as the Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith?" Hearing his words, the two exchanged looks, feeling that Yan Zhaoge was not asking for a spirit artifact in return for a favor, as they could not help but feel that it was strange. With the strength and wealth that Yan Zhaoge had displayed, he would naturally not be so fixated on a mid-grade spirit artifact. Even if he had taken a fancy to it and wanted to forcefully wrest it away from him, the couple would also be helpless against it. Thinking of this, Wang Bing answered candidly, "You are right. The mid-grade spirit artifact that I used to protect myself, the Rainbow Dawn bracelet, was indeed infused with Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith when it was forged." Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the increasingly unstable dimensional passageway entrance up above that seemed like it might close up at any moment. "I heard those people mention just now that you are from the vast ocean world. I wonder if Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith is still produced in the vast ocean world. How is it produced?" Bai Jingkong and Wang Bing exchanged glances before Bai Jingkong answered, "While it is very rare, it is not produced in just one place. It can be considered a rather precious heavenly material and earthly treasure. While its production is rather low, there is still some." Raising their heads and looking at that dimensional passageway entrance, anxious looks involuntarily surfaced on their faces. Originally, they had still been worried that Hai Zhengjie would be blocking their path from the other side. Now that Hai Zhengjie had also chased them into the floating life world and had been slain by Yan Zhaoge, the two no longer had anything to worry about. Of course, they hoped to be able to return to their vast ocean world as soon as possible. Yan Zhaoge said, "To tell you the truth, I wish to seek this Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith. Making a trip to your vast ocean world, I hope that the two of you can take care of me." Hearing this, Bai Jingkong and Wang Bing nodded in unison, "You are too polite. There is a Rainbow Dawn Jade mine under the rule of my Changli Mountain." Having the chance to return Yan Zhaoge's favor, they instead felt much more relaxed. Swiveling his head to look at Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei, and the others, Yan Zhaoge had just been about to speak when Su Fei beat him to it. "Junior apprentice brother Yan, don't go. Let me go. The dimensional passageway entrance leading from the vast ocean world to the floating life world is unstable. It will close immediately. If we go over, we will very likely be trapped within the vast ocean world, unable to return to the floating life world or the eight extremities world." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge said, Senior Apprentice Brother Su, your worries are not without reason. I have considered this as well, just that I have my own ideas. He flashed the lofty prestige mirror. Now that this mirror has been merged, while it is hard to repair the broken mirror, I have some methods to make use of this treasure to traverse cultivation realms. While I do not have sufficient confidence, it is not that there is no hope of returning to the Eight Extremities world at all. Yan Zhaoge exhaled slowly. Amidst the dense space and boundless wilderness, returning to the Eight Extremities world, we more or less have some possibility of locating our position. However, if we do not enter the vast ocean world this time, we can only rely on great luck if we want to find it again. Sister-in-law Yuzhen's current situation can still be considered stable, with her life temporarily not in danger. However, if we want her to recover and wake up, we will have to grasp every single chance we have, increasing our chances of success as much as possible. Humans have a lifespan at the end of the day. Even if she is sealed in an ice coffin, when her lifespan is up and her body does not rot, there is a possibility that she will never wake up again. Yan Zhaoge sighed. While sister-in-law Yuzhen is still young, her cultivation has yet to reach the martial grandmaster realm. With her heavy injuries resulting in her vitality being depleted, she only has a few decades left in her lifespan, perhaps even shorter. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei said, even if you have a way to return after going there, you wouldn't be completely confident of doing so, or perhaps it would take a very long time, right? Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment. Right now, I still can't be sure. Xue Fei's expression was serious. It would be fine if we were to remain in the floating life world for a period of time. However, if we were to be trapped in the vast ocean world for a few years, or even longer, unable to return, the consequences would be very severe. I don't care, but you can't. Xue Fei said seriously, it doesn't matter if the sect doesn't have me, but if it doesn't have you, Zhaoge, the situation will be very different. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows tightly. If I go over, even if I have to spend a little more time, I have the confidence of returning in the end. If it is just you, Senior Apprentice Brother Su, going over alone, you might never be able to return to the Eight Extremities world. His relationship with Xue Fei was different from that of other disciples, so he didn't have to hold back when he spoke. Xue Fei nodded. I understand, but there's always hope. Yan Zhaoge pressed his lips together. As for Turbid Wave Pavilion's Senior Apprentice Sister Xia, Xue Fei sucked in a deep breath, saying slowly, Zhaoge, after you return to the Eight Extremities world, if you meet Junior Apprentice Sister Xia, please tell her about my situation. Yan Zhaoge looked at Xue Fei, who shook his head. I have not had a family since young, and Master has already passed away. My concerns in this world need not be mentioned. If I were to talk about people, one would be Jun and his mother, and the other would be Junior Apprentice Sister Xie. Jun already knows about the situation. He said that wherever sister-in-law Yuzhen goes, he will go. Xue Fei shook his head. My only worry is Junior Apprentice Sister Xie. However, as one lives in this world, there are some things that must be done. It is not about emotions, but about responsibility. Xue Fei opened his accompanying shadow shrinking pouch, the figure of little Shi Jun appearing. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he said anxiously, Little Senior Apprentice Uncle Yan, I want to go with Master and Mother. Yan Zhaoge's expression was heavy. To Shi Jun, being able to be with his mother, Ying Yuzhen, was already good enough. Whether it was the vast ocean world or the Eight Extremities world no longer seemed so important. However, to Xue Fei, this departure might be an eternal one. The familiar heavens and earth, his beloved clan, Broad Creed Mountain, or his lover Xie Yuchan, whom he missed dearly, might never be reunited with again. However, Xue Fei did not hesitate at all. After Shi Songtao and Shi Tai had successively perished before his eyes, taking care of Ying Yuzhen and Shi Jun had become a great conviction of his, possibly even being more important than his own life. There were some things that Xue Fei would never say aloud. However, when it came to making a choice through actual actions, this man would not hesitate in the slightest. The dimensional passageway above their heads was already extremely unstable. While Bai Jingkang and Wang Bing were still able to keep their composure, the anxiety on their faces was already evident on their faces. While we are separated by life, it is not by death. If we are fated, we will definitely be able to meet again in the future. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Xue Fei's gaze was resolute, his smile relaxed. Cheer up. I am still waiting for you to bring people over to help us return. Chapter 460. Xue Fei's expression was very calm, not solemn at all. However, his gaze was resolute, not wavering or hesitating in the slightest. Yan Zhaoge glanced deeply at Xue Fei before suddenly extending a finger, piercing a bloody hole in Xue Fei's arm like a sharp sword. Little Shi Jun exclaimed in shock, while Xue Fei stood unmoving where he was, looking calmly at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge guided Xue Fei's fresh blood, drawing a profound, complex rune in the air. Then, the lofty prestige mirror reflected that rune, the blood-red rune instantly remaining on its surface before seemingly seeping into it. I will definitely bring you back, Yan Zhaoge said in a heavy tone, his expression solemn as never before. Xue Fei easily stopped the bleeding, taking off the wineskin at his waist and drinking a mouthful before smiling. I'll be waiting for you. Yan Zhaoge quickly told Xue Fei about the method to use the Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith to treat Yuzhen, at the same time also making a list of all the other methods that he could currently think of to treat Yuzhen. This way, in the vast ocean world, other than the Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith, if there were any other treasures that could be used, the two of them would be able to act as they pleased. The dimensional passageway entrance in the sky was exceptionally unstable, already gradually showing signs of healing. Looking at Bai Jingkang and his wife, Yan Zhaoge said, my senior apprentice brother will be traveling with the two of you. Please take care of him. Xue Fei also said, thank you for your trouble. While his cultivation base had yet to reach the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm, considering his age, Bai Jingkang and Wang Bing did not underestimate him as they both nodded politely. Bai Jingkang said emotionally, we are indebted to you for your help. We have no way to repay you, but we will definitely do our best. Wang Bing said, even if our abilities are limited, we can still report it to our clan. Our clan is one of the 7 pillars of good in the vast ocean world. It would still not be difficult for us to find some things. Breaking through the dimensional barrier and coming to the floating life world, meeting Yan Zhaoge and the others had been purely coincidental. They were not worried that they had been set up by someone. As for Yan Zhaoge having saved them because he had a request for them, as Bai Jingkang and Wang Bing saw it, it was instead a very normal thing. Moreover, as Yan Zhaoge had said, hearing that the clan that Yan Zhaoge and the others hailed from was called Broad Creed Mountain, they similarly felt a little closer. With Yan Zhaoge having such a cultivation base and such great strength at such a young age, Bai Jingkang and his wife were also happy to form a good relationship with him. In that case, the two of us, husband and wife, will take our leave. I hope we can meet again in the future. After saying that, Bai Jingkang and his wife rose up together. Su Fei kept the wineskin, waving towards Yan Zhaoge and the others, take care. Then, he brought Shi Jun along and flew towards the entrance of the domain passageway in the sky. Yan Zhaoge stood where he was, raising his head and gazing upwards as he watched the figures of Su Fei and the others vanish within the dimensional passageway. After a short while, the entrance of the domain passageway began to gradually collapse and become blurry. In the end, the domain passage disappeared into the horizon, completely disappearing without a trace. The sky above them returned to its original state. Yan Zhaoge, Ahu, Feng Yunsheng, and Yinglongtu all fell silent as they looked at the sky, which currently no longer had anything out of the ordinary. Let's go. After a long time, Yan Zhaoge exhaled slowly, turning and saying, we have already been delayed long enough here in the floating life world. Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, and Yinglongtu all nodded. They chased after the fiercest streak of light which had dispersed in the sky when they had been searching for the dimensional passageway back to the 8 extremities world. Yan Zhaoge's group traveled 5,000 kilometers to the north, feeling for the spiritual chi flow of the floating life world whilst also feeling for the changes in the surrounding heavens and earth. After searching for a long time, Yan Zhaoge's eyes abruptly lit up as he led them in speeding forward. Very quickly, they could see that there seemed to be a massive clump of dark clouds in the distant horizon. There was a vortex at its center, the surrounding chi currents rotating unceasingly within. Having neared it, Yan Zhaoge led them in entering the center of that dark cloud. Raising their heads and gazing upwards, they indeed saw the entrance of yet another dimensional passageway concealed within the depths of the rotating chi currents. This dimensional passageway precisely led to the eight extremities world where Yan Zhaoge and the others had come from. The space at the entrance distorted unceasingly, the entrance of the dimensional passageway moving unceasingly within the horizon of the floating life world, resembling a walking tornado. The eye of this tornado was where the entrance of the dimensional passageway was located. Yan Zhaoge extended his palm, streams of true essence transforming into a massive heaven-obscuring hand which pressed against the entrance, analyzing and weighing it. Luckily, this dimensional passageway can still be maintained, not closing up within a short period of time. After a while, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. Still, time is probably gradually running out. We have to move as soon as possible. Carefully analyzing the spatial changes at the entrance of the dimensional passageway, having a rough idea of what was going on. Even if they left, they would not have to worry about not being able to find them again. Thus, Yan Zhaoge led them out of the vortex of dark clouds. They returned to the western domain's Jade Ridge snowy mountains. After seeing Su Yun, Yan Zhaoge sighed, "Aunt Yun, we should be leaving." Su Yun was rather reluctant as well. "Young master, you must take care of yourself. When you see Lord, please send my regards. If you can see Miss, please mention to me that Miss can make a trip back to the floating life world when she is free. I miss her very much." Yan Zhaoge said, "Relax, Aunt Yun. I believe that mother not contacting you after returning to the floating life world should have been due to the special circumstances at the time, not wanting to bring you trouble. If the situation allows it, she will definitely come to see you." Su Yun's gaze was somewhat worried. "This is exactly what I'm most worried about. I hope you're safe." Yan Zhaoge consoled her a little more, bringing up the general matter of the vast ocean world so that Su Yun could mentally prepare herself. While the floating life world was relatively sealed, if a stable dimensional passageway was opened between it and the vast ocean world, it would be a great blow to the people here, not necessarily a blessing. Those of Green Dragon Mountain, the Thunder Rumbling Clan, the Blood Cloud Clan, the Blazing Fire Clan and the others of the floating life world congregated in the West Domain once more, just in order to deliver Grand Spirit Stone Essence to Yan Zhaoge. Previously, in the region of the northern Huqin mountain ranges Yaoqin Mountain, because Yan Zhaoge had something to do, the people in the vicinity had all been cleared out by the Thunder Rumbling Clan beforehand. No one knew what had happened there. However, the great battle that had erupted here had shaken the surrounding heaven and earth, so the people in the vicinity had noticed it. The martial practitioners of the floating life world all felt uneasy as they speculated about what had happened, hoping that Yan Zhaoge could reveal something to them. Yan Zhaoge looked like nothing had happened at all, leaving them helpless about it. Someone noticed that Xue Fei had disappeared, yet dared not ask about it. While they guessed that Yan Zhaoge's group might have suffered a loss, seeing that there were no abnormalities with Yan Zhaoge himself, they would not dare to act rashly no matter how much courage they had. If they continued tangling with him, they would be afraid of enraging the temperamental old devil Yan before them. If they made this great demon king unhappy, they might face the danger of being exterminated at any moment. Not finished yet. Chapter 461. After dismissing Luo Jinghao and the other demonic bloodline cultivators, Yan Zhaoge sorted out the Grand Spirit Stone Essence that he had obtained. After taking his leave of Su Yun, bringing along a few talented Snow Crane sect disciples who were willing to leave their homeland, Yan Zhaoge's group soundlessly left the Jade Ridge snowy mountains, hurrying towards the dimensional passageway leading to the Eight Extremities world. Other than Su Yun's family, even the disciples of the Snow Crane sect only knew that they had to select those who were young and had good natural endowments to head to the wonderful realm that was more suitable for Qi cultivators to cultivate in. Yan Zhaoge's group left the floating life world in a low-key manner, leaving behind endless legends here. As time passed, Yan Zhaoge still did not show his face. This caused Luo Jinghao and the others to guess that he might be like Xue Chuqing that year, completely secluding himself from the world, perhaps even leaving this world. However, with Xue Chuqing before them and Yan Zhaoge behind them, no one could say for certain when someone else would set foot in this floating life world again. In this way, Luo Jinghao and the others did not dare to do anything harmful to the Snow Crane sect in the end. In the Battle of the West Domain, Yan Zhaoge had single-handedly slain 3 sects and a demon, representing that Qi cultivators had extinguished the courage of demonic bloodline cultivators. This was not something that could be recovered within a short period of time. Although it was difficult for cultivators to cultivate Qi in the floating life world, and they weren't mainstream, it still caused a wave of youths to yearn to become a Qi cultivator, and it didn't dissipate for a long time. Every youth yearned to be like the Yan Emperor, a legendary, peerless expert who could dominate the world and rule over all living things. While in the eyes of many, especially in the eyes of powers like the Blood Cloud clan, Yan Zhaoge was completely a great devil. However, they didn't dare to say so in front of Yan Zhaoge, much less spread their notoriety. The Yan sovereign presided over all under the heavens, ruling over floating life. This was how the people of the floating life world addressed Yan Zhaoge. Although it was like a fleeting appearance, it had greatly changed the situation of the entire floating life world. Now that he was in this world, his words carried enormous weight, and he controlled the universe. Even though he had gone into seclusion, he was still able to intimidate everyone in the floating life world. Impressive indeed. However, it's only because there aren't any tigers in the floating life world. Yan Zhaoge brought Feng Yunsheng, Ah Hu, and Ing Longtu along in traversing the dimensional passageway, smiling as he did so. Sovereign titles and emperor titles were rather particular in pre-Great Calamity times, not just anyone could use them. Even now, no one would use it lightly. Our Broad Creed Mountain's past ancestors were virtually all elite figures of the same generation in the Eight Extremities world. However, look at their titles: Heaven Opening Old Man, Exalted Heaven Shaker, Heaven Diviner, Heaven Equaling Saint, and so on. Yan Zhaoge smiled. I've never seen anyone use Sovereign or Emperor as a title. Ah Hu gave a silly smile. But, young master, you look quite happy when others call you that. Yan Zhaoge coughed dryly. Cough, cough, let them call out for the time being, and I'll listen for the time being. Feng Yunsheng giggled from the side, Ing Longtu also full of smiles. Senior apprentice brother Yan is lying. Yan Zhaoge flicked Ing Longtu's forehead with a finger. Not bad, you're really smart now. Ing Longtu clutched his head and laughed foolishly, as if he had returned to his childhood. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Honestly speaking, I still can't bear this title as of now. However, it does indeed sound rather joyous. Feng Yunsheng blinked, letting out an "oh." As of now, Yan Zhaoge similarly blinked. Is there a problem? I feel that I'm very careful with my words. Feng Yunsheng gave him a thumbs up. I feel so too. Chatting and laughing along the way, they passed through the dimensional passageway. Streams of spiritual qi intermingled between the heavens and the earth as the scene of the 10-character heavenly rainbow reappeared before their eyes. 2 rainbows traversed the horizon, one horizontal and one vertical, intersecting within the air. Feeling the flow of spiritual qi that was clearly different from that of the floating life world, Yan Zhaoge and the others all let out a comfortable sigh of praise. That feeling was like having emerged from a great desert, stepping into the waters of Jiangnan. However, within the marsh of Illusory Sea, while the 10-character heavenly rainbow had been established, illusory scenes still arose. Yan Zhaoge appraised their surroundings. Unlike the floating life world where the dimensional passageway's entrance is unstable, the one over at the Eight Extremities world should be fixed. However, I have never heard of anyone from the floating life world going there. Looking at the surrounding environment, even after such a long time, no one has approached this 10-character heavenly rainbow. Feng Yunxing guessed, this 10-character heavenly rainbow is already deep within the depths of the marsh of illusory sea. It would be very hard for those with lower cultivation bases to enter. While it is currently in a weakened state, even martial grandmasters might get lost here. As for those with higher cultivation bases not coming here, could it be that some major change has occurred in the current Eight Extremities world, such that no one has the time to pay attention to this? Yan Zhaoge said, let's first think of a way to get out, then find someone to ask. Luckily, the flow of time in the floating life world is basically the same as in the Eight Extremities world. He glanced back at the 10-character heavenly rainbow within the sky before lowering his head to look at the snow crane hairpin in his hands, shaking his head slightly. In a place like the marsh of illusory sea, entering it was extremely difficult. Wanting to leave it safely was similarly difficult, because it was very hard to determine one's direction. Only after a long time had passed did they finally emerge from the marsh of illusory sea. On the surface of the lake domain, if one wanted to obtain information, they would naturally have to find those of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Knowing that Xia Yuchan had still not left seclusion, Yan Zhaoge felt slightly more relaxed. For him, he naturally hoped that Xia Yuchan would remain in seclusion until Xue Fei safely returned to the Eight Extremities world. Not being able to see Xia Yuchan, Yan Zhaoge still had other acquaintances in Turbid Wave Pavilion. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, the little girl Zhang Yao was extremely happy. Senior apprentice brother Yan, you've returned from the marsh of illusory sea. That's right, junior apprentice sister Zhang, long time no see. How have you been? Yan Zhaoge smiled, introducing Feng Yunsheng and Ning Longtu to Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao glanced at Feng Yunsheng. Turbid Wave Pavilion's maiden of extreme Yin, Fan Qiu, was rather close to Zhang Yao. Seeing Feng Yunsheng who had defeated Fan Qiu in the 5th extreme Yin bout now, Zhang Yao could not help but feel a little curious. Feng Yunsheng smiled as she led Ning Longtu and Zhang Yao in greeting, smiling, how has junior apprentice sister Fan been? Zhang Yao said rather embarrassedly, senior apprentice sister Fan admires senior apprentice sister Feng greatly, but still hopes to have a showdown with you next year. She is currently in secluded cultivation. Feng Yunsheng smiled freely, junior apprentice sister Fan's talent is outstanding, and she is also willing to work hard. I look forward to it very much. Everyone laughed, Zhang Yao laughing as well, instead being much more casual towards Feng Yunsheng. Yan Zhaoge asked, junior apprentice sister Zhang, while we were in the marsh of illusory sea, did anything major happen in the Eight Extremities world? Zhang Yao straightened her expression, saying, something very major happened. Not long ago, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall joined hands to cause trouble for Jade Sea City. The Sacred Sun Clan's Grand Elder, the East-coming Martial Saint, Senior Huang, and the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Green Thunder Martial Saint, Senior Shen, both personally headed to the water domain. She looked at Yan Zhaoge and the others. Your clan's heaven-equaling Senior Elder brought along the clear Qi robe, obstructing the East-coming Martial Saint in the Earth domain. A great battle erupted between the two. Chapter 462. Zhang Yao said, the extreme Yin crown controlled by the Sacred Sun Clan, under the control of senior apprentice sister Meng Wan, also left for the water domain. Infinite Boundless Mountains chief Beiyue Towering Heaven Chu also left with his sacred artifact, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe. Speaking of how the Sacred Sun Clan had dispatched the extreme Yin crown to Jade Sea City, Zhang Yao sighed. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he asked, what else? Also, Zhang Yao's spirits rose. Your father, Chief Yan, battled with the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Green Thunder Martial Saint, Senior Shen, at the border between the thunder and water domains. Not bringing a sacred artifact, not relying on the power of the terrain, your father faced the Green Thunder Martial Saint head-on as a martial grandmaster. The Green Thunder Martial Saint saw the water domain right before his eyes, but was unable to take a single step forward. Hearing her words, Hu instantly laughed till his eyes could not be seen as he chuckled happily. Feng Yunsheng and Ing Longtu also had looks of admiration on their faces. Yan Zhaoge, however, did not seem shocked as he just smiled, asking, "And the final result?" The excitement on Zhang Yao's face was retracted as her gaze gradually turned solemn, as the two sides clashed. Before victory and defeat could be decided, something else suddenly happened, breaking off this great battle. She sucked in a deep breath, deep wariness surfacing within her eyes. It is not just the contest between your father and the Green Thunder Martial Saint. In other aspects, the contest between your clan's Heaven-equaling Saint and the Sacred Sun clan's East-coming Martial Saint was also forced to stop. The standoff between the extreme Yin Crown and the Heaven-cleaving Axe could only come to an end. Hearing her words, Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly into slits. Zhang Yao said in a heavy tone, "An intense change occurred in the Earth domain, affecting the entire Earth domain, even spreading to the surrounding few domains. It is rumored that an extremely terrifying aura emanated from the Earth domain, as well as a tragic howl that shook one's soul." As she spoke, deep fear appeared within Zhang Yao's gaze. At that time, everyone who was in the Earth domain, other than your clan's Heaven-equaling Saint and the Sacred Sun clan's East-coming Martial Saint, instantly perished. While they had not personally been there, Yan Zhaoge and the others could all feel a chill surging within their hearts. The Earth domain was vast, virtually as large as the Heaven domain ruled by Broad Creed Mountain. While the Earth domain had always been one of the 6 great danger grounds of the 8 extremities world, there were also many precious specialties that could not be found elsewhere. Therefore, there were always people who took the risk to enter, and among them, there was no lack of great grandmaster martial artists with high cultivation. However, when the waves hit, the people in the middle of it were like a lone boat in the ocean, suddenly facing a tsunami that affected the entire ocean and drowned them in an instant. Among these people, there were more or less martial artists from the 6 great holy lands. Such a terrifying scene, just thinking about it made people shudder. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows. "While my grandmaster and the Sacred Sun clan's Huang Guanglia are engaged in a great battle in the Earth domain, they should have paid attention to minimizing their influence on the Earth domain. They shouldn't have caused such a great disturbance." Zhang Yao replied, "I heard that Senior Yuan and Senior Huang were indeed paying attention. The sudden changes in the Earth domain were not caused by them." The young girl bit her lip. The pavilion master had originally been recuperating from her injuries in seclusion, but she was also alarmed. She said that the abnormality in the Earth domain this time surpasses the previous disturbances of the decimating abyss. The source seems to be in the deepest part of the Earth domain, and is very likely related to the 9 underworlds itself. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples, also feeling a bit of a headache. What happened after that? Zhang Yao's expression relaxed somewhat. With the abnormalities in the Earth domain and the 9 underworlds in chaos, the two sides currently clashing could only temporarily stop, first hurrying to the Earth domain to deal with it. Yan Zhaoge did not speak, looking at Zhang Yao, waiting for her to continue. The young girl had a puzzled look on her face. "I am also not very clear on the specifics of the situation, but it is rumored that golden radiance flickered within the deep abyss of the Earth domain. Affected by this, the Earth domain which originally had black chi surging to the heavens temporarily calmed a little. However, it is still exceptionally dangerous. The elders of the various sects have already sent down the notice that disciples below the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm are strictly forbidden from approaching the vicinity of the Earth domain, not even entering its outskirts." Yan Zhaoge's expression flickered slightly. Golden radiance. It was said that the reason why the Earth domain had become the current land of death was because, for some unknown reason, a crevice leading to the 9 underworlds had opened up many years ago. It was just that this crevice had been sealed by a force of unknown origin, preventing the power of death and destruction from continuing to expand. However, the Earth domain had also become hell. Not mentioning that before the Great Calamity, the fearsome name of the 9 underworlds had already been passed down from ancient times. Just from the example of the Earth domain alone, one could understand why the entire 8 extremities world was filled with wariness towards the 9 underworlds. After discovering traces of the decimating abyss, everyone wanted to attack them. The evil devils of the 9 underworlds bewitched the hearts of the people, specially targeting holes in the hearts of people. While they did not seem as violent as the flame devils, if the 9 underworlds descended into the human realm, the destruction they would cause would also be indisputably destructive. Yan Zhaoge had once suspected that the people of the decimating abyss had intended to open up that crevice in the Earth domain, guiding the 9 underworlds to continue descending. Afterwards, seeing the people of the decimating abyss leave the Earth domain, wreaking havoc elsewhere in the 8 extremities world in an attempt to open the 9 underworlds door, Yan Zhaoge had become interested in that power that sealed the Earth domain. However, because he was wary of the 9 underworlds, Yan Zhaoge had not acted rashly. A moment of carelessness and the seal had been broken, the 9 underworlds descending, that would have been a huge problem. Hearing that golden light had suddenly appeared in the Earth domain, suppressing the abnormalities there once more, Yan Zhaoge immediately thought of this matter. What's the situation over at the Earth domain now? Yan Zhaoge asked. Zhang Yao said as they walked, the 6 great sacred grounds all have people watching over there, with a few martial saint experts also on standby at all times, entering from time to time in an attempt to probe deeper. However, there still seems to be no certainty now. Instead, the abnormalities in the Earth domain have gradually calmed, becoming weaker and weaker. Everyone is saying that this tribulation seems to have passed for the time being, but we still have to remain vigilant. Yan Zhaoge nodded, it should be so. As they walked, a layer of darkness gradually surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's gaze. Has it passed? Lin Zhou's words that seemed like a prophecy whilst also a curse before his death now surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's mind. Is it referring to this? The abnormalities in the Earth domain might have originated from the 9 underworlds. Perhaps it was because the decimating abyss had been obstructed time and time again, thus drawing the attention of the powerful evil devils over at the 9 underworlds, or perhaps angering them. Yan Zhaoge pondered, we have to plan carefully. Passing by Turbid Wave Pavilion, after paying a visit and greeting them, they continued heading north. With such a great change having occurred in the Earth domain, it was a little inconvenient for them to head to the Heaven domain. However, there were also many peak experts of Broad Creed Mountain currently in the vicinity of the Earth domain. Currently, not only was Yuan Zhengfeng keeping an eye on the Earth domain, Fang Zhuan of Broad Creed Mountain, who had the greatest understanding of the Earth domain other than Yan Zhaoge, had also come over. After entrusting Feng Yunsheng, Ying Longtu, and the others to other longtime elders of the clan, Yan Zhaoge himself remained behind, preparing to investigate the current Earth domain. Chapter 463. Those below the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Realm were forbidden from entering the Earth domain. This restriction naturally did not exist for Yan Zhaoge. Following the guidance, Yan Zhaoge passed through the dense black fog, appearing before Yuan Zhengfeng and Fang Zhuan. The two were not surprised at his arrival. Yuan Zhengfeng nodded slightly. Zhaoge has returned from the Marsh of Illusory Sea. As Yan Zhaoge greeted the two, he saw streams of clear qi swaying and entangling Fang Zhuan's entire body, intermingling with the streams of black qi within the deep abyss down below, forming an existence that resembled a cage, enveloping his entire person within. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, Fang Zhuan smiled and nodded, but did not open his mouth to speak. His attention seemed to be entirely placed on the coiling black fog before him. From a certain perspective, it could even be said that it was not just Broad Creed Mountain. In the entire 8 extremities world, Fang Zhuan was currently the person with the deepest understanding of the Earth domain other than Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's understanding of the 9 underworlds was based on the scriptures of the divine palace of pre-Great Calamity times. After the Great Calamity, Feng Zhuan, who had once investigated the 9 underworlds and the Earth domain for many years, might be even more familiar with some of the details than Yan Zhaoge. Carefully feeling that black fog, Yan Zhaoge gradually came to an understanding: this is baleful qi that is even more dangerous than the chaotic Tao baleful qi. Within is also the devilish qi of the 9 underworlds, intimidating one's soul as one falls to the dark side. The heavenly abyss countercurrent technique can neutralize the harm caused by the chaotic baleful qi, but it can't do anything about the baleful qi of the 9 underworlds, which is even stronger. As Yan Zhaoge focused his gaze and looked carefully, he saw a faint golden radiance vaguely emanating from the depths of the black fog. The radiance was thin and indistinct. It should be buried at the bottom of the abyss. Shrouded by the black fog, while that golden radiance was thin, it did not appear weak in the slightest. Yan Zhaoge could even feel a sense of warmth from within, completely different from the harsh environment around him. It was as if the sun was covered by dark clouds, but there were still rays of sunlight penetrating the clouds and shining on the earth. What kind of seal is it? Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, first thinking of the Sacred Sun clan. However, when the Earth domain had first undergone further changes that year, transforming into hell, the Sacred Sun clan had still been far from having developed to its current level. As for the seal that had been set up in the Earth domain by an unknown person and unknown power, it had already existed from the very beginning. Also, according to Yan Zhaoge's estimations, unlike how he and the others had previously blocked the Great 9 Underworlds door, a path leading to the 9 Underworlds might have already long since been officially opened in the depths of the Earth domain, just that it had been blocked by the divine abilities of a bigwig. Such methods were also not something that the past experts of the Sacred Sun clan had been able to achieve. Carefully feeling the concept contained within that golden radiance, it was also different from the martial arts of the Sacred Sun clan that he usually came into contact with. But, there's also a somewhat familiar feeling. Yan Zhaoge's gaze focused slightly. It seems like I've come into contact with it somewhere before. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge looked at Yuan Zhengfeng, Grand Master. The situation here is currently gradually stabilizing. What was the situation like when it was the most intense earlier? Yuan Zhengfeng said with a solemn expression. The murderous aura soared to the sky and bewitched people's minds. It was different from how the 9 underworlds bewitched people's minds and killed them slowly. The situation back then was as if it wanted to forcefully drag people into an abyss that they couldn't get out of. Whether you were willing or not, your mind seemed to have been corroded by someone, your humanity obliterated. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge's expression grew even more solemn. That was rather fierce, extremely rarely seen before. When the decimating abyss people stirred up the greatest disturbance, the devilish qi they stirred up did not seem as intense as this. This time, it is probably not someone of the 8 extremities world who has been enticed by the 9 underworlds. Instead, it is a powerful evil devil causing mischief in the 9 underworlds over there. Yuan Zhengfeng said, if that is so, the calmness now is likely only temporary. It is unknown when the other party will make a move once more. This time, it was likely just a probe. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Grand Master's words are extremely true. This is precisely what is most worth worrying about. Yuan Zhengfeng said, this old man once entered the deep abyss of hell together with Huang Guanglia, Shenli, Chu Yan, and the others, descending all the way to the very bottom. There, a dazzling golden light flickered. It is unknown which senior expert left behind a seal that has always been sealing the bottom of the deep abyss. Yuan Zhengfeng sighed rather regretfully. After investigating it, we discovered that that place is currently in a delicate balance. If we were to touch it, it might instead lose its balance, causing the seal to shatter completely. Therefore, we could only retreat, keeping watch over it from here. Yan Zhaoge pondered as he said, while we can only passively wait, if the 9 underworlds change once more, the seal of golden light should not completely shatter. This way, we can still borrow its power to resist the 9 underworlds together. Yuan Zhengfeng nodded slowly. It is precisely due to such considerations that this old man, unreasonable Huang, and the others finally decided to wait and see. Yan Zhaoge asked, Grand Master, did you manage to obtain a strand of golden light? While I had to avoid touching the seal, I was still able to successfully obtain some of its aura. Still, this old man's eyes are not sharp, and I have yet to recognize its origins. Yuan Zhengfeng opened his palm, a few strands of faint golden radiance appearing on his palm, resembling the light of the sun as it was dazzling and blinding. However, it feels like it is of the direct lineage of Taoism from before the Great Calamity. Yan Zhaoge carefully obtained a strand of radiance, keeping it carefully as he prepared to slowly analyze it. Grand Master, in my trip to the Marsh of Illusory Sea this time. Yan Zhaoge told Yuan Zhengfeng about his journey here, picking out the important matters. Yuan Zhengfeng was one of the few people who knew about the matter of his mother. Yan Zhaoge had no need to hide it from him. Listening carefully, Yuan Zhengfeng could not help but click his tongue in admiration. World beyond worlds, floating life world, vast ocean world, demonic bloodline cultivators. After knowing the whereabouts of Su Fei and Shi Jun, Yuan Zhengfeng's gaze contained a rare hint of worry. I hope that the heavens help them. Looking at Yuan Zhengfeng, who resembled an ordinary old man at this moment, thinking of Su Fei and Shi Jun, Yan Zhaoge could not help but feel a little sour within his heart. Yuan Zhengfeng retracted his thoughts, looking at Yan Zhaoge as he consoled, this old man has a very deep impression of that child Chu Qing. While she usually seems a little muddle-headed, not being as meticulous as most women, she is a very independent person with her own ideas. While you were not able to find her in the floating life world, don't be discouraged. You will definitely meet her again in the future. Yan Zhaoge smiled, nodding. Yuan Zhengfeng raised his head slightly. The vast ocean world and the floating life world aside, it is the world beyond worlds that you said that Chu Qing mentioned in her message that is truly extraordinary. While it is like looking at a leopard through a tube, it still gives one the feeling of seeing something new. Yan Zhaoge answered, I feel the same way. Yuan Zhengfeng pondered for a moment before saying, you should return to the clan first. Your father is currently guarding over the clan. You should also return to meditate and recuperate. If there are any changes here, this old man will inform you. Such a massive change in the earth domain indeed required the martial Saint Yuan Zhengfeng to guard over it. Yan Zhaoge had many thoughts that needed to be sorted out, as he also had to make some preparations for the changes in the earth domain. Therefore, after taking his leave of Yuan Zhengfeng and Fang Zhuan, Yan Zhaoge returned to the Heaven Domain's broad Creed Mountain. Chapter 464. Jade Sea City needed to repair their Guardian Grand Formation, and their city lord Song Wuliang also needed to recuperate from his injuries in seclusion. With this extremely rare chance, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Halt suppressed the water domain, launching an offensive. Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain both acted decisively, obstructing the advance of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. As a result, the battle had just begun when it was interrupted by external factors. As a large-scale abnormality erupted in the Earth domain once more, the sacred grounds had no choice but to temporarily set aside their enmity, first turning their spearheads towards the common enemy of the entire Eight Extremities world. Some of the experts of the various families stayed behind to monitor and guard the region, while others returned to their own mountain gates to make various arrangements. Returning to Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge first saw his father, Yan Di. Little Swallow looking for his mother, failed. Yan Zhaoge's first words left Yan Di not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Although he still couldn't accurately understand the deeper level of bad taste in Yan Zhaoge's words, he could still understand the literal meaning. Yan Di sighed, Yunsheng and Longtu have already told me the gist of the matter. Such a result is also something that cannot be helped. After sighing, Yan Di's gaze turned sharp once more. World beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge smiled, at least from the looks of it now, mother should be fine. While the affairs of the world are hard to predict, from the tone of her message, it was still rather casual. Still, we can't let our guard down. If everything was really fine, she wouldn't have come to the floating life world a second time without showing herself, not even meeting Aunt Yun. His hands behind his back, Yan Di gazed towards the distant southeast, in the direction of the lake domain. Yan Zhaoge said, counting the days, the 10-character heavenly rainbow should already have vanished by now. Still, having obtained the lofty prestige mirror left behind by my mother, I think that it might be of greater use to me. It is just that if the world beyond worlds is really as difficult to enter as mother says, the lofty prestige mirror might not be enough. Yan Di nodded silently, retracting his distant gaze after a while as he said in a heavy tone, if it is as you say, the lofty prestige mirror has many miraculous uses, you should pay more attention to it then. Shuefei, Shi Jun, and the others are all alone outside. This is indeed a worrying matter. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge nodded solemnly, please rest assured. After pausing for a moment, Yan Zhaoge continued, there's still one more thing. I unintentionally obtained a formation diagram earlier. It is not a formation like the Clear Qi Grand Formation or the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation that relies on geography. Instead, it is a formation diagram of a battle formation, known as the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. Yan Di's gaze hardened slightly, oh. Yan Zhaoge nodded, I never mentioned it to you before because the difficulty of setting up this formation is too high. First of all, we need at least 4 experts of the second level of the Martial Saint realm to form the formation. The higher their cultivation base, the better. If we really can't gather all of them, we can just barely make do with a first-level Martial Saint and a sacred artifact. Secondly, I need a large amount of Grand Spirit Stones to refine the auxiliary formation weapons. Yan Zhaoge said, the latter problem is actually even more difficult than the former. After all, Grand Spirit Stone essence is already extinct in the 8 Extremities world. However, having inadvertently gone to the floating life world this time, I instead obtained a large amount of Grand Spirit Stone essence. With that, this problem was easily solved. Yan Di asked, therefore, we have to face the first problem now. Yan Zhaoge said bluntly, if the situation really is urgent and we need to gather enough people, this is also something that can't be helped. Otherwise, I naturally wouldn't want to include the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglie. After all, we are irreconcilable enemies with the Sacred Sun Clan. Yan Di's expression was as per usual, our clan definitely won't be able to gather enough people within a short period of time. Now that you have proposed this formation, your target should also be the Earth Domain or the Flame Devil world, right? Yan Zhaoge answered, it is precisely so. Master with the Clear Qi robe, City Lord Song with the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, and also Old Man Mo. Yan Di raised his head slightly, there is an empty spot. He swiveled his head to look at Yan Zhaoge, no eggs remain intact when the nest is overturned. At a critical moment, we must unite against external enemies. If the situation really is urgent, we can only count Huang Guanglie in. Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly, you can rest easy. I will make additional preparations. Of course, there is nothing wrong with uniting against external enemies. Still, we cannot let our guard down. We all know about the Sacred Sun Clan's conduct. Yan Di pondered for a moment before saying, the Earth Domain can still temporarily maintain stability for a period of time, right? Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge knew that Yan Di might have some sort of plan. At times like this, an accurate explanation was needed to facilitate Yan Di's judgment. Therefore, after pondering very seriously for a moment, Yan Zhaoge answered, Grand Master, second apprentice uncle and I all unanimously believe that as long as there are no major changes, there shouldn't be any problems within a short period of time. My personal judgment is that there should be no worries for the next half a year. After hearing this, Yendi's gaze turned resolute. Inform your Grand Master that I will be entering secluded cultivation in the next few days. According to my own estimates, this secluded cultivation might take more than a year's time. Yan Zhaoge was first shocked before his spirits rose. Father, you, Yendi nodded, I have remained at the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, the late Essence Talisman stage, for a rather long time, having accumulated more experience. After stepping into the Transcending Mortality stage, I battled with 3 martial saints, the Devil Saint Yuan Tian, the East-coming martial saint Huang Guanglie and the Green Thunder martial saint Xinli. Usually, I also sparred with Master, having more or less gained some insights. Afterwards, there was also that Crimson Pagoda that you brought back from the East Sea. Comprehending the concept within, I benefited greatly. Having returned from the floating life world this time, listening to you describe the cultivation of demonic bloodline cultivators, I was able to comprehend them by analogy. Yendi said quietly, with so much experience, I want to give it a try. If this news were to spread, it would probably shake the entire 8 Extremities world. After all, Yendi had only just stepped into the Transcending Mortality stage during the Great Battle of Broad Creed Mountain earlier. Breaking through into the Martial Saint realm within such a short period of time would truly cause all the other Transcending Mortality Martial Grandmasters to wish they could die from embarrassment. Yuan Jingfeng had been injured, first not mentioning it. Xian Dongping had fallen to the dark side, not having sufficient confidence in taking that final step. While Yendi had said that he wanted to give it a try, with his current cultivation base, he had an extremely accurate grasp of himself. Daring to give it a try, while he might not be certain of success, he would still have some confidence. This was related to Yendi having intentionally suppressed his footsteps somewhat when he had been at the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, the late Essence Talisman stage. Even Yan Zhaoge, who understood the situation, felt slightly taken aback at this moment. His father was indeed not comparable to ordinary people. However, amidst feeling happy for his father, Yan Zhaoge was not completely relaxed. While Yendi's speed surpassed the imagination of ordinary people, he might still not be able to make it in time. While the current Yendi had yet to enter the Martial Saint realm, he was already equivalent to a Martial Saint expert. Currently being troubled times, if something happened while Yendi was in secluded cultivation and he was unable to participate in the battle, it would affect him greatly. However, time waited for no man. The opponents that the 8 Extremities world might face were not just the Earth Domain and the 9 underworlds. There was also the Flame Devils. Yan Zhaoge said solemnly, I wish you success in advance. Chapter 465. Receiving the news that Yendi was about to enter secluded cultivation in an attempt to break through into the Martial Saint realm, Yuan Jingfeng was both worried and delighted. With no abnormalities occurring in the Earth Domain for the time being, he returned to Broad Creed Mountain with the clear Qi robe. After sending his father into secluded cultivation, Yan Zhaoge also began to make serious preparations. First, he helped Yuan Jingfeng settle down the girl who resembled Sikong Qing that he had brought back from the floating life world, He Ying. Then there was the matter of the Tai Imperial breaking formation. With the help of the internal crystal furnace, refining the Grand Spirit Stone essence would be relatively easy. At the end of the day, Yan Zhaoge was confident in this matter. On the other hand, if he wanted to repair the lofty prestige mirror, he would have to spend a lot of effort on it. With little time, there were many things to do. Other than remaining at the clan to make preparations, Yan Zhaoge still had to make a trip to the Earth Domain from time to time, observing the situation there as well as discussing and exchanging opinions with Fang Zhuan, who had been left behind to monitor the situation. Time flew by as he traveled back and forth between the mountain gate and the region. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, but fortunately, there were still no major changes in the region. What Yan Zhaoge had said to Yendi earlier was a conservative estimate as much as possible in order to prevent any accidents from happening. Now that the situation was as they had expected, Yan Zhaoge, Yuan Jingfeng and the others all felt much more relaxed. It was just that it would probably still be a long time before Yan Di emerged from seclusion. It was very hard to say what the situation in the Earth domain would be like, and it was also unknown whether Yan Di would be able to make it in time. The more time passed, the more vigilant the experts of the Eight Extremities world became, paying close attention to the movements of the Earth domain at all times. As for the Water domain's Jade Sea City, having obtained this period of stability, they finally successfully extricated themselves from their previous decline. With their guardian grand formation having been rebuilt, their city lord Song Wuliang having recovered from his injuries and emerged from seclusion, the strength of Jade Sea City who possessed the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword had soared greatly, presiding over Infinite Boundless Mountain, the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Turbid Wave Pavilion, becoming a massive power comparable to Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan. This was also something that the Sacred Sun Clan was unwilling to see. Sadly, they had already missed the best chance to suppress Jade Sea City. However, with the 9 underworlds currently restless and a calamity likely to occur in the Earth domain at any time, Jade Sea City could only first suppress their past enmity, not settling their debts with the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. After all, Jade Sea City could be considered the sacred ground with the worst geographical location. To the west of the Water domain was the border of the Earth domain, while to the east was the Outer East Sea. It happened to be sandwiched between the 9 underworlds and the Flame Devils. If anything happened, the situation would be the most dangerous. However much Jade Sea City wanted to hold their heads up high and exact their vengeance, they still had to first deal with external threats. Old Man Mo, who had returned to Verdant Pill Island after the Battle of the Eastern Sea and ignored the affairs of the world, was startled once more. He sent out his disciples to contact the 6 holy lands of the continent to understand what was going on. The entire Eight Extremities world was currently in an atmosphere that seemed relaxed but was actually tense. But regardless of the atmosphere, the 6th Extreme Yin bout arrived as scheduled. While the Sacred Sun Clan wanted to postpone the 6th Extreme Yin bout on the grounds of the tense situation, the other sacred grounds, Turbid Wave Pavilion included, would not agree to it. However, the final result was still as the Sacred Sun Clan had wished for. Meng Wan, who had successfully advanced to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, once again won the championship. Out of the 6 Extreme Yin bouts, she had emerged as the champion 4 times. As long as she did not make any mistakes, she would not let the Extreme Yin crown fall into the hands of others. Meng Wan had once again solidified her name as the strongest maiden of Extreme Yin. Even as she completed the first consecutive championship in the history of the Extreme Yin bout, she had also successfully left the Extreme Yin crown behind in the Sacred Sun Clan. However, illuminated by Meng Wan's dazzling radiance, there was someone who did not pale in comparison. This person was naturally Broad Creed Mountain's maiden of Extreme Yin, Feng Yunsheng. The final battle of the 6th Extreme Yin bout once again unfolded between Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan. Unlike last time, when Feng Yunsheng had virtually expended all of her strength in her great battle with Fan Qiu, her battle power had been limited when facing Meng Wan afterwards. In this time's Extreme Yin bout, the two clashed fiercely. At the very end, the 2 girls had virtually perished together, with Meng Wan barely managing to win by a move and a half, barely managing to obtain the Extreme Yin crown. Many people thought that if Feng Yunsheng had been able to successfully advance a step further, also attaining the mid-Xiantian stage, the result of this battle would have been extremely different. Especially in the 6th Extreme Yin bout, Feng Yunsheng had displayed extremely shocking strength, actually seeming to be able to vaguely break the supreme Extreme Yin arts of the other maidens of Extreme Yin, Meng Wan included, causing everyone to feel shocked. Because she had once borrowed the Yin-Yang Cloud Spring of the Mountain Domain's Cloud Portent Mountain to recover her Extreme Yin physique, as well as the news that Lin Zhou had spread that year, the matter of Feng Yunsheng had gradually spread throughout the Eight Extremities world. After Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan had completely fallen out, they no longer cared about keeping it a secret. Therefore, there were already many people who knew that Feng Yunsheng had once fallen to rock bottom that year, only rising back up again after 2 years. However, in the 5th extreme Yin bout, she had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, and now, in the 6th extreme Yin bout, she had even displayed a momentum of improvement that was even fiercer than Meng Wan's. At this rate, in the next extreme Yin bout, would Meng Wan still be able to help the Sacred Sun clan retain the extreme Yin crown? Even those of the Sacred Sun clan felt their hearts grow heavy as they thought of this problem. Zhaoge, your estimations are indeed very accurate. In Broad Creed Mountain, Fu Enshu sighed somewhat wryly, if not for the Sacred Sun clan having also analyzed a yin-yang coexisting technique, strengthening and raising Meng Wan's extreme yin physique, in this 6th extreme yin bout, the extreme yin crown would have already been in our Broad Creed Mountain's possession. Yan Zhaoge smiled. It is indeed a pity, but it is also something that can't be helped. With the Sacred Sun clan having started early on the matter of the extreme Yin crown, having made many preparations, it can also be foreseen that they have some true abilities. While she knew that this was indeed the case, Fu Enshu still shook her head unceasingly, feeling extremely regretful. Swiveling her head to look at Feng Yunsheng, she said, "Don't relax. Continue working hard in your cultivation. In the 7th extreme Yin bout, the extreme Yin crown will definitely be ours." Feng Yunsheng's expression was calm, her gaze resolute, as though she was completely unaffected by yet another loss. "Rest assured, master. Your disciple will definitely do her best." Feng Yunsheng let out a long breath. Even without Fu Enshu's reminder, she would still do her best. That pure white crown, that had always been her goal, that lofty peak which she had once thought that she no longer had any hope of ascending, was now within reach. She was only a single step away from the peak. How would she allow all of this to slip away from her eyes because of her own laziness? Fu Enshu swiveled her head to look to the other side, where Yin Luhua stood. While Yin Luhua had not accompanied Fu Enshu and Feng Yunsheng to participate in the 6th extreme Yin bout, Fu Enshu had recorded the process of the bout using light and shadow, bringing it back to explain it to Yin Luhua so that she could spectate and gain experience. "Luhua, you also cannot relax, understand?" Yin Luhua hurriedly answered, "Yes, master." Fu Enshu nodded. "Zhaoge said earlier that I would also use a secret technique on you. How did it go?" Chapter 466. The cold marrow needles technique was already no longer a secret to Yuanzheng Feng, Yan Di, Fu Enshu, and the others. Because of this, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, who had always been treated as treasures by all of Broad Creed Mountain, had been fiercely criticized. If it weren't for Feng Yunsheng's insistence, Yuanzheng Feng would never have supported this. While Yan Zhaoge had been criticized, he wasn't unhappy about it. In truth, he himself wasn't willing to use this technique. If not for Feng Yunsheng's strong request, he wouldn't even have mentioned it. On the other hand, Fu Enshu somewhat agreed with it. She was more and more optimistic about Feng Yunsheng, who could withstand this technique. Still, with this, Yin Luhua would be in for a tragedy. As Fu Enshu saw it, since Feng Yunsheng could bear it, Yin Luhua should be able to as well. "Master, those cold marrow needles." Hearing Fu Enshu's question, Yin Luhua's face instantly turned rather green, her gaze filled with terror. Fu Enshu frowned slightly when she saw the look on her face. "What's wrong?" Yin Luhua said slowly, "Master, I really can't stand those cold marrow needles," Yan Zhaoge said from the side. After testing it once, junior apprentice sister Yin expressed that she was completely unable to bear it, and I also couldn't continue. Seeing Fu Enshu's brows gradually rise, Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Because of their physique, the pain that maidens of extreme Yin suffer from the cold marrow needles is indeed more intense than that of ordinary people. Fu Enshu's expression was still serious, but Yunsheng can bear it. Yin Luhua lowered her head, not daring to speak. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips, sending a sound transmission to Fu Enshu. After all, not everyone has such a firm heart like junior apprentice sister Feng. Fu Enshu's brows gradually flattened, her gaze moving between Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua before she said, "Let Luhua try again." Looking at Yin Luhua, she said in a heavy and heartfelt tone, "While your senior apprentice sister Feng has improved rapidly, you cannot lose your heart to improve because of this. Your senior apprentice sister Feng accidentally injured her extreme Yin physique that year, and that Meng one of the Sacred Sun clan was also defeated in the second extreme Yin bout due to her previous injuries. There are always many unexpected occurrences in this world that we have no choice but to guard against. The contest for the extreme Yin crown is not something that Yunqing alone can accomplish." Fu Enshu said, "Luhua, you started later than the others in the first place. If you do not work hard to catch up, how will you compete with the other maidens of extreme Yin? If you remain content with things as they are, let alone Meng Wan, Fan Qiu, and the others, you won't even be able to catch up to that Yun Xiuqing of the Sacred Sun clan." Even for Nian Lei and Ling Hui who are always at the bottom every year, wanting to catch up and surpass them would be a difficult thing. Do you understand? Yin Luhua pressed her lips together. "This disciple will cultivate diligently. Please guide me, master and senior apprentice brother Yan." Fu Enshu said, "It's good that you really remember it." She swiveled her head to look at Yan Zhaoge. "Zhaoge, can you teach me the cold marrow needles technique? I'll personally keep an eye on flowing flower from now on." Yin Liuhua's face turned a little green as Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "Of course it is convenient." Feng Yunsheng watched from the side and sighed. After Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu had finished their conversation, Yin Luhua said timidly, "Master, this disciple has some questions regarding Supreme Extreme Yin arts that I would like to ask senior apprentice brother Yan." Fu Enshu nodded, "Of course you can." Yan Zhaoge glanced at Yin Luhua, bringing her along to the other side. Fu Enshu and Feng Yunsheng remained where they were, Fu Enshu guiding Feng Yunsheng in the other supreme martial arts of Broad Creed Mountain. After asking Yan Zhaoge a few questions, Yin Luhua said rather dispiritedly, "Senior apprentice brother Yan, am I especially slow-witted?" Yan Zhaoge's gaze was calm. "Your talent is indeed inferior to junior apprentice sister Feng's, but you are far from being slow-witted. On the contrary, you can be groomed." Raising her head to look at Yan Zhaoge, Yin Luhua said rather hesitantly, "My talent is inferior to senior apprentice sister Feng's, and I also started out far later than her. However much I try to catch up, it would still be impossible for me to catch up to senior apprentice sister Feng." Yan Zhaoge asked mildly, "What, you want to say that however hard you try, you are only a backup at most?" Yin Luhua hurriedly shook her head, "I don't dare, that's not what I mean." Yan Zhaoge said, "I remember that when you first entered the clan, senior apprentice Aunt Fu once said that if you could be more outstanding than junior apprentice sister Feng, having a greater chance of victory in the extreme Yin bout, you would naturally be the main one. Indeed, you entered the clan late, starting out late. These are all facts. However, the clan has never treated you unfairly in terms of resources, all of which were based on junior apprentice sister Feng standards. At the end of the day, the two of you are of the same clan. Your opponent is not just junior apprentice sister Feng. More accurately speaking, your opponents are the maidens of extreme Yin of the other sacred grounds." Yin Luhua nodded, "Yes, senior apprentice brother Yan, I understand." She bit her lips lightly. "It's just that I feel that there is completely no hope in sight at all." Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly. At the start, junior apprentice sister Feng could not see any hope at all. Being able to reach where she is today, it was through her own efforts. Yin Luhua said softly, "Senior apprentice brother Yan is too modest. The yin-yang coexisting technique was something that you analyzed and imparted to us. The extreme yin scripture was obtained by you through a fortuitous encounter. The cold marrow needles was also an ancient secret technique that you obtained, and there are also many, many others. Whether it is senior apprentice sister Feng or me, Broad Creed Mountain's maidens of extreme yin were all created by you." Yan Zhaoge said mildly, providing the same conditions for all of them, different people, the final results may also be different. As the old saying goes, the master leads the way, but cultivation is up to the individual. Yin Luhua lowered her head. Yes, senior apprentice brother Yen. Looking at Yen Zhaoge's departing figure, she bit her lips hard. There are definitely other secret techniques. Not talking about anything else, senior apprentice brother Yen definitely has a technique that can lessen the pain of the cold marrow needles. He himself also said that that was one of the 7 great punishments of pre-great calamity times, specially used to torment people. Being used on us maidens of extreme Yin, it is even more unbearable. If it could be so easily endured, still using it for cultivation, how could it still be considered one of the 7 great punishments? Feeling Yin Liuhua's gaze on him from behind, Yen Zhaoge shook his head inwardly. Her mentality isn't right. In the 6th extreme Yin bout, Feng Yunsheng had regrettably lost by a single move. While Yen Zhaoge also felt that it was a pity, it could not be said to be a disappointment. The situation was more or less within the scope of his predictions. From the looks of it now, the 7th extreme Yin bout could really be looked forward to. If there were no major accidents, the Sacred Sun clan's Meng Wan would be toppled from her throne a year from now. With the extreme Yin bout having ended, Yen Zhaoge's attention had mostly returned to the Earth domain. Yen Zhaoge was busy with his martial cultivation whilst also preparing for the forging of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formations artifacts whilst also being busy with the matter of the lofty prestige mirror. Yen Zhaoge's following days were incomparably fulfilling. Time passed day by day amidst the busyness. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. It had already been over a year since Yen Di had entered secluded cultivation. It was just that he still showed no signs of emerging from seclusion. Yen Zhaoge had already pretty much finished dealing with the matters on hand. Still, it was not convenient for him to leave the 8 extremities world now and attempt to search for the vast ocean world and Su Fei and the others. Because as time passed, the Earth domain gradually began to change again. Chapter 467. Feng Zhuan had sent back news from the Earth domain that the baleful qi there was growing denser and denser, especially in recent days, with the rate at which it was worsening rapidly. After receiving the news, Yen Zhaoge and Yuan Jingfeng both began preparing to set off for the Earth domain. Yen Di still had not left seclusion, and it was also unknown when he would be able to do so. However, the situation waited for no one. Yen Zhaoge and Yuan Jingfeng could only sigh inwardly. Master, junior apprentice brother Yen is in seclusion, and you are leaving the mountain as well. Why don't you exchange second apprentice brother back from the Earth domain to support us? Fu Enshu said as she also wanted to leave the mountain, traveling alongside Yen Zhaoge and Yuan Jingfeng. Yuan Jingfeng nodded slightly. We'll see how things are after arriving at the Earth domain. Director Feng Zhuan is naturally very outstanding. He swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua following behind Fu Enshu. While the Flame Devils of the East Sea have not made any major movements, you still have to be careful. Fu Enshu said, as maidens of extreme Yin, it would be of great help to them to come into contact with the Flame Devils as much as possible. Yuan Jingfeng said, it is not just the Flame Devils. There are other dangers too. Fu Enshu understood what Yuan Jingfeng was referring to. I understand. Traveling alongside Yuan Jingfeng, Yen Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to her. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu, you might want to reconsider the matter that I mentioned to you earlier. I still feel that you are a little too hasty with regards to junior apprentice sister Yin. A hint of darkness surfaced within Fu Enshu's gaze. I can tolerate any flaws in my disciple, but I can't tolerate her being lazy and not putting in her best effort. Even Master advises me not to use Yunsheng, Sikong or myself to judge everyone. Alright, I'll relax my standards then. As Fu Enshu spoke, she felt a little angry. I don't ask for Lu Hua to be like Yunsheng, but I am very clear on where her limits lie. Always slacking off, lowering her standards time and time again, how could there possibly come a day when she breaks through her limits? Instead, it would only cause her upper limits to fall unceasingly, wasting her innate talent for nothing. Fu Enchu glared at Yen Zhaoge. It is not just a problem with her cultivation as a maiden of extreme yin. This also concerns her improvement as a martial practitioner. Yen Zhaoge spread his palms apart. Perhaps junior apprentice sister Yin just wants to live a little more easily. You might as well consider my earlier suggestion, lowering your expectations of her a little. This way, it might be better for everyone. Fu Enchu said in dissatisfaction, I no longer have extravagant hopes that she can catch up to or surpass Yunsheng, but her opponent should never be Yunsheng. But with her current state, how can she compete with the maidens of extreme yin of the other sacred grounds? Lower my expectations? How much lower? She looked at Yen Zhaoge, following the method above, obtaining the method within, following the method within, obtaining the method below, following the method below, obtaining nothing. Don't tell me you don't understand this. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips. At the end of the day, you are her master. It would not be good for me to interfere too much. After pausing for a moment, he said softly, however, it is naturally good to be able to refine a piece of good iron. However, if it really isn't that material and you hammer it too hard, it might be ruined. Fu Enchu fell silent, glancing at Yin Luhua behind her from the corner of her eye. As the two had been communicating via sound transmission, Yin Luhua naturally did not know what they were discussing. At this moment, all she could think about was her return to Donghai, and all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. Fu Enchu sighed. Give her some more time and opportunities. Yen Zhaoge nodded, in going to the East Sea this time, please be more careful. While the Flame Devils retreated in defeat last time, their vitality still exists. With the changes in the Earth domain, they may also cause trouble together. Fu Enchu said, chaos is indeed about to arise on the East Sea as well. Old Man Mo and Jade Sea City's City Lord Song are both on guard. It is you who have to be careful heading to the Earth domain instead. According to what you've said, the situation this time is different from the decimating abyss. It might be even more dangerous. Yen Zhaoge gazed in the direction of the distant Earth domain. The problem with the decimating abyss that time was that it was hard to predict. Because the enemy concealed their identity, danger lurked in unknown places around us, resembling a boat traversing fog. This time, the crisis is much simpler, but it may be even more violent and unstoppable, like a flood in front of us. After taking his leave of Fu Enchu and the others, Yen Zhaoge and Yuan Jingfeng arrived at the Earth domain. Just having arrived at its outskirts, they could already feel baleful qi surging to the heavens. The deeper they went, the denser the baleful aura became. This place was already hell in name. There had once been some demonic beasts who had adapted to the environment here, living here. However, at this moment, even such life forms were unceasingly being extinguished amidst the baleful aura. Those that were comparatively stronger were all beginning to flee. In the outskirts of the Earth domain, a wave of fleeing demonic beasts arose, fleeing out of the Earth domain and entering other places. Fortunately, whether it was Broad Creed Mountain or the other sacred grounds, they had all been prepared for this, having long since set up a perimeter around the Earth domain, blocking the beast tide and preventing it from causing major trouble. As Yuan Jingfeng and Yen Zhaoge's group headed inwards, they suddenly saw golden radiance flickering in the distance, resembling a sun rising amidst the boundless darkness. Sacred Sun Clan, the expressions of Yen Zhaoge and the others did not change as they saw that golden radiance arrive before them. Within the radiance that resembled an actual sun, a white-clothed old man slowly walked out. It was precisely the Sacred Sun Clan's Grand Elder, the East-coming Martial Saint Huang Guanglie. Behind him followed a group of people, all of them experts of the Sacred Sun Clan. The Sunset Lord and the East Rising Lord of the Seven Reigning Suns followed closely behind Huang Guanglie, looking expressionlessly at Yen Zhaoge and the others. Yuan Jingfeng asked mildly, East coming, what do you say? Huang Guanglie said, let's go down and take a look together. Yuan Zhengfeng led the way, descending. That was my intention as well. As they descended together, Yan Zhaoge felt a gaze falling on him. Swiveling his head, he saw that of the group of Sacred Sun clan, other than Huang Guanglie, most of their gazes were focused on him. This was especially so for the East Rising Lord, whose gaze on Yan Zhaoge was filled with a complex, incomprehensible feeling. Of the Sacred Sun clan's higher echelon experts, he could virtually be considered the first person to have come into contact with Yan Zhaoge, though not directly. Back in the Eastern Tang Kingdom that year, he had actually already wanted to kill Yan Zhaoge. Because of the Eastern Region Elder of Broad Creed Mountain and the King of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, he had been unable to do so. However, as the East Rising Lord recalled the events of that year now, he sometimes could not help but think that if he had risked his own death back then to try to exchange for Yan Zhaoge's life, if he had succeeded, wouldn't everything afterwards have been completely different? While such a thought had only flashed through his mind for a brief moment, it could not be suppressed. At that time, even if Yan Zhaoge was Yan Di's son, if someone had suggested using the East Rising Lord of the Seven Reigning Suns, a lofty essence talisman martial grandmaster, to exchange pieces with Yan Zhaoge who was merely an outer aura martial scholar, everyone would have taken him for an idiot. And now, even the East Rising Lord himself would occasionally be unable to help himself from guessing how great the chances of success were, even though he hoped that the essence talisman martial grandmaster would be someone else. The affairs of the world were inconstant. Chapter 468. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at the East Rising Lord and the others, who met his gaze expressionlessly. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Now, the sound of thunder resounded from above. Raising their heads and gazing over, they saw that under Shen Li's lead, the Heavenly Thunder Hall experts had also descended into the deep abyss. Apart from this, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord and Qinglin descended from the other side along with a group of Turbid Wave Pavilion's longtime elders. When Yuan Zhengfeng and Huang Guanglie saw them, they both nodded slightly. Shen Li and Qinglin similarly nodded in greeting. Right at this moment, a violent aura fluctuation came from the abyss. A suffocating and terrifying aura surged up. Aside from Yuan Zhengfeng and the other martial saint experts, the accompanying essence talisman martial grandmasters all frowned. As the only martial practitioner below the essence talisman martial grandmaster realm, Yan Zhaoge's feelings were naturally even more obvious. As the baleful qi entered his body, Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel that his meridians, flesh and blood all seemed to show signs of withering for a time. What was even more frightening was that under the assault of the baleful aura, his Zhenyuan seemed to be assimilating with the baleful aura, as if it was about to revolt. The Nine Underworld's baleful qi truly lives up to its name. Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly, a qi flow that resembled chaos appearing within his body in a vast manner as it enveloped his entire body, lifeless and inextinguishable as it kept the invading baleful qi of the Nine Underworlds at bay. The peerless heavenly scripture that Yan Zhaoge cultivated in had been hailed as the #1 direct lineage technique of Taoism in pre-Great Calamity times, able to give birth to all things, able to contain all things, able to extinguish all things. Even the baleful qi of the Nine Underworlds did not fear it. However, compared to his current cultivation, the amount of netherworld baleful qi in front of him was too huge. Even if it could be dispelled and melted, a rather long period of time would be required. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge was currently neither resisting nor absorbing it, just isolating it from the outside. To the Nine Underworld's baleful qi before him, Yan Zhaoge was like an empty void at this moment, no longer existing. Those of the other sacred grounds were also observing Yan Zhaoge. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge was not affected by the Nine Underworld's baleful qi, their expressions varied. The expressions of those of the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall were all slightly gloomy, while those of Turbid Wave Pavilion were more filled with admiration and respect. Everyone looked down, and suddenly, they saw a golden light rising up from below. Coming into contact with the golden light, Yan Zhaoge and the others all felt as though they were feeling the warm sunlight of winter. The adverse effects brought about by the baleful chi of the 9 underworlds were greatly alleviated. Even the real sun in the sky had been covered by the baleful aura, and everything was dark. However, in the abyss below, there seemed to be another sun. Because of the close distance, the heat and light penetrated the thick fog, bringing light to everyone's eyes. Heaven and earth seemed to have reversed at this moment. Light flickered unceasingly within Huang Guanglia's eyes, while a shocking light erupted from the eyes of the Sunset Lord, the East Rising Lord and the other experts of the Sacred Sun clan. Compared to the others, they had a deeper understanding of the energy fluctuations at the bottom of the abyss. While it was different from the Sacred Sun clan's legacy, Huang Guanglia and the others could feel that it was a concept related to the sun star of the sky. Just being bathed in the radiance of the deep abyss below caused the East Rising Lord and the others to feel extremely comfortable. Huang Guanglia, who had a higher cultivation, didn't have such an intense feeling, but he had a deeper understanding of the concept behind it. For a moment, he only felt that it was boundlessly profound. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly at this moment. Previously, he had been to the Earth domain many times. Now that he was in direct contact with the golden sunlight, he gradually had an idea of what was going on. No wonder it also felt somewhat familiar earlier. Yan Zhaoge exhaled lightly. Extreme Yang scripture. Yan Zhaoge held an ancient beast skin scroll within his hands. That was something he had obtained along with the immortal crane wings when he had entered the foreign dimension where the solitary practitioner loose practitioner he of pre-Great Calamity times had resided. Currently, the immortal crane wings had already been handed over to Ah Hu, but this ancient beast hide scroll had always remained with Yan Zhaoge. The animal skin scroll was empty except for a square pattern in the center, which seemed to have been left by some kind of seal. The pattern left behind by the seal was like a sun. When Yan Zhaoge had analyzed the concept within, he had felt that it seemed to have originated from a supreme scripture of before the Great Calamity, the Extreme Yang scripture. Before the descent of the Great Calamity, the creator of the Extreme Yang scripture had only just created this supreme martial art. He was still unceasingly perfecting it, not having completed it completely. Sadly, with the descent of the Great Calamity, everything was no longer the same. This lost technique was also one of the few lost techniques that were not recorded in the Divine Palace's library. Still, Yan Zhaoge had come into contact with some incomplete scriptures before. The Sacred Sun clan's martial legacy had similarly been developed after the Great Calamity by unearthing the remnants of the previous martial civilization, combining their own comprehensions, vaguely containing some traces of the Extreme Yang scripture. However, as Yan Zhaoge saw it, the concept contained within the sunlight before him was likely of the orthodox direct lineage of the Extreme Yang scripture. While it had not been completed that year, it was still an extremely peak martial art. As Yan Zhaoge carefully analyzed the golden light within the deep abyss at this moment, he could only feel that the abyss seemed even deeper. A pity that I do not have the complete Extreme Yang scripture from back then. Otherwise, I would be able to analyze it a little. Yan Zhaoge pondered, however, if my feeling is not wrong, the Great Calamity should not have caused the Extreme Yang scripture to be severed. Instead, it should have been unceasingly perfected by someone, finally unceasingly deducing and perfecting it. The Eight Extremities world had never heard of the existence of such a person before. However, other than the Flame Devil world that was not occupied by humans, Yan Zhaoge could already confirm that there were also the vast ocean world, the floating life world and other worlds where human martial practitioners resided, as well as the existence of that legendary world beyond worlds. Therefore, he did not feel surprised. This was especially so with the image of that woman he had seen when refining the pillar of the Divine Palace back then, allowing Yan Zhaoge to confirm that there were still people who had successfully escaped the tribulation of the Great Calamity and survived. This seal seems to be relying on some sort of treasure. Staring at the golden light down below for a moment, Yan Zhaoge retracted his thoughts, focusing his attention on the deep abyss of the earth domain before him once more. The golden light and the black fog clashed unceasingly. The baleful chi of the 9 underworlds grew denser and denser, fiercer and fiercer as it surged upwards unceasingly. Accompanied by the strengthening of the black fog, the golden light seemed to be strengthening in opposition as well. However, if one observed carefully, they would be able to detect the changes within as they were somewhat stiff and unrefined. Everyone understood that the seal down below still seemed to have sufficient power. However, under the accumulated assault of the chi of the 9 underworlds over a long period of time, its spirituality was gradually being lost as it weakened unceasingly. Even so, one could only sigh in admiration. After all, the tragic scene of hell had already existed for an extremely long period of time. The seal down below had endured such a long period of wear and tear, yet still stood firm. As they descended, Yuan Zhengfeng's eyes suddenly lit up, Fang Zhuan. However, the next moment, Yuan Zhengfeng's expression turned solemn. He saw his disciple Fang Zhuan's entire body being shrouded by baleful qi of the 9 underworlds as well as golden sunlight, his body sinking unceasingly. Fang Zhuan had always been on the front lines monitoring the abnormalities in the Earth domain. He had also been the first to report the situation as soon as it had intensified this time. However, the result of going too deep was that he himself had sunk deep within as well. While Fang Zhuan's expression was solemn, it was not for his own safety. Instead, he was staring fixedly at the deep abyss down below. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, Yuan Zhengfeng, and the others arrive, he raised his voice and roared, "It's coming up." Before his words had landed, golden light erupted down below, seemingly being pushed upwards by something. Chapter 469. Looking down below, Yan Zhaoge and the others saw golden light erupt, rapidly rising upwards. Below the golden light, one could see layers of black fog surging. The black fog seemed to have a life of its own. As the golden light approached, everyone could clearly feel the surging power within it. But as the black fog approached, everyone could clearly feel the terrifying aura of the netherworld. Everyone present was a peak expert of the 8 extremities world. Yet, at this moment, they all felt uneasy within their hearts, a frenzied feeling surging uncontrollably from the depths of their hearts. This was no longer the negative thoughts in the depths of a martial artist's heart. Rather, it was as if someone had forcefully intruded into their hearts and dug out the darkest corners of their hearts. Then, they unscrupulously magnified it and exposed it to the light of day. Yuan Zhengfeng, Huang Guanglie, Shen Li, and An Qinglin, the 4 great martial saints, shouted in unison. The 4 of them attacked together. Streams of light filled the darkness and suppressed the 9 underworld's baleful qi. With them bearing the brunt of the pressure, the others were in a much better state. After stabilizing their minds, they each took action to help suppress it. The black mist's upward momentum slowed, and an angry emotion immediately spread out from the bottom of the abyss, shaking everyone's hearts. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. This feeling is different from when the descent of the Great 9 Underworld's door failed earlier and was forced to close. Previously, when he broke the demonic domain Great Formation and stopped the 9 Underworld's gate from opening, the gate also emitted a furious and unwilling emotion. But at the same time that emotion was extremely grand, it also seemed illusory. It was as if the 9 underworlds herself had emotions and was angry because she was obstructed. Right now, the anger at the bottom of the abyss was not as grand, but it was more real and lively. The rising momentum of the golden light and the black fog slowed down, and then they were in a stalemate in the abyss. As soon as they stopped moving, a clear outline of their bodies appeared. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that there seemed to be an actual sun appearing before his eyes, incomparably dazzling and blazing. Countless golden talisman markings formed numerous streams of light that seemed like chains and ribbons, and they crisscrossed and fluttered in the air. Below him was boundless darkness that stood in sharp opposition to the golden sun. Countless black chains stretched out from the darkness and intertwined with the golden chains above, constantly pulling at each other. The surface of the black chains seemed to be covered in dark red light that flowed endlessly like bloodlines. The majestic and boundless energy constantly collided and resisted. Where the golden sun and the thick black fog met, the space was completely distorted and chaotic. Yan Zhaoge could vaguely feel that the true size of the great golden sun might be much larger than what he saw before his eyes. But because of the distortion of space, it looked like this. When Yuan Zhengfeng and Huang Guanglie saw the terrifying area where the two sides came into contact, fear appeared in their eyes. Streaks of golden light intertwined with the black chains, extending and expanding in all directions. As the two of them rose from the abyss, they gradually lit up the entire region. At this moment, if one looked down from the sky from outside the abyss, they would see that the entire area, which was the size of the heaven domain, was lit up. The densely packed golden and black threads were like a spider web that covered the vast land. It was a ghastly sight. Let's begin. Yuan Zhengfeng said, if the 9 underworlds are truly connected to the 8 extremities world, all of us would face a calamity of extinction. That is not something that the Flame Devil world can compare to. Everyone present nodded silently. The 9 underworlds had already existed before the Great Calamity. It had been the polar opposite of the Great Thousand Worlds of that time, being the darkest, foulest and evilest land of the world. It was unlike the Flame Devil world, the Floating Life world, the Vast Ocean world and even the 8 Extremities world, which had all been formed from the shattering of the Great Thousand Heavens and Earth. The 9 underworlds were the 9 underworlds. When had there ever been someone who named it the 9 underworlds world? Just the name alone was already different from that of the Flame Devil world. Huang Guanglie and the other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners gazed at that great golden sun for a long time before they all sighed, shifting their gazes away. They simultaneously moved, their power unceasingly bolstering that great golden sun. Clear chi, sunlight, thunderbolts, clouds and mist, numerous sigils manifested different forms, transforming into numerous runes that formed a formation, entrenched within the air as they unceasingly locked down the black fog. Over the past year, other than Fang Zhuan and the other higher echelon elders of the various clans who were stationed in the Earth domain to keep watch over it, Yuan Zhengfeng, Huang Guanglie and the other bigwigs also frequently came to the Earth domain. At this critical moment, many of their previous worries were cast aside as they unceasingly investigated and deduced, gaining a deeper and deeper understanding of the current situation in the Earth domain. Facing external enemies, the bigwigs of the various clans temporarily joined forces, exchanging information as they discussed and came up with some countermeasures. Yan Zhaoge did not make a move, instead continuing to earnestly observe and analyze the situation. The current method of Yuan Zhengfeng and the others was still to seek stability, continuing to rely on that great golden sun as the core of the seal and reinforcing it. It was just that they were not the original owners of the seal at the end of the day. Reinforcing the seal took twice the effort for half the results. Even so, the situation was already under control. The black fog was hard-pressed to continue rising, the great golden sun even beginning to descend once more, pressuring the black fog downwards. The unresigned and furious emotions within the deep abyss grew denser and denser as a soundless roar seemed to resound by everyone's ears, causing their hearts to twist together. The dense blood-red patterns on the numerous black chains that extended from the darkness suddenly turned bright and dazzling. Then, numerous streams of blood chi surged from the black chains before transforming into numerous evil devils, shooting over towards Yan Zhaoge and the others. Yuan Zhengfeng, Huang Guanglie, and the other 2 saints did not move. They continued to strengthen the seal. The Essence Talisman martial grandmasters of the various sects who had come together with them all moved, engaging in a great battle against the evil devils manifested from devilish chi. These evil spirits were extremely powerful, causing people to be alarmed. Just the demons manifested by the devil chi were already so powerful. What kind of existence was the source of the devil chi itself that was trying to rush up from the abyss? How many of such existences were there in the 9 underworlds? Just thinking about it made one shudder. At that moment, someone suddenly approached from above the abyss. Raising their heads to look, they saw that the newcomer was a longtime elder of Jade Sea City. The other party's face was ashen as he said in a deep voice, "The Eastern Sea is in an emergency. The Flame Devils are attacking again." Several Flame Devil Kings equivalent to experts of the second level of the Martial Saint realm of our human race passed through the dimensional passageway once more, stepping into the outer East Sea. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and to the top of their heads. Currently, blazing fire swept through the world above the East Sea once more. Led by one powerful Flame Devil King after another, the numerous Flame Devils slaughtered their way into the Eight Extremities world. The first line of defense set up by the human race martial artists was instantly destroyed. Chapter 470. Above the outer East Sea, the surface of the sea surged majestically, yet not a single island could be seen. The islands here had long since been destroyed and flattened by the Flame Devils time and time again. At this moment, massive bubbles roiled on the surface of the outer East Sea one after another as the entire sea seemed to be boiling. Above the sea, the blue skies had already vanished. There was only an all-encompassing sky of flowing fire that surged rampantly. One powerful flame devil after another traversed the horizon, spreading into the surroundings as they brought with them the aura of destruction and calamity. The great flame devil charging at the very front had the head of a tiger and the body of a human, its features savage and terrifying as it roared continuously. Suddenly, its body abruptly halted in midair. The next moment, countless flowing fire shot out from behind it. The back of its head, neck, back, waist, buttocks, limbs, soles of its feet, streams of flowing fire shot out from every single part of its body. The flames condensed in the space behind this great flame devil, instantly forming a dazzling painting. It was a painting completely composed of blazing flames, on which were famed mountains and great rivers that were majestic and magnificent. The painting of flames condensed in the air, incomparably dazzling and breathtaking as it did not dissipate for a long time. Amidst its extreme magnificence, it also contained a terrifying power, resembling a cage. The flame devils that followed were unable to stop in time as they slammed headfirst into that painting of fire, seemingly entering another world. A world of mountains and rivers completely composed of flames. While the flame devils did not fear blazing fire, being within it, they were still struck by streams of chi, forming ferocious attacks. Meanwhile, the flames of that great flame devil from earlier were rapidly extinguished, its roars coming to a halt as its body fell towards the sea down below, no longer possessing any signs of life. A scholarly-looking old man with his hands behind his back slowly appeared within space. Meanwhile, in another direction, the speeding group of flame devils suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. Possessing natural spiritual essence of fire, they could clearly sense that the water vapor in the surrounding air had suddenly increased. Before they could react, one spark after another erupted from the surface of their bodies. It was like human skin rupturing, fresh blood spurting out. A subtle yet majestic, formless yet hard to resist power instantly enveloped the entire bodies of these flame devils. They wanted to dodge, yet were unable to do so. Because that attack came from all directions, from every corner of the air, covering every inch of their bodies. Pervasive, omnipresent, omnipresent. The source of these invisible swords was the water vapor that densely covered the surrounding space. Under the raging fire, the water vapor should have been swept away, but the raging fire seemed to be helpless in the face of this water vapor. The water vapor turned into countless sharp swords at this moment, attacking these flame demons from all directions. The seemingly weak and fine water vapor just happened to seem all-powerful and sharp at this moment, and it caused all the flame devil experts to be unable to resist it. Some of the flame devils struggled to resist, but the water vapor seemed to be endless and unending. As the countless swords pierced through, the bodies of the flame devils directly disintegrated. Being dismembered into 1,000 pieces was not enough to describe this scene. It was as if the flesh and blood of a human body had been minced into a rain of blood and minced meat. The endless rain of fire exploded and drifted down to the ocean below. The figure of Jade Sea City's Lord Song Wuliang appeared in this direction, innumerable illusory streaks of light circulating unceasingly around him, dense sword qi unable to be seen clearly suffusing the heavens and the earth. Facing the countless attacking flame devils, a bright moonlight rose from the surface of the sea. The moonlight rose, and it seemed as if it could compete with the sun in the sky. The blazing heat caused by the infinite blazing fire instantly fell, the air welcoming a long-awaited cool feeling. Very quickly, however, an extremely powerful fluctuation emanated from the direction from which the flame devils had surged, the temperature between the heavens and the earth rising once more. That powerful fluctuation was far from just a single one. Congregating together, it had a domineering momentum as it advanced from east to west with a crushing momentum. To the east of the Great Sea, the boundary between the sky and the sea grew blurry, only a crimson color remaining as blazing flames enveloped the sky. Song Wuliang and the scholarly old man drew closer to the moonlight at the center. "Old Mo, we now seek stability," Song Wuliang said in a heavy tone. The scholarly old man was naturally the painting saint Old Man Mo. He nodded, slowly retreating alongside Song Wuliang. Meng Wan, who wielded the extreme Yin crown, naturally had no objections as well, following the two seniors at every step. While the outer East Sea was no longer completely transformed into a sea of flames like last time, there were 4 flame devil kings equivalent to experts of the second level of the martial saint realm before them. Adding on the other flame devil kings and great flame devils, the destructive torrent formed left Song Wuliang and the others powerless to forcibly resist it, as they could only retreat step by step. Infinite Boundless Mountains Chief Chu Yen, who had remained in the water domain, had originally been situated between the East Sea and the Earth domain, prepared to support both sides at any time. Now that he had received the news, Chu Yen had immediately brought along Infinite Boundless Mountain's sacred artifact, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe, in haste to the East Sea. Even so, however, it still felt like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. As the flame devils advanced, the human experts could only retreat time and time again, giving up on the outer East Sea as they retreated all the way to Jade Sea City of the inner East Sea, relying on the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation as the foundation of their stronghold to block the flame devils. Jade Sea City fell into a storm once more, seeming as though it might collapse at any moment. Within the Earth domain, having received the news, Yuan Jingfeng and the others exchanged looks. As compared to the current situation in the Earth domain, the situation in the East Sea was even more dangerous. While the Earth domain might be even more dangerous, the situation in the East Sea had already reached the point where it was on fire. Yuan Jingfeng said in a heavy tone, "As long as the seal here is not broken, nothing will happen." However, the situation in the East Sea is critical. Other than the 4 flame devil kings equivalent to the second level of the martial saint realm, there are also other flame devil kings equivalent to the first level of the martial saint realm. The Lord of Turbid Wave Pavilion, and Qinglin, said to Huang Guanglie, "East Huang, I will go with you to the East Sea. The martial legacies of our 2 clans will be comparatively advantageous against the flame devils." A martial grandmaster of Turbid Wave Pavilion said hesitantly, "If there are only 2 martial saints here." Yuan Jingfeng shook his head. "Unlike before, the seal has already stabilized once more. 4 people would at most be a little faster in suppressing them, 2 a little slower. If the seal really is broken, to say something disheartening, there might not be any use even if we all remain here." Huang Guanglie gazed at Yuan Jingfeng. Pointing at the great golden sun down below, Yuan Jingfeng looked straight at Huang Guanglie. "Unreasonable old Huang, this old man knows that you covet this treasure down below. This old man covets it as well. Who doesn't like good things? However, if the seal is broken, let alone the 9 underworlds descending afterwards, this old man and Shinli would be the first 2 to suffer a calamity here. If it were you, would you want a treasure over your life?" Shinli nodded solemnly as well. Huang Guanglia looked at the great golden sun that was currently sinking unceasingly within the deep abyss down below, pondering for a moment before he finally still nodded, "All right." Everyone present were bigwigs of their own domains, being decisive in their actions. Having made their decision, they immediately acted. Huang Guanglie and Qinglin immediately ceased their cultivation before rising together, leaving the Earth domain and heading straight for the East Sea. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.